Okay.
First buddy. But before we get to any of that, we could all use something else. Anything else. And the Kim Jong-un regime has graciously and gloriously stepped in to help us out with that.
Oh.
And ever since they got themselves some nukes, we haven't heard nearly as much out of North Korea as we used to. But they are still up to a lot of their same old tricks. And this week, the Wall Street Journal, who have
They've been very busy.
on a real hot streak lately, they took a break from destroying the president to reveal some very interesting details about North Korea's cybercrime operations. It is something we can only assume they picked up, the North Koreans picked up, from closely studying the behavior of American boomers on Facebook. These North Koreans just cannot get enough of those damn minions.
Oh, no.
And this is one of those stories that it really speaks for itself. So, without further ado, here is the Wall Street Journal.
American tech companies have a serious problem with a despicable twist. The FBI believes thousands of North Koreans have infiltrated the U.S. workforce by assuming the identities of Americans to secure remote jobs. Many of them, investigators have found, are bound by a few defining characteristics: total devotion to dear leader Kim Jong-un, a penchant for stealing cryptocurrency, and an obsession with minions. The cuddly agents of evil from Despicable Me. Wow, these workers really love their bananas.
Hello, my...
No. I don't really care if they're stealing crypto, to be completely honest. Go nuts. Rob those nerds.
fellow Americans.
Do you have a banana I can eat? Sure. Guy eats a lot of bananas. Trades a lot of banana tokens.
I don't think I've even seen a Despicable movie. I've been on the ride. It's a great ride, but
I think I've seen the movies.
I might have actually, but if I did, I don't remember shit about them.
Continues, the North Koreans' love of the animated movie franchise has become a recurring, if slightly baffling, joke among the security researchers who investigate them. Many of these fake workers use minions and other Despicable Me characters in social media profiles and email addresses. Some investigators initially thought their use of GRU was a reference to Russia's famed GRU, Russia's military intelligence agency. Instead, it was a tribute to the Minions' overlord, Felonious Gru Sr., the Steve Carell-voiced animated character who tries to steal the moon.
Is that what he does?
I guess.
His name's Felonious?
Look, I don't know too much about the lore of Minions. I just think, like everyone else, that they're kind of cute, and I like the hijinks they get into.
Okay, boomer.
Allusions to Minions and other characters are so ubiquitous that investigators pursuing suspected North Koreans view despicable references as a sign they might be on the right track. Like, all they had to do was download the Facebook profiles of people from the years 2013 to 2019.
Yeah. My name's Deborah. I love Jesus, and I love those darn Minions.
The only one that deserves to be resurrected from that cross is a minion, because they put that minion up there on the cross just like they sacrificed Jesus.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this meme. The Minions, they love the Lord.
That's right.
They love the Lord, and they hate abortion. They're just like us.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. You can't understand them in the movies. But
Wow.
they're preaching
AI.
a good book.
AI slop.
Continues. Taylor Monahan. An investigator with the cryptocurrency company MetaMask says she doesn't see the Minions obsession as some kind of social commentary or dark joke by Kim's underlings. She thinks they're just fans of the films. How do you not love Minions, she said.
I mean, yeah.
I don't. Last year, Monahan was tracking down a North Korean worker who had been hired by more than one cryptocurrency company. To get hired for one of the jobs, the scammer showed off some software that he'd written on the code-sharing site GitHub. His username was GruDev325. I love @Felonious Gru, Despicable Me, the North Korean told his boss as he was angling for a job. He was fired within a month for poor job performance. 2 years later, in a plot worthy of the animated franchise, GruDev325 went on to steal more than $62 million from the cryptocurrency project Munchables, Monahan said. The Munchables hack was a revelation, Monahan said. She had been tracing cryptocurrency funds stolen by fake workers for years, and she realized that a lot of them seemed to like the Minions. This was the moment where I was like, hold up, this is a pattern. They're not just randomly selecting movies out of a database. She'd investigate a theft and then look at the GitHub page maintained by the project that had been robbed, and then a minion would show up. She said, "We kept seeing minions pop up over and over again.
Somehow,
My calling card."
that's like it must have been dropped on a hard drive from one of those balloons that they send over, or it's like the one piece of Western media that is approved to consume. Like, okay, yeah, be like the minions.
Yeah.
I'm Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-gru,
Yeah.
and you are the minions, and so it's fine if you watch these movies. And then, much like us growing up in the VHS era, even before DVDs, like my parents would buy like one VHS every once in a while. So that
They were
VHS got
expensive.
watched a lot. So like the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie and like Three Ninjas, I could probably still to this day, if you put it on, quote it out of
Yeah.
nowhere.
Yeah.
So like if you're watching this, like the guy in Clockwork Orange, nonstop, it's gonna infiltrate every part of your life.
They got, in every North Korean household, you got a picture of the dear leader on the wall, and below that, a shelf with one DVD on it.
Yeah.
Despicable Me.
It's one of those packaged DVDs that comes with like all 4 movies on one disc.
God, that would be amazing.
Yeah,
For a
that's a
North
lot
Korean?
of content.
They're so used to watching one movie.
Yeah.
4 movies?
Exactly.
That's yeah, it would, and look, it lends itself to the believability that they are a traditional red-blooded American worker. I love the Minions.
Yeah, seems American to me.
Uh-huh.
Who doesn't love those darn minions? Me.
Some
What if the
researchers
only
say North
reason the
Korean
Minion
workers are
movie was
particularly
made was
drawn to
actually
using the
because of
name
Koreans?
Evan as a pseudonym after the golf-loving Minion from the second
Are you
movie.
talking?
There's a minion named Kevin.
Can't-
I
hear you.
guess in May 2024, a North Korean engineer going
It
by the
sounds
fake
better
name
in my
Kevin
headphones now.
Taylor.
Does it sound better?
You're still almost impossible to hear.
Great.
Sounds like it's not even coming through the same microphone now.
Fantastic.
That's why you should just have your audio and video hooked up to the same machine.
Spent about 90 minutes of his workday researching Vector Perkins, the warm-up suit-wearing supervillain rival. He read from the fandom wiki, searched for Vector Perkins images, even checked out a Screen Rant article about Vector's return in a short film, said Evan Gordenker, a consulting director with the security firm Palo Alto Networks.
Wait, so this is... I think they actually love... They do love the franchise. They love the movies, but they don't have access to, like, the North American internet unless they're doing
think
one of
it's
these
gonna change
cybercrime
anything.
jobs. So while they're doing that, they're like, yeah, I'll steal the crypto, but while I'm lost...
Well, the issue with the echo was caused by the additional settings being turned on, which you can't turn on if you're using your audio input as the same one you're using for your audio output monitor.
logged in.
Okay, well
Like,
the
might
only
as
the
well
only
check out
output
fandom.
options that I have is my speakers or the device.
Okay.
So
Okay, you didn't listen to what I just told you. Your audio was going... You were using your... How are you monitoring your audio? Is it the laptop or the PC?
the laptop.
And you're also using that as your audio input, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so like I just said, if you have your audio output monitor separate from the audio input, then you can turn off those settings that were causing the echo through your output. Like if your input and output audio are on separate fucking captures, then it won't echo and you can turn off the settings.
It's not gonna matter because the audio.
Okay, then
is gonna
don't do
come
anything.
through-
Whatever.
the
Then
audio's
don't
gonna
ask me.
come-
I don't want to hear about it.
Of course you
.com.
don't. Because
I told you the
have
solution.
a device
For
that
all
I
of my
have to
minion
stick
related
I don't want to hear about it.
Watch the movies,
which
and as you're
creates
watching,
an
them,
Can't hear you
you have
anyway,
a
yo.
notepad and a pen
Yeah.
out, and you write down
Cool.
things that you'd like to look up later.
Yeah.
And then you go in to do your cybercrime, and you look up those things that you want to reference later.
Yeah, you can even download images on your computer to look at them later.
Yeah. You can print them out. You can do all kinds of things. You can send them to friends if you wanted to.
That's right.
Uh-huh. In informal chat messages between the workers that were viewed by the Wall Street Journal, they sometimes greet each other with the salutation, "Hey, minion."
Okay.
They refer to the boss as Gru.
Okay.
And in late 2024, an anonymous collective of security researchers investigating the North Korean problem uncovered a cache of images on an unsecured Google Drive. Among them was a photo of an alleged North Korean IT worker standing in front of a large Minions promotional display created by a Laotian telecommunications company. He poses, back straight, for the photo as two children play with toy minions in the background.
Yeah, I think they just really like the Minions.
Maybe there's like a Minions web portal we don't know about, and that's how they access things. Like, you know how like in the olden days, back when AOL existed, you would have to go to like certain sections to access not the real internet.
Yeah.
You'd have to go to like the Minions area. Maybe it's like that.
It's like the one thing that
What?
isn't blocked
Yeah.
over there.
There's probably, you know, a plugin or
I don't
whatever
understand
for a
what he
browser
means.
that turns everything into Minions references. And maybe that's how, maybe much like the Wind Talkers, they send coded messages through Minion speak that gets
Yeah.
decoded through a translator.
Fuck.
How deep does this go?
I'm just curious now, like, what's the Minions Despicable Me fandom like in like South Korea? Like, is it super popular there? Like, it seems like it would
I
have
feel like
to be.
with all of the access to it, like you would get over it. But maybe this is like a like hyper focusing on it.
I'm just saying, like, is it popular throughout East Asia, or is this just a total fluke? Because it would make sense if this franchise was just hugely popular in South Korea, and South Koreans are like, you guys got to see this. I'm
Yeah.
sending a balloon.
I mean, it's a worldwide franchise. We all know that. It's made millions upon millions of dollars,
It has.
spawned multiple movies, and look, they're simple, they're cute, they got their own little language going on. They love doing little farts.
Some of them got 2 eyes, some of them got 1 eye.
Yeah. Anyways,
So yeah, that story is a gift, and we have so many questions. Like, do these North Koreans genuinely love the Minions franchise?
Yes.
It seems like yes.
Yeah.
And regardless of whether they do or don't, why are they leaving clues like this? That's like something you'd see in a Minions movie.
Elliot, they can't help themselves.
When you're doing crimes, you're trying not to like leave a calling card. Like, that's something you see in movies a lot, but it doesn't make any sense in like a real world
No,
setting.
they can't help themselves. Much like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, he has to have his son monitor his porn usage so that he doesn't do it. So that's the thing. When you're that hooked on something, you're gonna take a little peek.
Yeah, they're not doing it on purpose. Okay. Also, like, does Kim Jong-un know about this? How does he feel about being the Gru to these minions?
He
Probably
should-
pretty good, I guess.
He should like recreate. At Universal Studios Hollywood, they have the giant minion that peers over the entire city of Studio
Yeah.
City in North Hollywood. He should build that into one of those gigantic hotels that go unfilled.
Yeah.
Just peering down on people. He should actually make, if I was Kim Jong-un, I would make the giant minion my secret lair, and I would have my window be the eyeball.
You remember when Jair Bolsonaro was sleeping in the guest room of some UFC guy in Miami, and the room he was sleeping in was Minions themed? It had Minions bed sheets, Minions on the wall, Minions pillow.
Maybe
Wonder
this
if
is
Kim
like-
Jong-un sleeps in a Minions bed.
Maybe they really do just love the idea of these cute little. They love that they support their leader
Yeah.
no matter what.
The
They
Minions,
love him.
they embody the Jewish spirit, which is it's the specific
Juice?
form
I don't know that.
socialism they
I
practice
don't think
there.
that's
It's
how you
called
say
Juice.
it.
And the Minions are a great example.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe Kim Jong Un loves the Minions franchise. I mean, Kim's dad, very famously, was quite the cinephile, and he even kidnapped South Korean filmmakers to make movies for him. So I don't know. What would Kim Jong Il think about all this? Would he be like, you stop watching this stuff's for babies,
Yeah.
watch some good shit.
They don't have to translate it because
We don't know if Kim Jong Un watches the Minions, just that the North Koreans
Anyway,
like it.
Also, now that the jig is up,
They're assuming
are they gonna
too
keep
much.
on doing this with the Minions, or are they gonna have to find another popular children's animated franchise to work off of?
They should get into Elsagate.
Yeah, they're like a decade late, but fuck it.
Yeah.
In any case, thank you, North Korea. Thank you, Kim Jong Un, for the content. It's been a while, but always a pleasure. I'm gonna be thinking about this for the rest of my life.
You know how like in World War II they would paint the sides of their planes like hot chicks and stuff like
Yeah.
that? Like if North Korea ever does go to war, they're gonna have minions painted all over the bombs and airplanes.
That's right. For good luck.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if during one of those parades you saw a minion secretly painted onto one of the sides of those bombs.
Or just a minion.
walking alongside everyone.
You got all the soldiers walking in perfect lockstep, better
Oh.
than any American soldier could ever march. And then right in the middle, you got a fucking minion.
Yeah.
There he is. And the crowd goes wild.
They're all wearing denim overalls.
They see the minion and they start crying
Yeah.
like the way they cry when they see Kim Jong-un.
That's right.
They just can't handle it.
I mean, when they brought those life-size minions to Machinima over a decade ago, I got pretty emotional about it. I was like, I can't even look at these things.
I did not. I was very put off by it. Get that shit out of here.
No, I couldn't look at it because I was like, it's weird. It's like it's fully anthropomorphized because
Yeah.
they had, like, they weren't kids, but they were short adults inside of it, so they were
Yeah.
like full-size minions.
There's certain cartoon characters that I don't like seeing anthropomorphized versions of. Like the Disney cast, I can handle that. That works for some reason. But when I see like a SpongeBob in real life, I don't like that.
You know who loves minions too, or at least briefly did? Donald Trump. Remember
does
at Halloween where he like patted his head and then left the candy on the minion's head?
I don't know if he even knew what that was. It seems like he might have thought it was a table.
Yeah.
Trash can.
Very cool.
But moving on now from North Korea news to another classic weekly weird news subgenre, medical imposters.
Oh, good.
And while this latest imposter was not bold enough to pretend to be a doctor, she took pretending to be a nurse to such absurd lengths that it seems like she'd have been better off just putting this energy into actually attending a few years of nursing school.
It's always how it goes.
Here's the Washington Post.
Pennsylvania police say a woman posed as a nurse to fraudulently treat patients in facilities across the state in an elaborate racketeering scheme involving at least 10 aliases. Shannon Nicole Womack, 39, was charged with identity theft, forgery, endangering the welfare of care, and other charges, Pennsylvania State Police said. She is also suspected of impersonating 4 nurses from southern states and using their identities to secure short-term nursing stints, police said, adding that their investigation identified about 20 aliases and 7 social security numbers associated with her. Once employed at these facilities under false or stolen identities, she diverted patients' prescription medications, authorities said. She was very crafty at this whole organization, State Police spokesman Rocco Gagliardi said in an interview Wednesday, adding that police uncovered outstanding warrants against her in Georgia,
What a name.
Tennessee, New Jersey, and Indiana, including on charges of fraud and practicing nursing without a license. Once the states get a hold of her in any sort of way, she would just bounce to a different one.
I love that about this country. You got trouble in one state,
You just
go
leave.
to a different one.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they gonna do about it?
Our hands are tied.
Yeah, it also means we have like different databases for all sorts of things. So you do a bunch of bad shit, they say this is a bad nurse, don't hire her.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna cross the state line and start fresh. You get 50 clean slates in America.
That's right.
The alleged scheme began in 2020, police said in a statement, adding that Womack used aliases to pose as a licensed practical nurse, and registered nurse supervisor at rehabilitation and nursing home facilities across Pennsylvania. Womack,
And then
whose
she
alleged
would let
aliases
the old
included
people die and
Shannon
steal their
Abigail
identities?
Parham, Shannon Nicole Robinson, and Shannon Nicole Lawson, was able to secure nursing jobs by submitting fraudulently
She should
signed
run for
documents to
Congress.
staffing agencies, and also by creating a false limited liability company to deploy herself to multiple jobs, according to Pennsylvania State Police. Authorities in Pennsylvania said they began investigating Womack in April after a traffic stop when she was driving on Interstate 79 in Washington County. Authorities executed a search warrant on Womack's car and found multiple forms of identification, prescription medications prescribed to different victims, medical documents, and various pieces of medical equipment, police said. Even once Womack was in custody in Pennsylvania, authorities struggled to confirm her identity because she used so many aliases and social security numbers across different states, Gagliardi said. She went to really great lengths to pursue this idea to take nurses' information, use it as her own, and it was really lengthy research and development on her own account because for 5 years she was running the game.
Yeah, it seems that the main purpose of this scheme, aside from getting paid for a job she was not qualified to do, was stealing prescription opioids from patients. And it also sounds like she wasn't very sly about it, with staff at one of the facilities she worked at putting her on the do not retain list after just 1 day of her working there.
Yeah, we're not hiring her again. Something about this lady.
Uh.
No.
Yeah. You'd think that after faking being a nurse at so many different places, she'd be able to fake it better, but, apparently not. And what's unclear in all this reporting is whether she was stealing opioids for her own personal use or to sell it, but regardless of who the drugs were for, this is an insanely convoluted way to get your hands on some drugs that's also way more illegal than simply stealing it. And with the long list of charges she's facing, it sounds like she could go away for a very long time, which, good. She shouldn't be pretending to work with sick people in order to steal their drugs. But also, it really should not be this easy for someone to do that if they want to.
Yeah.
It's the LLC that got it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my staffing company. The staffing company wouldn't vouch for me.
It seems like, especially with medicine, it should not be hard for at the national level to, have a basic idea of who is actually licensed to do this job and who isn't, and what they fucking look like. So you can't
it's a
just
staffing shortage. Let them in.
Steal someone's social security number and just go get a job as a nurse.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
The only way she was caught? Proclivity for minions posting on Facebook.
Yes.
Every single state, those minions would pop up on pill bottles like you wouldn't believe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The minions are the dead giveaway. The
Yeah.
calling card.
She called her opioids the little minions, her little helpers.
A couple more minions.
Mommy's little helpers. Yeah.
But speaking of workplace misconduct, this next person's actions definitely don't legally or morally rise to the level.
I want to just cover this. We got an email about this story. It's really crazy. We got an email from a guy named Ollie. A few days ago, ICE agents tried to illegally enter our house and subsequently arrested my father the next day. He, along with my entire family, are here legally, and we have no idea why they would take him. But as we communicated with ICE and law enforcement, we found out some very unsettling details. As it turns out, ICE has been ordered to ethnically target and detain Iranians, citing the ongoing war as the reason to do so. We've seen a lot of video footage over the past couple of weeks of Iranians being targeted. Regardless, and you would imagine it would be the opposite. Like, you would take Iranian refugees if you were waging some type of propaganda war.
That's what we did. So much of the Iranian diaspora here are people that were more pro-capitalist friendly.
You would think you would venerate them instead of targeting them for deportation. Goes on. Apparently, they'd received an anonymous tip about my father. However, he and my entire family are from Libya and have no ties to Iran at all. Even after realizing this, ICE is still refusing to release him. They have quotas they need to keep.
Wow.
He says, I'm contacting you because this story perfectly illustrates the dangers of the current administration.
We should ask them if they want to keep their quotas or their kneecaps.
I publicize this story to help my own father and family, but to warn others and spread information about the horrific tactics ICE is using in its ethnic targeting campaign. He links to a news article. Do you have that article?
Is that the window smashing? Because I have his GoFundMe, right?
Yeah, let's get, before we get to the GoFundMe, get to the, I think they have a news article in that. No, they don't, I guess. I thought I sent it to you in the email. Check and see if you get it in the email. But
hell
this,
yeah? What are you hell yeahing?
We do a video of a different Iranian.
Their
man
kneecaps
getting
being harvested?
And we'll play that in a moment. But this is from a Greensboro man. You Google a Greensboro man from Libya detained. Yeah, this is it.
The Maryland man hoax.
Greensboro dad in ICE custody. Attorney says agents may have the wrong man. Play that video. I don't know. Maybe that video is. This is from Channel 2 News.
This evening, a Greensboro
They don't need
man
him.
is in ICE custody. His attorney says agents may have the wrong man and is asking a judge to release him.
Yeah, at this point, it's unclear why ICE detained him in the first place. 2 Wants to Know's Ben Briscoe digs into what we know and what we're still trying to figure out.
ICE's public detainee locator shows Mohammed Nasser of Greensboro is in a Georgia immigration facility. Family members say the father of 5 has been locked up for 7 days now. We pulled court records that show before this, the only time he's been in trouble with the law was for traffic tickets, having an expired registration, and failure to wear a seatbelt back in 2016. We're still working to learn what led ICE to detain him. A question his own attorney is still asking also.
He had a work permit, he was working, his kids are in school, his wife has a PhD, This is not somebody that would ever have been detained.
Why do you think he was targeted by ICE?
I had a lot of questions for him about his ties to Iran and the Iranian government and his opinions about the Iran-Israel conflict.
But the attorney says Nasser's never been to Iran, and he came here legally from Libya.
The most obvious question that shows that there was some kind of mix-up is when the officer asked him, what has been the response of the San Diego-based Iranian community to the conflict between Iran and Israel? Why they would ask somebody who's never been to California, never been to Iran, has no ties to Iran, what his assessment of the San Diego-based Iranian community's response to the Iran-Israel conflict is. I think there was a mistake.
I've reached out to ICE multiple times to find out why they say Nasser's...
As far as we know, he's not been released. There are so many of these horrific stories. Here, totally legally. And yet, this is the machine that is working here.
Asking about our foreign policy.
We have a link to their GoFundMe. We'll put that in the podcast and YouTube descriptions.
But you can look up the name Mohammed Nasser, MohamedNasser, and the GoFundMe will also come up, but it's in the link
In
below.
this GoFundMe, his family says that ICE mentioned detention quotas and zero release policies is
which means
the excuse for him not being released.
And
they acknowledge it's a mistake.
And it's a mistake. We still keep you because we need the numbers. We can't have a clicker.
Why would they release him?
Yeah, and this was enabled by the Laken Riley Act. I just want to be clear about this because it allows immigrants who are accused of crimes, not convicted, accused, to be detained by ICE while with an opportunity to ask for release, basically. But this is exactly what we said was likely to happen when the Laken Riley Act passed. It's going to be it could be a neighbor that has some sort of beef with somebody next door. And
Beef is what's for
them.
dinner.
It could be somebody just racially profiling you in the neighborhood. And if ICE says that they have some sort of, like, they're basically using this reasonable suspicion standard and there's been no recourse for it, but the pretext that allowed them to go even further on that was the Laken Riley Act, which allowed for this ICE detention based on accusations.
We have another example of this far from across the country, basically, from the last one. This one is in Beaverton, Oregon, where a man driving his kid to preschool gets stopped by ICE, and they love to use that thing to shatter the door. I mean, it's a
toy.
Nuts. But watch this.
Now let's go to Oregon, where a father who was in the process of immigrating to the U.S. from Iran was detained by ICE while dropping off his child at a
Sucks to
preschool.
suck.
That arrest happened on July 15th.
Go back to your own
The family
country.
has released new video of the incident. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call has much more on this. Chanel, thank you for joining us today. What can you tell us about this video and exactly what happened last week?
Hey, Mugo, good morning. That video was released by the family and provided to us here at CBS News through the family's attorney. And what you're about to watch here is the moment 38-year-old Mahdi Khan Babazadeh was pulled over by ICE near his daughter's preschool.
His name's
happened in
Opposite
Beaverton,
Day?
Oregon, just outside Portland. Take a listen.
Where are you heading? Daycare. I'm sorry? Daycare. Okay. Where's daycare? Just to Beaverton. How far? 5 minutes. Hell, hold on. I'm getting out. I'm getting out.
So, Mugo, here's how a U.S. Customs Immigration Enforcement spokesperson describes what happened next in this video. They say ICE tried to arrest him during a traffic stop. That's when he asked for permission to drop his child off at daycare. There was about
Pause it
5
for a
minutes away
second. I
from
mean,
where they
here's the
stopped.
thing that doesn't even make sense. ICE is doing traffic stops now. We pulled him over for blinker wasn't on, and then we just happened to have 6 guys with masks who were here. They're
what the
obviously
fuck?
casing this guy and following him as he leaves his home. Don't care that his kid's in the car. Maybe like the fact that his.
This
the
is
kid's
why
in the
we need
car.
to get their kneecaps.
Maybe they think that's going to make him more compliant. I don't know. Or maybe they think it's going to make for better video. I mean, this is just. And we're going
It's
to
called
10,000
deterrence.
more of these
We have to make the
effing
brown
Nazis.
people afraid of America.
brown shirts.
We don't even know, I mean, their identification at all. We talked about this, but them covering their faces like this, like, what we need to know who these people are. I think that,
don't be silly.
folks within DHS or ICE need to start leaking names and things like this to the media, because I want, like, people on trial when this is all over.
That's why it is very, very important to get all of this, as much of this on record as possible.
Yep.
Because all of these people should be aware that there's an opportunity for them to be held to account. All of them.
And no turning the page, like, and also no accountability, no lack of accountability for people at the top, too.
Yeah, Homan. Is there more of this?
Happened. The agency, we're told, allowed him to move into the school's parking lot where they said he, quote, resisted arrest and refused to exit his vehicle. The spokesperson said ICE agents then, as you see in the video there, broke one of the windows of that vehicle to, quote, complete
Sounds like
the
horseshit.
arrest. The 38-year-old chiropractor was born in Iran, is married to
Pause
a
it
U.S.
for a second.
Chiropractor
Also, in the
deported.
background, now keep that up there. The reason why
I thought he wasn't born in Iran.
is because his kid is in a car seat, sitting in the back as they're smashing that window open.
Future PSL member.
Just completed his green card interview a few months ago, so now he was in the process of awaiting a final decision on that green card before he was picked up by ICE. An ICE spokesperson telling us here at CBS News that Khan Babazadeh was arrested for overstaying his visa, but a lawyer, Mugo, who is now consulting the family on this case, issued a separate statement saying that that claim is, quote, completely false. That lawyer, I want to mention, also told local media that Khan Babazadeh was being held at an ICE detention center in Tacoma, Washington, and ICE is saying that he will remain in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. So lots to follow on this case, but what's
Epic.
new today is this video coming to us from the family.
Crimes.
So in addition to what Emma
Remember
said
everybody,
about,
just
hunting
criminals.
These guys like Nazi hunters followed Nazis flee in Europe. The Democrats also need to mass amnesty.
Yeah, we
these
need to
folks
get our
and
own
them out of this
kneecap
goddamn
hunters.
limbo that these people have been in, and massively expedite the process to make them full citizens.
You owe me 100
'Cause look,
Nazi scalps.
I'm not in
Their
favor of
hands for
killing
this
them.
long
Like,
has turned what
you can
was,
get
I
a
would say,
fucking
maybe-
metal
I
kneecap,
would've
you
thought,
know?
like, maybe
You're
catastrophic,
perfectly
hysterical,
capable
You
of
can get a
living
worst
life
case
after I
scenarios,
get
and
your
you think about
kneecaps.
what they might
Yeah,
go
you
through
can
But
in
I'm
their
just saying,
future,
metal
restitution.
skull cap
to
as well.
being just our daily life and what we see
Scalp 'em.
in every one of our communities.
Oh,
And
no,
we
no,
just
no,
gave
no,
The ICE more money than the FBI.
Just want them to
has
have a
do
limp for the
this.
rest of their life.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our
Maybe a
daily
little
show.
pain
We
when
do
it rains.
every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Then they'll know. It was me.
Knock them over, then
Okay.
stomp on their femur. That's a pretty
But there's something
irrecoverable
important.
I remember
should say.
this
injury.
guy
And
being
make
like
some
super
sense.
retarded.
Actions, personality.
Oh, by the way, so one of the things that I saw about this reaction to the South Park episode is like libs
Oh,
being
good
like,
Lord.
I just wish they wouldn't say retard so much.
Oh my god.
And like, let me seriously ask you a question.
Is Donald
okay?
Trump retarded or not?
Have you ever once refer to a actual medically cognitively deficient person as retarded?
Me? No. Not for a long time, honestly.
You know, it's almost like it's already separated. We're not talking about those people.
Yeah, it really it's kind of fun. It really has been reclaimed.
Nobody
Like, obviously-
nobody ever says, "Oh, this is my son. He's retarded."
This is my retarded son.
Yeah, exactly.
Proud of my retarded son.
No, but exactly. This is my point. It's like, what are we up in arms about? You know what I mean?
Well, it's really funny because my friend, I have a friend who literally has a mentally disabled sibling, right? And he is probably the person I've heard use the word retard the most.
Also, like, mental
And
retardation is like not a fucking like actual like we refer to the people with the specific diagnosis now.
Yeah.
Like,
as,
you're not going to call an
disabled,
autistic person
mentally
retarded.
disabled. Yeah. No, that's exactly right. And this is like, I'm still kind of trying to reduce how much I use it, keeping it for only the most stupid people.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's like, I prefer troglodyte and knuckle dragger at the moment. Those feel.
The thing, like the same with like
I was dropping out. Hold on, go again. Oh, we might both be dropping out actually, because it's saying I'm having bad connection as well. We're getting DDoSed.
Is it bad?
No, I'm good. It's all you. You're still pretty choppy. But yeah, like because I used to say it quite liberally, I would say. It's I just feel like I've been talking to a few people and just being like, I don't know, it's just like I'm trying to use it less. Preferencing
Anyway.
other insults, but it's like,
But I
I've
think
also
that-
been using it. I've been using it like in a practical sense of retarding, right? And calling people
like
politically retarded, as in like their
being
political
able when
ideology
you
is being held back.
encounter far right and they try to fucking start using slurs and shit, and then they can't because they've been banned so many times for using
Yeah.
slurs.
Yeah.
Like, I just find it extremely effective to immediately break down what they've characterized me and strawmanned me already. Like, I think the use of vulgarity for civil rights is a very tactical weapon. And the same
Yeah.
people crying about it are
I mean,
the same
look, if-
people who use words like houseless individual.
Look, man. If like a perfect example is these fucking idiots who always save my picture. Those people, they're the kind of people I'd call retards. Because like they're already not participating. Or if the word faggot didn't get you instantly banned, or like get the tweet instantly flagged and like suppressed, anytime somebody like save my picture, that's what I'd be calling them. I just retweet it with that. I'm just like, cool. Instead, I use homo, and honestly, homo is a little more effective, I think. But it really depends on the situation and the timing. Sometimes a good hard F is just what you need.
I'm telling you, bro.
Sometimes.
As a homo, Nothing disarms these bigots faster than calling them the slurs that you know they want to call you.
Yes.
Because it breaks them.
Yeah, which is why I always make fun of them when they save my picture. It instantly puts them on the defensive. It's very funny. Or they block me. The cultural differences between... Well, Australians have always used the word retarded. Like, it never disappeared.
That's
here.
retarded.
And it's literally... It's pretty much always been, at least as far as I can remember, the application that it's mostly used in these days.
Okay, anyway. I'm pretty sure we watched this guy before and he said some dumb shit.
Okay.
Is an institutional forces shaping the Democratic Party in 2025. And I want to do that with this chart. As you can...
Okay.
That's a bad chart. Wow.
See, what we have here is
The
a political
DSAs
compass, a Zoomer political science staple, but
Progressive?
I don't think the traditional
got Dark
social policy
Brandon.
and economic policy axes
Wow,
really
okay.
make a ton of sense here, so I'm going to change it. On the x-axis, we have left and right. If a faction is generally more progressive, they'll be on the left. If they're generally more conservative, they'll be on the right. This is within the Democratic
necessarily.
coalition, though, so keep in mind that while someone might be on the right of this chart, that doesn't mean that they're as conservative as Mike Johnson or something. On the y-axis, we have aggressive...
Yeah, this is only for the Democratic Party.
Ah.
To cautious.
Interesting.
Longtime viewers will know that one of the big issues that I think is dividing the Democratic Party right now is how aggressive to be towards the Trump administration and Republicans in general. People closer to the aggressive side of this chart are more likely to support
start coming
forceful,
out and just being like,
strident,
Trump, you're
unwavering
retarded.
opposition, and people closer to the cautious side are more
Stop
likely
talking.
to support the ideal of bipartisanship
Donald
as
Trump,
well
our
as more
special
understated,
president.
calculated political maneuvering. I promise it will start making sense. Let's go. Let's start with the top right quadrant. Here we have people within the Democratic coalition that are simultaneously a little more conservative, but still very anti-Trump. Pretty close to the Democratic Party's center is the wine moms, depicted as a box of Franzia on the chart. Now, you don't actually have to drink wine or be a mom to be in this category, but I think that captures the vibe of the group
Free
pretty well. This
Lexia makes you
category includes
sexier.
a lot of college-educated suburban voters, a lot of liberal religious people, and a lot of people with just
Absolutely
vaguely
nobody
liberal
is going to
dispositions.
understand what I just
They
said
have
there.
strong beliefs, but they also have a pretty typical kind of middle-class, upper-middle-class conservatism. In addition to having the standard set of liberal beliefs, they also value things like stability and institutional norms. Donald Trump, just as a person, is especially repugnant to this faction of the Democratic Party because of how obviously
Because he's
morally deficient
repugnant.
he is. I associate this
I mean,
faction
just
of the
look at
party
him.
with those "if Kamala won, we'd all be at brunch
He
right
sure
now"
is.
type signs that you sometimes see at protests. This group is often derided on the internet as cringe or out of touch, but you have to keep in mind that the people calling them cringe and out
Silly
of touch
libs.
are in many cases just their children who associate this style of politics with being embarrassing in school pickup lines. Up next, we have the top
That's 'cause it
right-hand
is
corner of the
embarrassing.
graph, people who are aggressively against Trump but are also on the conservative wing of the Democratic coalition. Irving Kristol, a man that I've seen referred to as the father of neoconservatism, has a quote that goes
Boo.
something like, "A neoconservative is a liberal that's been mugged by reality." But in 2025, it looks like a resist liberal might be a neoconservative that's been mugged by reality, because this is the land of the refugees from the Never Trump Republican movement. These are conservatives that have, over the last 10 years, become so disgusted with Trump and the Republican Party since Trump that they are, in effect or in actuality, just Democrats now. If you find it hard to believe that this kind of person
The
could
Chinese?
exist, take a look at what the Lincoln Project, which is a Never Trump Republican organization, put out recently.
If you're upset by Alligator Alcatraz, just wait. Because when the Trump era ends,
Bro, the Lincoln Project posted a bagger fucking meme the other week, and I hated that I had to retweet it because it was so good, but damn.
it open for the state and federal agents who abuse
I'll
their
retweet
power.
Democratic.
You built this
You know, hell, if a Republican is funny enough, which they never are.
from inside the wire.
Threatening to throw Trump officials and ICE agents into the prison that they're building down in Florida is more aggressive than the rhetoric you'll get from, like, 80% of Democrats, and certainly from almost every single elected Democrat. The
Lock her
Bulwark is
up.
another good example of a group
Pussies.
of never Trump conservatives that support the Democratic Party these days. Here's Bill Kristol, writer and former chief of staff to Vice President Dan Quayle, and my mutual on Blue Sky,
Billy Crystal?
talking about what he'd like to see.
Isn't that Mike
Okay.
Wazowski?
Hang on. Is this worse than saying follow me on
Wazowski.
X?
Support the Democratic
Possibly.
Party these days.
Let's
Here's
listen.
Bill Kristol, writer and former chief of staff to Vice President Dan Quayle, and my mutual on Blue Sky, talking about what he'd like to see happen to the Department of Homeland Security.
DHS really, I sort of had come around to defunding ICE about a month or two ago, but now I'm
Yeah,
just on
that's
the
pretty
defund
close.
DHS thing. Would this country ultimately be safer if there were
pretty
no
cringe.
DHS?
So pretty aggressive in terms of strategy and feelings about Trump.
Oh,
and
have
the
we added a
Republican Party,
third channel?
But still,
Now that we can add a third channel?
Yeah, don't we have the Rumble?
Is it still connected? Rumble. Rumble. Okay. Cool. Sure, let's
conservatives at heart, ultimately. I live in Texas, and I know a lot of people like this, people who were basically lifelong Republicans but could not stand Donald Trump. This faction is interesting because I think over time they've definitely become a little more liberal. I think as they've become more...
Sending data.
I was testing out vehicles.
Alright, we're live on Rumble. Yeah.
And there's this tank. It's called like the Meltmaster or something.
Yeah.
It is extremely short range, but any like, you know, what is, because I wouldn't say the frogs are kaiju class. Any frog class, any of those bigger guys,
they're
right?
infantry class, aren't they?
Anything big.
The,
Well, I would.
Doesn't the
I would-
dialogue literally say they're infantry?
Well, I would just consider infantry being the foot soldiers, like the bugs.
Special forces, then.
Anyway, any of those bigger targets, and even air, the tank fucks up because it's not exactly a flamethrower tank. It's like, it's sort of similar to how the Queen Anne's acid works.
Okay.
How it like stays in the air. So like, because it stays in the air, even though it's short range, as long as you're like arcing it up towards any low-flying drones or foot soldiers or anything, it just fucking annihilates them. It's insane how strong it is against them.
comfortable around liberals, and as they've continued to become more and more disgusted, basically, with their former party. Before I go on, don't forget to like the video and subscribe if you feel so inclined. Let me know in the comments where you'd put a politician or news outlet or institution of your choice on this chart. Okay, next we're going to do the conservative and cautious quadrant. These are people, organizations, and institutions that are within the Democratic coalition but generally favor a political strategy that emphasizes political norms, bipartisanship, as well as a slightly more conservative agenda. First, we have Democratic leadership, represented here by Chuck Schumer. What really defines Schumer and a lot of the Democratic leadership in 2025 to me is how reticent they've been to have really direct conflict with the Trump administration. Schumer, for example, was not willing to force a government shutdown earlier this year over a budget bill that had pretty wide opposition from within the Democratic Party. One of the big things that you'll hear from this faction of Democrats is talk about basically anything that Trump does being a distraction. Here's Nancy Pelosi talking about the Epstein case being a distraction, for example.
Is it your
But not like the
sense
Democrats
there's
are saying.
anything the president can do now to get his supporters to move off of the Epstein issue? Should he? Where do you land on this?
You know, again, this
Well,
is a
my friends are implicated, so I think that Trump is right.
Oh, I'm on that list. What was that, Nancy?
It's all off the subject of what they're doing with this budget that is harmful to the kitchen table, meeting the kitchen table needs of the American people.
This faction of the Democratic Party really does not seem to think that voters care about that sort of thing and wants to focus more on kitchen table issues.
Yeah, well,
if you've seen my
Nancy
video
Pelosi
about
is
the polling
150 years
addiction that some
old. She's
politicians
not
have,
really
you'll
in
be
touch with
familiar
people.
With Chuck Schumer's methods of trying to divine the will of
She's
the
also
American
most
median
likely
voter
living in
via
some
imaginary
hoity-toity
frame.
rich
Schumer's also
neighborhood of
said
San
when asked
Francisco,
what the Democratic
further
Party's
being out of touch
strategy
from the
is
normal
for
person.
combating
Wow,
the Trump
it's
administration,
fucking
that he
great
wants
that I don't have to
wait
pause
until
and I can
Trump
still clearly
messes up
hear
enough
you
and his
now.
approval falls in the polls enough that Republican politicians stop being too afraid to work with Democrats. Implicit in this strategy, I think, is a pretty high value placed on working across the aisle, so to speak. This point about polling brings me to the journalist Matthew Iglesias. I have a picture of him below Schumer here, less as a representation of him personally as a guy, and more as a representation of this idea called popularism, which is the idea that the Democratic Party needs to de-emphasize issues that polls show as being unpopular for Democrats. The
Big
key
show.
example of this kind of thinking from recent memory was popularists like Iglesias discouraging Democrats from talking about the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia too much because it was connected to the immigration issue, which was unpopular for Democrats at the time. I think this argument is maybe theoretically important to consider, especially whenever you're running up against a time crunch scenario like around an election. But with the benefit of hindsight, I think we can also see that that case, the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, and really the Democratic Party's reaction to the Trump administration's actions on immigration in general have actually made the Trump administration poll worse on immigration by intentionally emphasizing and shining a light on some of the worst examples. Democrats seem to have made Americans see the Trump administration's actions on immigration in a more negative light. Within this same quadrant, but further to the right, we have the Blue Dog Caucus. The Blue Dog Caucus
It's
is
pretty
basically
wild that
for
they
more
need Nancy
conservative
Pelosi
Democrats. If I'm being honest, lately, the Blue Dog or conservative
see Donald
Democrat
Trump's
label
policies
has
as
felt more
bad.
just like a
Wow,
signaling
you mean Donald
mechanism
Trump
to
is
mean I'm
implementing
not like
brown
the
shirt
National
state
Democratic
terror
Party
Nazi
because the
tactics?
National
You
Democratic
think that's
Party
good?
brand is so toxic in a lot of this country. This fits with how they describe themselves on the website of their co-chair, Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez. They say they are pragmatic Democrats, appealing to the mainstream values of the American public. The Blue Dogs are dedicated to pursuing fiscally responsible policies, ensuring a strong national defense, and transcending party lines to get
Sounds
things
conservative.
done for the American people. So you'd be hard-pressed to find an elected Democrat that would just outright say that they don't care about the budget or the national defense. That's pretty boilerplate stuff. But the parts about the mainstream values of the American public and transcending party lines should tell you a little about what they're trying to do here. It's a very localistic brand of politics as well. Here's Jared Golden and Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez talking about this exact thing.
We come from a place-based politics. We're not reading the party line. We're reading things that matter to our constituents.
People will look at a Blue Dog and say, like, oh, like they're conservative or something. But really, at the end of the day, I think many of the decisions we make are rooted in that loyalty to the communities that we represent.
So you can count on Blue Dogs to be a little more conservative than other Democrats in terms of their policy, very much interested in signaling their independence from the National Party or allegiance to conservative cultural practices in very highly visible ways. You can also count on Blue Dogs to be incredibly interested in securing some funding for their district or state so they can go back home and say, I know you don't like Democrats, but don't you like this bridge that I got built for you? In the bottom right-hand corner of the chart, we have the logo for the Teamsters. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters is a labor union that is known for representing people that work in fields related to transportation.
And they
of
voted for
people and
Donald
goods.
Trump. Do you reckon
But
they're
in
happy
truth,
about
the
their
union
vote?
is more broad than that, and they represent workers in a ton of different fields. They are a very powerful union in their own
What do
right,
you
but
reckon?
I'm using them here as a stand-in for a
I
lot
don't
of
know
labor
if they
unions
did.
that are right now caught in a
Well, bro
tricky
had his little
bind
speech
between a
there, right?
membership that more supports Donald Trump and an
The bald dude?
institutional
I don't think
history
they
of
endorsed
membership
anyone.
that leans more towards the Democratic Party. About 60% of Teamsters in an internal poll wanted the union to endorse Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Ultimately, the union decided not to endorse anyone at all. Tariffs are also an
okay,
area
he
where
didn't
some
endorse
unions
anybody.
have chafed with Democrats lately, as Trump's tariff regime rapidly polarizes Democratic voters against the idea of protectionism. This has put some unions that have historically supported some tariffs but also have a good relationship with the Democratic Party in a pretty awkward position. Now, it's not necessarily the same story for unions that represent more traditionally white-collar type work, but I'd say these kinds of dynamics are playing out across a lot of different unions that represent more traditionally blue-collar work right now. I definitely don't want to overstate things here. I'd say organized labor as a whole is still definitely within the Democratic coalition, but this is why the Teamsters are where they are on the chart. Moving to the top left-hand corner of the compass, we have people who favor aggressive stances and action against Trump and the Republicans, while also holding positions that put them on the more progressive side of the Democratic Party. As close as you can get to the middle here while still being in this corner, we have Ezra Klein, who is here not just representing himself, but also basically whatever you think of whenever you think of the liberal media. It's Ezra Klein, but it's also stuff like Pod Save America. A lot of the mainstream news catering to liberals goes here, I think. Absolutely anti-Trump and anti-Republican, while still maintaining an air of Washington, D.C. style respectability and intellectualism. People here like to think of themselves as progressive, but also pragmatic. This is where Numbers Fuckstein from the last video would be if he was on this chart. A lot of elected Democrats, the ones that you don't hear about on a day-to-day basis in the news, probably go here, I think. Elected Democrats that live in this zone, I think, would have been very into the idea of holding up those little signs at the State of the Union, and the fact that a lot of the Democratic base thought that this was not enough probably freaked a few of them out, actually. There's a few Democrats who I think I would have put in this spot at the beginning of the Trump administration, but I think have been emboldened to take more aggressive action, specifically because the base is demanding it. Cory Booker, I think, is a good example here. He's not traditionally thought of as some firebrand radical, but he staged a record-breaking 25-hour filibuster to protest the Trump administration, which I think was very popular among the base of the Democratic Party. Senator Van Hollen, who flew to El Salvador to basically get proof of life for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I think is another good example.
I thought
Both
he
of these
said
guys seem to understand
$25
the kinds of things
filibuster,
that the Democratic Party
but I
base
wasn't sure.
wants to be
He
seeing
definitely
from
said
its leaders right now.
$25.
Senator administration staged at the beginning of the Trump administration, but I think have been emboldened to take more aggressive action, specifically because the base is demanding it. Cory Booker, I think, is a good example here. He's not traditionally thought of as some firebrand radical, but he staged a record-breaking 25-hour filibuster to protest the Trump administration.
It might be just the way he talks.
Among the base of the Democratic Party. Senator Van Hollen, who flew to El Salvador to basically get proof of life.
I'm gonna stick with him saying dollar.
Both of these guys seem to understand the kinds of things that the Democratic Party base wants to be seeing from its leaders right now. Highly visible opposition that doesn't feel ordinary. Just north of the Ezra Klein photo, we have the logo for the No Kings protests. I'm using the No Kings protest logo just as a stand-in for where I think a lot of the Democratic Party base is right now. The No Kings protest itself was not an incredibly ideological affair. It was very much a big tent anti-Trump thing. I went to one and saw basically every kind of person, every ideological persuasion was well represented. I saw union people, I saw resist libs, there were even some anarchists that had set up a table. I'm putting it slightly on the progressive side, but really what united that protest and what united
anarchists would lose their mind if they heard that
necessarily ideology.
So-called anarchists went to the No Kings protest.
Not doing enough, is not fighting hard enough. This is why I think you see a ton of people get really excited basically anytime anyone does something very visibly against the Trump administration, regardless of the ideology that's actually motivating it. I'll see people in this camp cheer on AOC and Bernie's fighting oligarchy rallies one day, and then cheering on Gavin Newsom threatening to do a super gerrymander in California if Republicans try and do one in Texas. This group of people is just really
I've never seen
really
that happen
mad right now, and will support any politician that's willing to be mad with them. Briefly, I want to touch on Gavin Newsom because he occupies a kind of interesting space right now within the party, I think. He is an institutional Democrat. He is not some insurgent populist candidate. The man is a political animal of the highest order, born out of the California Democratic machine. Lately, he's clearly been trying to make some sort of pivot towards the center, but he's also governor of California, so I don't think he's ever going to be able to pull off moderate. So if he's like this, then who is the Newsom constituency? Well, I think if there is a hard core to Governor Bateman, it's that he really, really hates the Republican Party. Check out some of these clips.
Ron has literally the worst mental health.
Governor Bateman.
Forgive me, outside of Mississippi.
He do be like Patrick Bateman, though.
What, does he look at himself in the mirror a lot?
No. Just he. You telling me that you fucking don't get Patrick Bateman energy from Gavin Newsom?
Well, it's a response to Stephen Chung in the White House and his use of that word. I don't think they understand any other kind of language. So, but 9 out of 10
Yes,
dependent
absolutely.
states, welfare states, are Trump states, the donor states, disproportionately the blue states. 71% of the country's GDP comes from blue counties. These same crack-up counties with all these crazy liberals that can't get out of their own
counties.
goddamn way, and the world's come to an end. It's 71% of the economy of the goddamn country, man.
These are just a couple examples, but you get the sense basically anytime you hear him talk that there is some real venom there for the Republican Party. He hates the people that run the Republican Party, the people that fund it, the people that govern on behalf of it. He hates the results that it has produced. He's also had some very high-profile conflicts with the Trump administration lately regarding the Trump administration sending the National Guard and Marines to protests in LA, as well as the Trump administration threatening to withhold disaster aid from California. He is, I think, liberal anger at the last decade personified. And this is how I explain why he continues to attract loyal internet foot soldiers and endless speculation about a 2028 run, despite, to my eyes anyway, being a very party machine type guy in an age of populism and also being pretty flexible with his actual beliefs lately. Okay, moving on to a tendency that you mostly just see online, but one that I think is worth noting anyway because I think it has potential future cultural implications. Biden with laser eyes making finger guns on my political compass here represents dark woke. Dark woke, I think, is best understood as a total rejection of civility politics from the left. You'll see people referencing dark woke when talking about the recent trend of Democrats performatively cursing, but this isn't really it. There is a lot of cursing, a lot of name calling, that sort of thing. But more than that, dark woke is basically trying to adapt right-wing troll culture, but for the left, while attempting to aggressively assert cultural superiority over American conservatives. It's a reaction both to the modern culture of the right wing, which is incredibly supportive of trollish behavior, even from prominent politicians and influencers, and it's also a reaction to the sort of typical Democrat when they go low, we go high response to insult and bad
Yeah, well, the
behavior
Democrats are
from
pathetic,
Republicans.
and they should be doing
Here's a
this.
post with 8.5 million views and 144,000 likes on Twitter that I think is reflective.
Like, they're flinging
of
shit.
dark
You have to
woke.
throw
okay,
shit
finally,
back at
we
them.
move
It's
on
that
to
simple.
the rose logo of the Democratic Socialists
You're not
going to
win
This is
in a
people like Bernie
shit-flinging
Sanders,
contest.
Alexandria
Everybody comes out
Ocasio-Cortez,
filthy.
and of course the current darling.
And
of
if
this
you're not
faction,
flinging shit,
Democratic
you just
nominee
get
for
covered in it. It's literally that simple. Like, the Republicans, Trump, and all of these people have reduced American politics down to literal shit flinging.
Okay, but
And if
question.
you go on.
What if they're messy tails?
What does that mean? What?
Exactly. You don't know what it means. Look it up. Look up messy tails.
I don't want to.
Get back to me.
I do not want to. But it's not. You don't necessarily have to go to like the retards and the slurs of the world. You can just like you can equally throw shit back at them, like we were talking about before. Like when they do closeted gay shit, like homo posting about Donald Trump, just call them gay. Right, it's that kind of thing. Just gaslight them. Just literally just act like an abusive spouse towards all conservatives, and eventually they'll leave. Eventually they'll leave. They'll block you because they'll get frustrated because you're not giving in to their bullshit. And then they also hate it when you do it back to them. This is how you make them leave. I was fucking with some British people the other day because they posted some Falkland Islands bullshit. So I was like, oh, look at the British thinking invading an island that's nowhere near their country is brave and strong and powerful. I'm like, imagine almost nuking the Falkland Islands because you're incompetent. You fucking boob.
Fuck me.
And let's just say they were not very happy. And they disappeared real quick once I started mocking them for being British. I was just like, why are you British?
Nice teeth, cupcake.
Show me your dental records. Fuck the British. And also, I've screen recorded my maps, and I zoomed in on the Falkland Islands, and then I zoomed out and scrolled across the world and was like, oh, no England here. Zoomed back in on the Falkland Islands, zoomed back out, went to the northern the Northern Hemisphere and then found England. I'm like, whoa, I didn't realize the Falkland Islands were a part of the British Isles. Crazy. Fuck these people. It is crazy where the Falkland Islands actually is. I'm sure you're aware of where they are, right?
Uh-huh.
But let me just get a map
Basically
up for people.
Antarctica.
Yeah. Basically Antarctica. Right at the southern point of South America. So I just want to like really get a visual representation for this, right? So the Falkland Islands are right here. Right? Now let's... They be right there. So, look, no England. Crazy. We go up here. Oh, they're there. I guess because they're on the same... No, it's not even the same ocean. It literally isn't even the same ocean. The waters of the North Atlantic will not cross to the South Atlantic. Not even the same fucking waters. So you can't even argue that you have this island because same waters. Not even the same fucking waters. Opposite ends of the fucking globe. And these British fuckwits want to be like, oh, us almost nuking South America because Argentina wanted them. Cool thing to do.
Pretty based.
Pretty awesome. Fucking dickheads.
The mayor of New
Fuck
York,
the British.
Zoran Mamdani. This faction is generally progressive socially,
Why are
but
you
they're
British?
more defined by their economic agenda. Zoran Mamdani, for instance, won the Democratic primary for mayor of New York off of a platform that really emphasized things like rent freeze for people living in rent-stabilized units, making buses free, and a pilot program for
Nice.
city-owned grocery stores to make groceries cheaper. Most of this faction has also been very aggressive with its opposition to the Trump administration. The Fighting Oligarchy Tour is a series of rallies across the country headlined by AOC and Bernie, just as an example. This faction also has beef with the more establishment factions of the Democratic Party. The feeling is definitely mutual, by the way. One of House Minority Hakeem Jeffries' people told Politico that some of the more establishment-type Democrats in New York have taken to calling the more Democratic Socialist challengers in primaries team gentrification. Team gentrification is also an insult that you would only hear inside one of these internal Democratic Party fights. I just think that's so funny. Anyway, I'll continue. That phrase reflects that Mamdani turned out young progressives who, according to unofficial election data, were largely whiter and wealthier as a whole than the longtime residents of the districts represented by Jeffries and by others being targeted for primaries. But it also speaks to the resentment that many Democratic politicians in the nation's largest city and in places around the country that aren't as deep blue as New York have at being told by Mamdani supporters that there's a new reality that they all now need to adapt to, and quickly. I go back and forth about how important the actual Democratic Socialists of America organization is to this faction.
The helicopter's kind of slow.
Somewhat. Sometimes they seem
Kinda
relatively
easy for them to
savvy
shoot.
and capable. Sometimes they seem to get stuck in that Monty Python parody of leftists.
Judean People's Front. For the People's Front of Judea. Judean People's Front.
Life of Brian.
Wankers.
Certainly, though, the
I want to
Democratic
be a woman.
Socialist faction as a whole is influential. According to one poll, AOC, when respondents were asked in an open-ended question about which Democratic leader they
babies.
thought best represents the core values of the party, came in first with 10% of the vote, and Bernie Sanders came in second with 9%. I think it's also worth noting that this faction is where most of the prominent pro-Palestine activists within the Democratic Party are right now, but feelings about Palestine are improving across the Democratic Party. On to the final quadrant. This one should be pretty quick. Here we have people who are simultaneously progressive and more willing to collaborate with the Trump administration or Republicans. I think there's two groups that really come to
Pussies,
mind
you
here.
mean.
First, there's the kind of likes RFK Jr. section. I think people sometimes forget that RFK Jr. has been around doing his sort of anti-vax thing for a while. I think sometimes people also forget that there was a time when being anti-vax and being really into wellness, super skeptical of medicine, that sort of crunchy vibe that RFK Jr. tries to exude, wasn't just an exclusively right-wing thing. It was left-wing hippie-coded thing as well. A lot of those types of people still exist, and the ones that didn't just become Trump supporters with RFK Jr. go
Like
in this
that?
category. The other category in the progressive slash
Oh, like
cautious
none of
quadrant
these
is what I'm calling
rockets
the
I've
fell
shot
forward again
have
zone.
actually
People
hit.
don't typically
It's
inhabit
crazy,
this zone
'cause they're
permanently
so
or
far
for very
away.
long. This is generally something you slip into briefly from one of the other quadrants. Every once in a while, some
Hey,
national
nailed that
conservative
one.
type politician will come along and talk.
Hey, what happened?
Actually, or
Weird.
how Lena Khan was actually great at FTC because she was going after big tech or something like that. And some people will get way too excited about this before
Bruv,
the football.
that's
is
not why
inevitably
Lena
yanked
Khan was
away.
good.
I
The
saw
fuck
how
you talking
some of
about?
you were talking about Tucker Carlson whenever he was grilling Ted Cruz about Iran. This type of thing was happening a lot more at the
Grilling?
beginning of the second Trump administration, I think, even among people who are very much on the aggressive side of the political compass here today. It always surprises me how much it seems to surprise other people when the right-wing populists make some comment about how they hate international corporations or whatever. This isn't to say that there's nothing to criticize about corporations. There definitely is. But if you're a progressive, you should know that the reason that the national conservatives will occasionally talk about hating some corporations isn't because they just finished reading Capital. They haven't suddenly discovered class consciousness. They hate some corporations for the same reason they hate universities. They see them both essentially as exporters of cosmopolitan liberalism. Okay, so that's all the different factions on my chart, but there's something important I should say here really quickly. This video mostly talks about ideological factions, but it's important to remember that most people don't actually experience politics through the lens of careful ideological analysis or even this sort of
Okay, this
silly
video
thing
is
like I'm doing
pretty
here.
good.
There are
I don't
tons
know
of
what
other
we
ways to
watched
frame
with them
politics
before that we were
might be
laughing
more
at.
salient for people than ideology. People's various identities, things like religion, race, profession, gender, class.
Just
all
missed
of
that
these
artillery
things
round,
can
idiot.
and do impact politics. Professional political people also experience politics directly through their friends and colleagues. Just as an example, if you hear someone refer to Obama world or Biden world with reference to different camps of people within the Democratic Party, what they're talking about are basically different networks of people that worked in and around those campaigns and administrations. I can tell you that working in a political office or in professional politics with someone can build some bonds that transcend exact ideology. These are all topics for another video though, and anyway, analyzing things like this is kind of fun. So how would you organize the
Thought he was
different
gonna say
factions
kinda
of the Democratic
cringe.
Party? Where would you put famous Democrats on a chart like this? Let me know. Also, if you've made it this far, I've had a few people
my
ask
God,
me if they can
please.
support me and the channel.
Please.
So I have created a YouTube membership thing. Check that out if you're interested. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
I want to just cover this. We got an email about this story. It's really crazy. We got an email from a guy named Ollie. A few days ago, ICE agents tried to illegally enter our house and subsequently arrested my father the next day. He, along with my entire family, are here illegally, and we have no idea why they would take him. But as we communicated with ICE and law enforcement, we found out some very unsettling details. As it turns out, ICE has been ordered to ethnically target and detain Iranians, citing the ongoing war as the reason to do so. We've seen a lot of video footage over the past couple
Wild,
weeks
wacky action
of
bike, bro.
Iranians being targeted. Regardless, and you would imagine it would be the opposite. Like, you would take Iranian refugees if you were waging some type of propaganda war.
That's what we did.
And-
So much of the Iranian diaspora here
Fuck!
were people that were more pro-capitalist friendly.
You would think you would venerate instead of targeting them for deportation. Goes on. Apparently, they'd received an anonymous tip about my father. However, he and my entire family are from Libya and have no ties to Iran at all. Even after realizing this, ICE is still refusing to release him. They have quotas they need to keep. He says, I'm contacting you because this story perfectly illustrates the dangers of the current administration's immigration policies that you often discuss in the show. Not only do I want to publicize the story to help my own father and family, but to warn others and spread information about the horrific tactics ICE is using in its ethnic targeting campaign. He links to a news article. Do you have that article?
Is that the window smashing? Because I have his GoFundMe right.
Yeah, let's get, before we get to the GoFundMe, get to the, I think,
Did you find the files?
I don't even know what they look. What do they look like?
They're in the computer.
I'm being dragged by the bike.
just don't know how he labeled them.
I got it. Must be an on button somewhere. Press the Apple thing.
Oh my god, I can't even get back on the bike now.
I have a feeling this is one of those videos that is never going to see the light of day, guys. I have been having the worst OCD spiral I probably have ever had in my life. It's lasted a week straight. And I feel like you guys are crooked right now. I don't know. I haven't slept. I'm going to vent. Maybe I'll put a timestamp. Maybe I won't. But, okay, if you guys didn't...
Okay, so my conclusion is... the wild, wacky action bite might be the actual worst choice to pick up crates on this map. You would think, oh, it's just basically flat terrain. This has got to be where the wild, wacky action bike would be able to function proper. You can tell he's paying attention.
I'm paying a lot of attention. The video's not even playing.
That's why I said you can tell he's not paying attention.
I want to listen to the video.
No,
Play the
I
video.
have, at this point,
Yeah,
crippling.
that's, again, the reason I could tell you're not paying attention is because I just was sitting here looking at you, seeing if you would react to no air or anything.
You know,
You're playing game. I'm listening to the
It's
video.
kind of like living in Final Destination.
But you weren't. You were just sitting there, not looking up, not waiting for it to play, just sitting with dead air.
Every day, or that one series of unfortunate events, that one ant.
Never turn on the radiator. I'm frightened that it might explode. Well, I'm always afraid that the doorknobs will shatter into a million tiny pieces, and one of them will hit my eye. Come away from the fridge. If it falls, it'll crush you flat. I never cook anything hot. I'm afraid that the stove will burst into flames. I'll never sell this house. The Black Plague! Is it the Black Plague? I'm terrified of realtors.
Time. Any Hoosers, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona area. It's 110, it's 115, it's dead of summer, and my AC breaks down. And I'm also having electrical issues. And a lot of this might sound like caviar problems to some people, but for someone with OCD, it's like having a heart attack almost every day. So my choices are, I have some kind of blockage in my AC, so I can run it very high, like at 80 degrees, but there's a chance that it can still break down. So I just have to watch out for any sounds or see if any hot air starts, you know, and the compressor turning off, stuff like that. Or my second option is they brought me over a portable AC unit, but the AC unit electrical is too big for like the electrical in my building. Like the circuits are getting overworked. So when the portable unit's plugged in, all my outlets in my building and my unit get really, really hot, which is like, okay, anxiety, OCD, like level high, alert, like fire, like safety hazard. So I chose the latter option and letting my AC run at like 80. I put it at 82. At 82 for 5 days until the tech could come back and replace a part or something. Long story short, needless to say, I got no sleep within the last week. I was worried about the most are my cats. I was checking on them all the time. They were lethargic. I kept checking the AC. I kept singing to them that Benson Boone song. These beautiful things that I've got now. No, but seriously, stress. Trump has been adding to my stress. I have lost like over 5 pounds the last week and somehow skipped my period. I'm not gonna blame that on Trump. I think that has more to do with my OCD and
come on, bro.
Pressure at this point.
I fucking hate wild, wacky action bike.
He has given me the ick this week.
you resolve whether or not he did? And also, can you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey,
I
Pam,
could...
could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking
Motherfucker.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
That's totally Wild
This guy's been
Wacky
talked
Action
about
Mike's
for
fault.
years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you
No,
seen
it's
of
not
that?
the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax.
Put your phone down. Get off your fucking phone. I've already literally called you out once, and now I have to do it again. Because you literally didn't stop. Throw it in the other room.
Hold on.
Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him.
By now, we have all seen the video of Trump when they brought up the Epstein list, and he chimed in and said, "Why are we still talking about that when we have the floods going on in Texas and blah, 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 blah." Ew. As soon as I saw that, I got the ick. It gave me the feeling that people probably get that have TDS that probably hear
TDS?
Trump
You have
grossed out. I
TDS.
got grossed out, like, ew, how dare you? I knew you were writing checks your mouth couldn't catch. As soon as you said, you campaigned on that. You said, if I get presidency, I'm going to release the list. I knew that was a mistake.
These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden information.
It's hard to feel bad for Trump over this Epstein backlash because he and his team made this bed and now they have to lie in it. Because they talked about Epstein like there was this big conspiracy that needed to be released, this big bombshell, and once they got into office, they would release it. And the thing is, they were making these sort of suggestive promises before they were in office, before they had access to the confidential information they would need to even know if there was a bombshell. So, is there a bombshell? I personally think it's very unlikely that the client list exists. I'm sorry, I know that's not the popular thing to say, but why would a mastermind criminal like Jeffrey Epstein keep a neat and tidy list of all of his criminal accomplices for the authorities to find? And people say, oh, well, he's not releasing it because he's on it. And it's like, why would he even have suggested that they would release it if that were true? And also, there are so many people who have touched this case that I think it's highly unlikely that such a grand conspiracy could be kept under wraps by all of them, because the first person to release that would instantly become a legend. So I think the more likely possibility here is that Trump and his team unwisely were just saying what they thought people wanted to hear to get into office. It wouldn't be the first time that Trump has been loose with his words. So I know it's
Isn't
not
that
the
what Trump
grand
always
juicy
does?
conspiracy theory that everyone's talking
Yeah.
about, but I think the most likely possibility here is that Trump was simply writing checks that he could not cash.
Still don't believe Trump was on the list. I think he wouldn't have campaigned on releasing the list.
He didn't campaign on releasing
The
it.
Dems would have already released the list if Trump was on said list. And Trump was the one that already banned Jeffrey from his hotels when he found out he
No,
was
that's the only good
So
point you can make.
I don't think that's why Trump is not going to release the list. I think Trump should have checked first if there was a list.
I'm very big on holding our own accountable, so I have to say that this might honestly be the very first time where I've ever felt genuinely disappointed with Trump with how he's handling everything regarding Epstein. In fact, one of his biggest...
I believe in holding... Hang on. What an idiot thing to say. I believe in holding our own accountable, so that's why this is the first time I'm disappointed in Trump. Lady.
Going to completely release the Epstein list, and then he not only went back on that, but is now acting very strange when the conversation comes up.
If the Dems had the list first, wouldn't the Dems get rid of the list? Either there is no
She's
list,
just like
and
my
there
mom.
never was a list. Like, what did Jeffrey write down? The people on blackmailing and then, like, number it? I don't know. Either there was never a list, either the libs got rid of the list,
The libs.
or Trump is protecting the people on the list, like Bill Clinton and whoever else, and all those.
And Donald
Because
Trump.
I don't think he could have ever released the list, allegedly, just because the amount of huge names, like honestly, if a list like this exists, it's going to be the biggest names globally. It's going to be the biggest celebrities, queens, kings, politicians. Us commoners can never get that kind of information. They're still telling us we landed on the moon, and I'm one of those big conspiracy theories.
Oh my God, she doesn't think.
Is Jeffrey even gone? Like, he might be calling the shots.
She's so cool.
allegedly.
Two clips
Unreal.
that give off the same energy. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa, and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for us.
And don't get me started on Pam Bondi, on what she said after Trump gave me the ick, when she started giving all her excuses about why there's a minute, where it's over a minute, it's almost 3 minutes missing from that video footage. And apparently her excuse that like a minute is missing from every night, like an old system, apparently that is all bullshit. I heard, I don't know, that it has been tampered with. And why does she still have a job? Wasn't her job to release the Epstein list? Like, I don't know what her job is anymore if she's not gonna do that.
While you were asleep, they voted no. They said no, in a 5-6 vote, the files should not be required to be released.
Yeah, he's lying to you, and he's being so shamelessly disingenuous just so that he can push a political agenda. I thought the Epstein files were something that both the right and the left can agree on, at least the release of them, right? But anybody who can read basic English would have understood that the House committee didn't vote on whether they wanted to release the Epstein files or not. They voted to add legislation to release the Epstein files as an amendment to an existing bill, which is incredibly different than saying they voted against the release of the Epstein
No, it's not.
If everybody had voted yes,
What is this
would
cope?
not have released the Epstein files. It would have just added the
What is
Epstein
this cope?
legislation to a much larger bill, the Genius Act, which was about government regulation in AI and cryptocurrency. So no, they didn't vote against releasing the Epstein files. They just voted against adding the legislation to release the Epstein files to a much larger bill that has nothing to do with the Epstein files. Ask yourself why they're lying to you. This was never about releasing the Epstein files, because if it was about releasing the Epstein files, they would have introduced this as a standalone bill where there are no other issues involved, and we could see very clearly which of our congressmen were protecting this information.
I do understand that if there's
We can
any
see clearly
evidence,
which
like
ones are.
Corn, that they shouldn't release that to the public, that is understandable.
Why is she
But I
TikToking
just don't
when she's on
understand why you're
YouTube?
gonna run on something and
I have
then
no
act
idea.
like it's not a
She's a
big
strange
deal now.
person.
You ran on it, so people did vote for you. So you did pull a politician, you did run for your campaign, and now you're doubling down in some cases, acting like we're your past supporters, like we don't matter anymore. We're not stupid liberals. We're not in a cult.
We're not
gonna hold
Whoa,
your
whoa, 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 whoa.
So the talk of the town today is Trump's new truth. I'm sure all of you have
Did you
seen
hear that?
about how anyone
No.
who wants to know
It's
the
a bit-
truth
I'm-
about Epstein.
bit quiet.
And we're not stupid liberals. Like, you ran on it, so people did vote for you. So you did pull a politician, you did run for your campaign, and now you're doubling down in some cases, acting like we're your past supporters, like we don't matter anymore. We're not stupid liberals. We're not in a cult. We're gonna
Oh my
hold
God.
you. We're 10 toes down.
So the talk of the town today is
Sure you
Trump's
are.
new truth.
She's
I'm sure
delusional.
all of you have seen
I know, it's
about how
so
anyone
funny.
who wants to know the truth
The
about
Lulu is
Epstein
not the
is a
Lulu,
weakling,
sweetie.
and he doesn't want our support anymore. anymore. And this is really not
We're
a good
not
look
in a
for
cult.
him. It's looking more and more like a cover-up operation, and it's
Incredible.
a huge slap in the face to all of us, his base, who have been supporting him this whole time. But in a way, it's actually a good thing.
Well,
and
maybe
it's
you shouldn't
showing
have.
all of the haters that MAGA
The
is not a
haters.
cult. Because if we were
The
a cult, we would just
haters.
go along with this whole thing and we wouldn't ask any questions. But no, we are not standing for it. We are holding him accountable. We are demanding answers, and we want the truth. And just a little reminder that MAGA is much greater than Trump. Trump was the leader of it, and he still technically is. He's still doing a lot of good things. I will give him that. But MAGA is greater than Trump. We are MAGA. We are about making America great again. It's not about one man. It's about all of us. And we will not give in, let up, or surrender to this false narrative
Okay,
that they're trying
commies.
to push down our throats. We will continue pushing for the truth. So no matter what
Fucking
happens
dirty
or where
commies.
this goes, remember that we're in this together, and we will make America great
They really
again,
do be
with
stalling
or
us, huh?
without Trump.
Well, not like some of the conservative podcaster influencers, if you will, that are getting perks from the administration. They're still sucking on the Trump's nutsack, where they're like, breaking news. Trump is going to release everything. He's going to release the client list.
Well,
A
at
bunch
least
of
she's
fake
not
news,
that dumb,
because
I
Trump's
guess.
HQ, Trump's headquarters, and Trump, he knows he effed up. He knows as soon as those words left his mouth that they messed up. And now they're trying to backpedal.
Hey, did you guys hear the Epstein list doesn't exist? Look, I don't care who the president is. I don't care how good his administration is for America. They're f***ing lying to us. Look, if that list wasn't going to put dozens of billionaires, hundreds of politicians, members of the royal family, powerful Democrats, powerful Republicans, and half of Hollywood in prison, that
Hey, is this the
that
idiot
list
that makes
would
that shitty
definitely
music?
exist. When they say the list doesn't exist,
Yes.
it's kind of true, but it's only part true. The whole truth is the list doesn't exist anymore.
Shut
and
up
that's
and sing
because
your
they
songs,
deleted
monkey.
it. There you have it. Diddy's about to be a free man. None of the Epstein clients are ever going to see consequences from their actions, and regular people like you and me are going to
Wow, you
continue
mean
getting
the
locked up for
establishment's
pirating
protecting
Disney
the
movies
establishment?
and illegally
Crazy.
housing squirrels in our apartments. Seems like the system's working perfect. Have a good one.
Hell yeah.
Hey, maybe we
Free
should
Peanut the squirrel.
keep doing the same thing.
Trump is the best president
Because the
we should
system's
make-
working so well.
Keep making
Probably the
shitty
best
pro-Trump
president you're gonna
music.
see
That'll
in your
work.
lifetime. What he's doing with immigration is historical. What he's
Oh, but
doing
it's
with trade is
satire music,
historical.
remember? He's not
You
serious.
just can't write checks that your ass can't cash.
And look, I think this one
Speak for
surprised me a
yourself.
bit because of all these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think his approval ratings were going down with Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex, or close there too, in terms of his popularity with Republican voters, Epstein files, complaints, or not.
You just proved that not everything online is real
Yes,
in
hey,
real
who
life. Amazing.
Twitter and X are not reality.
Is there any reason that you can find that this hasn't taken hold and hurt him?
Yeah. I mean, on X, all you hear about is the Epstein files. But how about out in the real public? Republicans who said the top issue was Epstein case. The answer is one, and not 1%. One responded. This is a great little finding that Ariel Edwards-Levy, who of course is part of our polling unit, found. Just one single Republican said that the nation's top problem is in fact the Epstein case. Not much of a surprise that therefore Donald Trump's approval rating has not suffered with Republicans because of the Epstein case. Because the bottom line is most Americans say it's not high up on their priority list.
But yeah, do I still love Trump? Of course I still love Trump. But now he gives me the ick sometimes. I'm looking at him with a little different angle now. But let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Her cognitive
below. If you
dissonance
like this,
literally
give it a
can't
big
handle.
thumbs up,
It's
subscribe
breaking
if you're
down.
not already, and I'll see you in the next one. Boing, 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 boing.
You're so cringe.
Women's dating safety app, T, breached. Users' IDs posted to 4chan. Well, that didn't take long. Literally the day after I talk about it. this doxing app seems like it poses a lot of legal and safety risks. Like it's horrifying. Panopticon. Okay, someone doxed the doxing app? That's crazy. Users from 4chan claim to have discovered an exposed database hosted on Google's mobile app platform, development platform, Firebase, belonging to the newly popular women's dating safety app T. Rifting through people's personal data and selfies uploaded to the app, posting that data online. 4chan, da-da-da. T, which claims to have more than 1.6 million users, that's a lot, man. Reached the top of the App Store charts this week. Ooh. And has tens of thousands of reviews there. The app aims to provide a space for women to exchange information about men in order to stay safe. I really don't like the way 404 is covering this information. Yes, if you sent the T app your face and driver's license, they doxed you publicly. No authentication, no nothing. It's a public bucket. A post on 4chan said driver's license and face pics. Okay, so 4chan is scraping the data of the women who are using it because the app requires you be a woman, so it does that turfy like facial scan thing, you know?
Wow.
Where they're like,
sounds like a really bad idea.
You don't have facial hair, that kind of thing, and it docks that. I guess I don't endorse that because I feel like the people on 4chan are going.
You know anything about this?
No.
There's basically an app where women could, you know, it's like Rate My Professor, except for dating.
For dudes? That's a great idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing is that it's obviously like one of these fucking projects where they knew they could just pitch this and get money and have no knowledge of like how you should do something like this. So it's an app based around doxing problematic men that required you to upload ID.
Oh my god.
To their database.
Let me guess, they didn't secure it?
Nothing at all was done. Like the absolute like joke of fucking cybersecurity, and it's like, why don't you give it your social security number too?
Yeah.
Guess who created the app? A white guy.
Why did he make it?
Money.
Mm.
Come on, you think they actually care?
Maybe it was good intentioned and the dude's just a fool. I don't know.
Maybe if they had some men around to code their shitty doxing app, am I right? Am I right, fellas?
Be very, very mean to these ladies, and they don't all necessarily deserve it. There is a kind of cruel irony that the, you know, dox the men that you have interacted with through a dating app then ended up making you very doxable as a user of the app. The Palantir became the Palantee. Posted people's driver's licenses, da-da-da. The images in the bucket are raw and uncensored. Multiple users have created scripts to automate the process of collecting people's personal information from the exposed database. T launched back in 2023, but this week skyrocketed to the top of the US Apple App Store. When creating an account, users are required to upload a selfie, which T says it uses to determine whether the user is a woman or not. I don't understand, like, if you're going to make an app like this, why is it gender segregated? Like, aren't there also crazy bitches out there? Parentheses female?
But then the men could look up themselves.
Or I guess I don't really understand. You'd think a safety app would put more effort into this infrastructure. This leak is certainly due to irresponsibility on the part of the company, but also, let's be clear here, like, a lot of men really hate this app for reasons that are different to the reason I hate this app. I hate this app because it erodes social trust, and it folds all human interactions into, like, the omnipalantirism, right? And a lot of guys just hate the idea of women having standards. Like, it's 4chan. Let's not pretend this is being done for noble reasons, right? They're just looking to harass women. They have no idea if the usernames, faces, driver's licenses that they've scraped off of the app Like if the women there were bad, if they were just checking it out because they're curious, they might be they might have objected morally to what they saw on there. It doesn't matter to them. It's just hatred. T-App put out a statement regarding the compromise. They assert it's mostly older data, but not too old, but not too new. However, data dump nerds contend data is present in the dump from 2025, which conflicts with the statement from the developers. Okay. Hey, Heart T. We always want the space to feel safe, honest, and supportive, so here's what you need to know. I apologize. I'm being a little sexist here, but they kind of prompted me to do so with the heart and the teacup. First off, please know that if you signed up for T after 2023, all your data is secure. We recently discovered unauthorized access to an old archive system that stored around 72,000 user-submitted images, including approximately 13,000 images of selfies and photo identification submitted during account verification, and 59,000 images publicly viewable in the app from posts, comments, and direct messages from over 2 years ago. I'll stop with the voice now. Fast acted our team, da-da-da. Don't know if I necessarily believe them. Don't really trust the moral, you know, reliability of the kind of people who would make an app like this, you know? Why do they keep the images for verification? That's a great question. Why do they keep those images, you know? They wouldn't be making a bit of extra cash on the side selling data like every single other app, would they? I mean, it's not like this app is paying the bills with a subscription service, right? Like, it's like that with everything, man. If I recall correctly, their terms of service said they were supposed to delete it. Yeah, I've heard that one before. I don't know, man. Pretty spooky. Hopefully none of the women who got their information leaked are treated, you know, they don't suffer any serious... There's no reason to believe that they, just by virtue of having used the app, are worthy of any, like, personal attacks or anything like that. What is this? The T-App just ruined dating forever.
Sounds like coke.
Oh, no.
The T-App was designed to expose men, but it's exposing y'all women. It's showing just how dirty and nasty the men that y'all have been dealing with are. Y'all get on
oh my
with
God.
high standards that you don't have.
Do not victim blame.
Which is what I always say.
Okay, what about this one?
I am more embarrassed for the women than I am the men on that actual app.
Is this a common thing for more like TikTok or Zoomer coded media, where they do these really obnoxious pitch changes and what is it called, like reverb, little like when you repeat a syllable or something? Unfortunately, yes. I really hate that. Wow, I really hate that. Is that really necessary to hold people's attention? That is crazy to me. Okay, what about here?
Some viewers may find this just...
It's called tea, as in spill the tea, or experiences with these men.
Recently created this app back
searches to make sure the intent
Now, initially when I first heard about this, I thought, okay, this seems pretty decent. But it's getting a lot of backlash on the internet,
I like your jacket.
By a lot of men.
He's gay.
How the did I get on the T app? I used to work with him. He gave me gay vibes. What? I only worked one job with females, bro. And that was at Olive Garden when I was a server. And the reason why I didn't with none of y'all is because y'all was already all that on the job. Peep this. Already told me, showed me text proof on who the was already getting cracked. There was nobody at the Olive Garden.
Okay,
if he wanted to sell it, then that's different.
Also, Vosh, why are you assuming people on Chan boards would have a standard for being awful?
Dating is
I don't
weird,
assume
full
that.
stop.
I said the exact...
Incel vibes.
They do
there's
be
no
making
gender that is to
glip-glop
blame.
noises.
You are correct. There is no gender to blame. But those men are fucking weird dudes, and they should be called out for it. Alright, you're good.
Exact opposite. I said the exact opposite of that. I said I don't think that the people on 4chan would be leaking this with any kind of like moral discernment. You know what I mean? Or engaging with it.
Camp Creek Parkway. Yes, I set the location, and I know who did that shit. So you matter have.
It's honestly getting to the point where I'm kind of surprised that none of the articles that I've seen talking about the T-App are talking about it in the context of it being a majority POC app, because it seems like legitimately
really?
everybody who I see talking about it online is black or Arab. which is interesting. Is it just like disproportionately they're the ones talking about it? Is there user data on it? That's it's just odd that it's not mentioned, you know? Maybe, honestly, look, maybe it's just me being in a bubble, right? Maybe it's like, when I think of dating apps, I think of Grindr, Tinder, and Hinge, like relatively old. I don't think of like modern. I'm 31 years old, you know? So maybe like stuff that's more youth-oriented when these apps developed outside of kind of like the nerdy Silicon Valley bubble that a lot of them formed in, because I'm definitely, I guess, a little more dork culture associated than some people. Maybe like I'm just in a bubble, and it's like that all across the board. I don't know. It's not everywhere. It's only been released in a couple cities. If it's only been released in major cities, it makes sense that it would have a dominant POC user base, right? Because obviously just the demographics of rural versus urban America.
Self-respect? You mad that I didn't give you the attention that you wanted and added to your high body count? And then
I'm actually really happy apps like he was the victim in
2 weeks. Sounds like
sounds like the app was probably right about that guy.
In this specific video. I can't talk at all.
Let's
today.
be real here.
Only 42,000 views. The new T app allows women to gossip and defame men anonymously. That's great.
I would say that something like this, you know, gossip, it's this very base kind of pleasure. It's very savage,
Hey, look, is that a rapist?
Where you're taking pleasure in ripping someone else apart.
He should be on that app.
Fox 2 in Detroit has this report.
No, you don't understand. He's
A new app
married.
called
He
T,
gets sex
where
whenever
women can
he
only
wants,
post
no matter
photos
what.
of men.
This is going to be surface level. Hey, question. On the app, T, are you allowed to comment on men's profiles that you create? Like, do you just submit the information and make the guy's profile, or is it like then everyone comments underneath it and they're like, oh, this guy looks ugly, haha? Like, how much of it is gossipy
if it's like Yelp,
versus
then
just putting information of other
like
people
that?
online?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Who here has
that'd be
used
funny
it?
if there's, like,
I imagine it's a
reviews of
post that
dates.
people can comment under. Yeah, that's kind of my assumption. I'm gay, thankfully. Oh, thank God. Gay men would never gossip about each other.
All right, fellas, welcome back. We need to talk about this new T app that you may or may not have heard of.
Instead of women rating men, but so far I don't think there is a man-only version of the T app, at least not yet.
Well, that's because take this as a huge
We didn't do
W.
Thailand.
He probably loves
I'm aware.
this shit, bro. Any dude that
I've
sees
got
himself
videos
on
here,
here is
if
gonna
we wanna
love
do that.
this. Because we know that in the big year of 2025, women love these toxic dude, they love it. They're gonna run right.
I need to talk about stuff like this more often because I feel like there are a lot of bad ideas floating around out there, you know? There are a lot of bad ideas floating around out there. I don't know. I imagine all the discourse on this is on, like, TikTok or something. Sorry, I guess I'm just, like, looking through. I don't really have a strong point. What? Here, hold on. What toxic traits are we referring to? I'm curious. Oh, okay. Here, wait. We were looking at the... Okay, so you can leave comments. Okay, I see. Let's learn a little.
And where he is from, and then there's a certain number of green flags and a certain number of red flags, all user generated and voted here. And someone posts him and says, any tea on Rico before I indulge, which is very funny to put that way because it's like
I indulge?
You're gonna indulge regardless. I think we all know what's gonna happen to Rico here. He's gonna get some pussy no matter what these dumb bitches say here, which is sort of supported by even this
Jesus
first
fucking
comment.
Christ.
She says,
This is very low IQ. I don't feel like the points being made here are substantiated enough to even engage with, I guess.
Shit.
It's all very performative. At least the other videos seemed like people had actual opinions on the stuff they were talking about. This just kind of seems like you're coming at it from the first principle of I f women, and everything else is getting like filled on the back end. You know, these men hate themselves more than anything. Look, it's simple once you understand it, and once you understand the nature of the dynamic, you see it everywhere all the time. Okay, assuming we're talking about heterosexual people. Men and women need each other because people like romance, love, intimacy, so on, right? Like, just kind of a fundamental human thing. Yes, there are gay people, there are ace people, but majority of people are heterosexual or, you know, whatever. So this applies to most people. We're talking about heterosexual dynamics here. The T app was not made for queer polyamorous people. It's pretty obvious who it was made for, right? And a lot of young men resent the fact that they feel like a burning desire for women sexually and for their attention and affirmation. Like a lot of young guys would do anything to get a compliment from a woman, right? But women are taught to be reserved with their compliments, you know, because they often get misinterpreted as a sexual advance, and you know, they don't want to be accused of being too forward or slutty or whatever. So there's kind of like a hold off on that part. Men see women as gatekeepers of their enjoyment, and they resent that fact, right? A lot of men despise the fact that
he makes a good point.
That women have so much control, that you can be a guy and you're for like weeks or months at a time, like when you're in high school or something, you know, in your heart you are just like obsessed with this girl, you know, but she doesn't really pay you much attention, and it feels bad that she has that power over you. So you start to invent stories in your head about why their attention, either you don't need it, or the ways that you're told you need to get it by being like a good guy or whatever are actually wrong. And the real way to get that attention is by selfishly fixating on toxic characteristics, you know? And there's a lot of, like, people respond to this psychosis in a bunch of different ways, and it can lead into a bunch of different directions. But like fundamentally, I think this problem is largely caused by having an incomplete narrative or dynamic of how men and women are supposed to interact with each other, especially young men and women, like in high school or college or whatever, because that's when people are the most awkward and the most incapable of expressing themselves clearly. So I think that things were probably more stable. I'm not saying good, but more stable back in like the 1950s and 60s, because gender roles were very rigidly defined, and what people were supposed to want was pretty set in stone, right? Like there were pretty rigorous expectations about the way men and women were supposed to behave and what they were supposed to look for in other people. Even if the roads you were expected to take were often like pretty toxic and bad and like abusive, they were still clearly laid roads. Now everything's scattered all about the place, so it's a little bit more difficult to find your way, but men are still expected to be the initiators, which means that men's are the ones who are expected to be the constructors of their own taste. They're the ones who are supposed to make the initiative. They're the ones who are supposed to build themselves up and be like the person who seizes the day and makes the reality they want to be. And women are expected to be more passive still, in spite of the fact that they've been given a lot more social leeway to not be.
I bet
as
you
passive.
just like fuck
so
the expectations.
That, along
and
with the
just
fact
do
that
what
men
you
and
want.
women are interacting with each other in real life less than ever
that's
before because
a
of
much better
the dang
option here.
smartphones or whatever, right? Where people have fewer friends, people go out, hang out less often,
Yeah.
people meet
Try being
potential dates
adults.
through mutual friends less often. Like all the ways that people used to socially interact, they're going down.
Yeah,
and as a consequence, I just think that people are developing more like toxic, myopic narratives, right? It's getting more like a spiral in your head. It's more circular. It's more,
oh
you know,
no,
insane
a woman doesn't
over
like
time.
me. Maybe I should
It
ask
definitely
her.
doesn't help that you can go
Oh,
online
no,
and
I'm
find
just gonna
communities of people who
go
will agree
be an
with any
incel
crazy shit you
instead.
say, you know? You can go online and find guys who are like, no, women actually like being raped. Their bodies crave it, which they derive from the fact that there are women who have like consensual non-consent fantasies, which would be like saying that men really like it when you kick them in the balls, because a lot of guys are into like sadomasochism and cock and ball torture. It's sort of, that's about as sane of a translation of people's interests and desires. Like you can just go up to a guy and kick him in the nads and he'll be happy with that. Maybe some of you freaks, but for a fella such as myself, no, I would not, in fact, be happy with that.
Yeah, no, that would not be cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I've given the spiel before. It's just, you know. Now, imagine if men had come up with something like that. That shitstorm would never stop. I don't know, maybe? I feel like there's a bit of a shitstorm around T. A lot of people are shit-talking the app. It is considered more socially acceptable for women to gossip over men than for men to gossip over women in this way, because typically men aren't as concerned for their safety when it comes to dating, right?
Hey.
Like, men and women have different things to worry about. What's the old bit? Like,
what
men
really
are
helps
worried
here?
women will laugh at them, women are worried...
Don't be a piece of shit and you'll never have to worry. Yeah. Consent is quite easy. It's like really easy, actually. You know, communication, it definitely helps. You know, as I said before, just being a fucking adult. Grow the fuck up. It definitely helps. High school is not how the world works. But for some reason, high school is how the world is working. So how about we don't? Yeah. Very, very easy small changes can be made. And a lot more difference. You know, try talking to a woman instead of just waiting to talk. Might help. Yeah, just a thought.
Men will kill them. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but not by too much. It's definitely like shapes the way these interactions play out. So I think that as you know, the safety angle plays more towards women. That being said, men do shit talk women all the time. So it's not like that's not happening. Is there an organized app for it? I don't know. Yeah, 4chan?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe 4chan. Wasn't OG Facebook essentially T for men? Yeah, it was pretty bad.
True.
It was pretty creepy, right? Women can use the app to discern between genuinely useful info, like he was abusive, I'll DM you proof, versus he was cringe. I don't think that people are that discerning or altruistic.
No.
When it comes to gossiping online like that. I think that, like, by definition, if there's an app like T, where you go on there to, like, essentially dox other people and shit talk them, that sort of thing, I think you're pre-selecting for people who are coming at it with bad intentions. And that's not even to speak of the broader social consequences of, like, every single thing you do with another person being logged in, like, dox databases. It creates very, very bad expectations. We need to get better at recognizing patterns, not panopticon shit. Yeah, that's what I said last stream, right? Like, I think for the most part, these things play out better if you you need to, like, practice good social skills. I guess we need to develop, like, a social infrastructure that makes us engage with each other in a more safe and healthy way.
Yeah, it's called communicating. It's called words. You know, we're like one of the only species that can communicate through words.
Well, that didn't take long,
like,
ladies and gentlemen.
You know,
Have you
complex
been following the developing
language.
situation with this.
Maybe we should utilize this complex language to get past these stupid fucking problems. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too hopeful that people aren't as dumb as fuck. But, you know, this super complex thing we call language is very fucking useful to get your opinions and your wants and desires across. I recommend it. Continue.
New T app, which apparently shot up to the #1 overall app in the App Store, an app that's designed only for women.
I'm sure Asmongold has a video on this.
To get into, it requires this elongated verification
I can't wait to
process.
hear his mouth breather take.
And supposedly this is an app where women spill the tea on men that they dated, and then they say, well, it's based off of keeping each other safe, and we have to do this because men are abusive, and it's just all this anti-men feminist garbage, when in reality 99% of the app would just be female gossip between scorned women.
Gossip.
And you can see apparently within a day, because this thing, maybe it launched a few weeks ago. Apparently a gay guy launched it. He made it, and he's like, I feel so bad for these women. They need an app to be able to vet men, because that's really what we need now with the current situation we have in the dating world, where all the same women, the 4 and 5s, they want to date the 9s and 10s.
Oh my god!
Let's make it even harder.
Oh my god!
To allow them to go on these
old
this
mate
app,
here,
which is apparently
he's a 9.
just to bash men. And again, it's like, oh, but what if the man is abusive? Women should be able to tell each other. Yeah, that's probably like 1% of the cases on these apps.
Do you know what
Most of it's just
MGTOW
women
is?
That are very angry if they get broken up with. They're going to go on, and it's legitimately, as far as I know, it's like a profile. Like if you're a guy and you've dated women,
we should.
I'm
not sure if it's still a thing, but man, MGTOW is like some
and so
ultra
it's funny
cringe.
Because there's now a male version of it, which is
shit.
called Box Score, which is basically the same thing but the inverse, where men go on the app to talk about the women and their body counts and things like that. But look at what happened. This was only like a day after it went viral.
Notice how everyone who talks about this
it's just, it's a
is
very
like,
small amount,
these
but it's
these
just funny
women
because
are
it's all
talking
online
about
stuff.
dangerous, like people who have been pieces of shit, and he's just like, we're going to talk about body count.
Yeah.
Like, it just shows you the priority differences between people like this and the people on the app.
See, like,
not commenting on, like, the actual efficacy of this.
You think he's on the app? Thinks anyone's made one for him?
Probably. Let's be real.
That would involve him getting dates.
That is true. That is true. It would... maybe. That's a big maybe.
What people were saying on 4chan and how this got figured out, and so there's a verification, and the women's photos are leaking, and I guess it's the usual suspects in terms of who these women are that go on these apps just to dox and bash men and try and tell other women, you shouldn't date this man because of X, Y, or Z. Again, we already have a huge problem with dating in general among young people. Let's just make it even
isn't
harder.
That a channel violation?
And all of these photos got leaked by an anonymous poster, an anon on 4chan. And
just reply to him. Nice work doxing these women.
Secure. They just went in. It wasn't even an official hacking because of how unsecure how they were saving this information within this website apparently was. And then the data files and everything. And it was very easy to get to. And so it's just hilarious that this app comes out. It's to bash men, to make it to where, all these women go on, and you know, it's like a hive mind thing. It's mainly femcells. They go on, they say all these men are terrible. The man's got like a profile.
I love that he's suddenly an expert on this app that he says right here that he just learned about.
Amazing.
Comment stuff. And the app immediately pretty much gets... I mean, they're doing photo verification. I mean, you have to do that. If it's an app and it's only for women, you're going to have to do some crazy type of verification. But this just kind of illustrates that you've got the approval rating among Gen Z by gender for Donald Trump. The men, it's plus 17. The women, it's minus 20. A lot of that has to do... I mean, that's just a general thing. Men are going to be more conservative than women. But there's other ingredients at play. A bigger one being college, the amount of women that go to college. You've got some of the, I mean, these, apparently they had to photo ID their driver's license to have the identification, the verification. A U.S. Department of Defense employee has been found in the leak from the T-app.
Lol.
Yeah, and we're not surprised there. And then supposedly this is all the location, although I don't think this is real. They were saying this is all the location of the people, you know, all the people on the app, and I don't think this is real, honestly, because if you look at this, it was like people were saying, oh, it's just random fields in like Montana and nobody lives in these areas. So I'm not sure if that's actually real there. You've also got this T-app users on Reddit are furious because their photos are now being spread behind their backs. Well, kind of like, you know, doxing men on the internet with this app.
Oh my God.
That's what it was specifically designed to do. Men are posting pictures of women from the T-app, and I'm losing my mind. The T-app got hacked, and they're posting the selfies of women, making fun of them. I feel sick. Women can't have anything to have comfort. I mean, what even was... You can't have anything to have comfort. It was just an app where 99% of women were gossiping and bashing men and trying to convince... It's like femcells trying to convince other femcells not to date a certain man. I mean, this is
but why?
Pure internet... online brain rot slop. That's what this app is.
Yeah, like you don't produce
like,
the exact
it's to keep
same
women
shit.
Safe. It's because they abuse women and sexual stuff. Yeah, it's like 1% of probably the gossip on that app. It's probably, oh, his dick is small. He's 5'7". That's what it is. It's all the low-hanging fruit bullshit.
Sounds like a you problem.
The only way forward is 4B ladies. That's another big thing with feminism. I mean, you know, there was a good comment that was made by someone that I saw, and they were like, well, if you look at the birth rate decline in the United States, yeah, it's happening, but it's not happening among conservatives. It's happening among liberals. Liberals are far below their level that they need to sustain, you know, their population. And so they believe with this feminism, I mean, that's what it's going to result into. Look at South Korea, the birthplace of feminism. They're going extinct.
Korea.
When your belief system or your ideology or whatever you want to call feminism, your worldview creates extinction,
Hi, Ranger. The South Korean birth rate is actually due to the hyper-capitalist nature of South Korea and the fact that the men have these high-paying jobs as well as the women. And then when it comes to have children, they refuse to co-parent, opting for the woman to completely give up her life in favor of raising children. So it's actually none of the shit that you just said. It's got nothing to do with feminism. It actually has a lot to do with capitalism making children unsustainable. But you don't want to hear that argument. And the 4B thing is just a Korean feminist thing. I think we looked into it before.
Mm-hmm.
But like really, it really is, and it's the same with Japan. It's the ideological differences between men and women in these countries, capitalized on with the system itself, is making having a family unsustainable. Korea and Japan have hit the points that we're going to hit in maybe 10 years already. Like, this has nothing to do with the white race and white replacement or whatever fucking Nazi shit these idiots have bought into. It's literally capitalism is making it unsustainable to have kids. It's that simple. You know, when a house was $10,000 and raising a kid cost $5,000, yeah, sure. Have 70 kids. Who gives a shit? But now I'm pretty sure the average cost to raise a child is like $500,000. It's a lot of money.
Probably not very good. It's probably not very good. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. They got artificial wombs now, because that'll be great, right? And then this is going viral. It's a complete monstrosity. This is Obama's library. Is the presidential library. They're finally building the Obama one, and this is like modern Soviet brutalist architecture. That's what Obama's father would be proud. That's what I tweeted out. Obama's father would be proud. I mean, he was like a communist, well known. Obama said he never met him, but I mean, what is this? There's barely. I mean, I don't know who approves this. Why Obama would want a building this ugly? There's no windows. It's very strange. But yeah, this is Obama's library. And
okay.
It almost looks like a prison in a certain sense. And maybe there's some windows that are being installed up there. Get some natural light into the building, but
what does this have to do with anything?
Look at the sides of this thing. Just like one giant cell. But I thought that was funny.
Have you seen what Donald Trump's fucking building looks like? They are gross.
I don't... Like, okay.
Like, what does this have to do with anything?
Lowest rating from American voters in 35 years. Yeah, so you're going to continue to see stuff like this with Democrats. They've got no real leader. Now, the thing is I keep stressing when you're talking about overall party approval, it's kind of irrelevant because right now the races that are happening in 2025, they're all localized. And so you're not really going to see anything crazy when it comes to...
Bro said they got no real leader. Like, that's a bad thing?
Yeah. But what do you expect? They're fucking
at least the
hierarchy
bootlickers. And then even then, it's a little bit different. But
they love their hierarchy.
You know, it's interesting to see the Democrats so unpopular at this point, and certainly Republicans are also unpopular, and Trump is facing some stuff. But at least Republicans have a leader within their party, and I think that's a big difference now between both of them. I know Newsom is trying to step up. Newsom again was making a big stink yesterday about Donald Trump cheating in the midterms with the redistricting, which is gerrymandering. Both parties do it, but then they throw a fit about it.
It is true. Both parties do it.
Who is the leader of the Democrats when Bush was in office? Who is the leader of the Democrats were the Trump admin first term?
Probably Pelosi and Schumer, I would say.
Nobody in line behind Pelosi.
That's true. I mean, they were just the top Democrats.
No, she was the Speaker of the House. So she decided on, like, that's like saying, like, Mike Johnson is the leader of the Republican Party. Get real. Nobody gives a fuck. He has...
Okay, so what do you
Mike
what do you
Johnson
mean by
has
leader?
the ability, like, he's, like, you know, to...
Setting positions.
People want to hate Pelosi and all that stuff, but she only brought bills to the floor that she knew she had votes on.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she was very good at her job. Mike Johnson is also very good at his job. He is doing the job that his fucking coalition wants him to do.
Yep.
But he's not a fucking leader. That's the whole point, is that he's more of a follower.
Okay, so what would you define as a leader then?
I'm just saying that that's not how our politics work. Like, the whole Trump being ahead of the Republican Party, even when he was out of office, and when he leaves office again, he'll probably still be the head of the party.
Yeah.
Like, that's not normal. And that's not a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, because it kind of shuts out other people
I also
from
love...
coming up.
So, like, the one guy who, like, always be justifying the torture and stuff, there's this big, concept, unitary executive theory. You ever heard of this?
It's vaguely familiar.
Okay. Here's a... I'll give you a quick rundown.
Well, when the president does it, that... Well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal. By definition. Exactly.
True now.
That's literally... But that's the thing, is that, like, this unitary executive theory started in Nixon. It was a big thing coming from Nixon, right? So it's so funny that these hardcore conservatives who have been pushing this unitary executive theory to justify torture and shit, you know, my whole life I've been against these people, are now saying Trump is the embodiment of unitary executive theory. Anything he does is legal, right? That's why he got away with all his crimes, right? Because he's the...
Wow.
He's actually a policy that we worked on coming to fruition. And then... Right when they're saying this shit, Trump is going after Obama, who was president at the time, saying that he committed treason and just making up charges. Which one is it, guys?
These fucking people. Yeah, it is interesting. But this is just like fascist 101 is just holding two simultaneously incompatible conclusions, right? That's just fascism 101. Their entire ideology is delusion. So that's not really surprising, and we're trying to put logic into illogical people. And I think we need to stop treating them as logical people. They are not. They are fundamentally illogical.
What are you talking about? Depressed Ginger uses facts and logic all day. Like, he's so funny because, like, can you imagine how funny, like, not even, like, I don't want to debate him, I don't want to be mean to him, I just want to let him talk and ask him questions, like Sam Cedar and Tim Pool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I just know that the content would be so good.
It would.
Like, if I can, however I can, like, but I already know he's going to be like, why would I debate somebody who's so small? And then that's why, like, if he does say that, that sets us up for the size jokes.
Yes.
And so, and then from there out berate him by saying he only cares about size.
But what do you mean? They're not very big. Don't you like big things? Isn't the big what you want? You want big?
No, it's that he's a size queen.
Yeah.
Because he hates women who laugh at his tiny penis.
You're going to get very mad. Very mad.
But that's just more Newsom calling out Trump to try and get clout. It's so obvious. Newsom is already running in 2020. He's running his campaign right now. So it's important to understand that. But overall, I just wanted to talk about the T app. And it's funny how they create this app that supposedly is supposed to keep women safe. And, you know, it's all gossip. It's all crap. And then it gets leaked. And it's like, oh, they elaborately hacked it. Well, no, the dude just went in and there was no actual security. And the entire thing's a total mess. And I guess the app is still running. We'll see if this male version of the app comes out. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
On Sunday, Japan went to the polls to elect the upper house of its bicameral parliament.
It's close.
It's my mutual on Blue Sky. Okay.
What's next?
We've got an update on the meeting that Donald Trump and Jerome Powell just had.
Donald Trump?
They were touring the current construction on the renovations to the Fed offices. The Palace of Versailles is what they're calling it. Just a massive cost overrun. Trump is trying to use it as clause to be able to force Powell out through a legal congressional way.
Okay. Powell has a position you cannot just remove people from.
Okay.
So that's important context, is that Powell knows that he doesn't need to suck Trump's dick. I also love this, that the black guy didn't get a safety helmet here.
That is funny. What the fuck? Why didn't they give him a safety helmet? What's up with that?
Because he's not even supposed to be in the pictures, I guess. You know?
Hilarious.
Can we crop him out?
As Powell refuses to cut, the inflation's under control, the tariff revenue is very impressive, and now it's like a humiliation ritual for Powell. He looks like a little Scrooge, like a midget Scrooge here. Just look at him.
You're a Scrooge.
With the hard hat. And Trump...
Bro, you can't be using midget like that.
Tim Scott, and Tim Scott starts this, but this is humiliation. They're like, hey, dude, it's actually 3.1 billion over. And then Powell's like, hey, you weren't supposed to see that third building. You weren't supposed to see the penthouse.
That's not what happened. Go ahead.
This is an
Play the clip.
clip.
Play the clip.
You know,
it's so funny because this is clearly Trump being put in his place. So
yeah.
I want to see if he allows people to even see the clip. Like how deceptive he actually is. This will teach us if he's actually a deceiver or
good
legitimately like useful
Dumb.
idiot.
Yeah.
They were springing this on Powell, and Powell is just completely bewildered, and he looks so uncomfortable. And just listen to what Trump says, and Tim Scott said. Listen.
The reason why I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses. Wanted to figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.
Why are you laughing at him literally shaking his head at Trump? Like, what? What is this guy talking about? Just a black screen where Jack is. Did he go? I didn't hear him. This is the, like, visual video that we have to look at. This is the one you don't have to listen to.
Hi. I needed to piss.
Okay. We'll just wait here.
You can play the video, I'm here.
No, it's not. It's a visual video. You could have pissed during the T app. You chose not to.
I need to
okay?
piss. Go on.
Because you gotta see his face.
Comfortable.
Is that Eric Adams?
And just listen to what Trump says and Tim Scott said. Let's listen.
The reason why I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses. Wanted to figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
It's the Fed house.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
Look,
3.1.
he's about to put on his glasses, right?
Yes.
He's got his glasses on.
I don't know who does that.
Watch how quick he.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added.
Entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's the third building,
Well,
including
no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
Oh my
It's part
god.
of the overall work. So,
Bro is laughing too hard, and it's so forced. Does he really not understand what's happening here?
I don't think so.
They're in here saying, why is the budget so high? And they're telling him that he still has to pay for a building that was completed 5 years ago?
Incredible.
Like, you can't just add in imaginary costs that have already been paid for and completed.
Of course you can. What do you mean? Money doesn't exist. Money's not real. You can just say whatever the fuck you want. He is Donald Trump.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use. But no, we don't expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Okay.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know why. It's just, I mean, it's
that
obviously
no president, no prime minister who goes to a construction area wearing a hard hat will ever be at risk of actually being in danger of falling fucking objects. Bro is under a roof. That is a completed roof above it.
There's also a photographer behind them with no helmet.
And Tim Scott has no helmet.
Yeah. Well, they just had him on for the photo shoot.
Fucking hysterical.
Trying to make Powell look bad, and so they include an entirely different building. Trump's just like, no, it's part of the overall project. They're trying to have Powell removed for these cost overruns. It just, I mean, how much does it cost to renovate an office? And I saw Eric Trump tweet something. He's like, I could have it done in $900 million. This is ridiculous. You know, it's insane. Oh, we got to see more clips from this.
I think we hear the president. Let's tune in.
With the chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over.
We're going to lock you in the Federal Reserve.
You know, it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them. A lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time, and you're in charge of the committee.
Indeed. One of the reasons why I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses.
And Tim Scott just gets right into it. Tim Scott's like, all right, let's just get to the overruns. That's why we're removing you with claws. But I wonder if there's any other clips.
Like it's got a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
So.
President, are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
What?
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. You look at some of the other countries in this financial situation they're in, all the economic experts, even now the liberal economic experts, see the lower level people that are just like influencers, they say, oh, it's all inflationary. The higher people say, no, they have inflation under control. It hasn't been inflationary. If you look at the projected monthly inflation rate, the Fed core inflation, it's been under the estimate, and it fluctuates. And now it's 2.7. They say, well, it's way up. No, well, this was expected based on the fact that it was down significantly the last time of this year. It's a rolling rate based on the previous year, based on 12 months ago. So the inflation has been down. Even the liberal economic experts say, and now all of them are in agreement. They say, but
inflation
even the
down,
FedWatch tool
prices
says
still high.
there has to be a 93% chance of possibly.
Prices don't lower.
One Fed cut.
Yeah, it just means that the currency isn't going to inflate as high as it was.
You input it and you say, what's the percent chance?
It doesn't
of a Fed
bring
cut?
the
They say
fucking price
93%
down,
chance
you
by the end of
idiots.
the year. But even the FedWatch tool says, well, it's like an 80 or like a 71% chance of 2 Fed cuts by the end of the year. We need minimum 1 Fed cut in September for this crypto bull run. But we'd like to have at least 2 by Thanksgiving. You know, so hopefully that can happen. I don't think Powell's going to be removed. And I know some people now are saying, well, Trump loves Powell because he can just blame Powell for everything. If the economy's doing bad, it's because there's no rate cut. But I do think Trump has earned at least 1 rate cut based on the stabilization of inflation.
Not really.
At least 1. And look, this is just I mean, this was funny. Let's be honest. This is just typical Trump. This is what Trump said beforehand, getting ready to head over to the Fed to look at their now $3.1 billion plus construction project. And you can see Tom Tillis and you've got Tim Scott and other people heading over to tour this construction. And so this is the Palace of Versailles 2.0, I guess. Massive construction, multi-billion-dollar, classified as a mega project. Because anything over $1 billion, they say, is a mega project.
Who's they?
And, I mean, do we have any other clips from this?
His sources. You're not privy enough to have them.
All right, you said
he has the real sources.
You had specific Thailand stuff you wanted to look at?
Yeah, I have a bunch of Thailand stuff here, yeah. Well, I did have a Mr. Beat on Christian nationalism video that I saw, but we'll watch that later. This one.
In Thailand and Cambodia as this new conflict enters its 2nd day. Now, it's yet to be determined if this is going to spiral into a full-scale war or be settled at the negotiating table. So here's what we know as of 11 a.m. Central on Friday, July 25th, 2025. Now, starting out with some reporting from NBC News, they say
it went up from a skirmish to a conflict. So he's technically reporting it correctly. Clash, okay. Clash to conflict?
Nope. Skirmish to clash.
Oh, skirmish to clash. Conflict is next.
No, minor war.
Is conflict the base?
I mean, everything is a conflict.
Sure, okay.
It's skirmish, clash.
Yep.
Minor war, major war.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Because
the death toll hasn't raised again. That big 100 pop hit, and it hasn't increased again since.
Okay. So just for everybody, just for clarification, we've been writing a story for this story specifically.
I mean, we've been covering this for years.
Yeah. But like we were looking at it because people were like, "Oh, it's a war, Cambodia, Thailand war." So we like looked it up, just for like maximum accuracy for our reporting, and everybody's reporting it incorrectly. It's not a war. War is based on death count of the current year. It's the only reason we are talking about this is because
the other thing
we were talking
is
about
if
it before
a specific country said we are now at war. For example, Israel.
Yep.
They said we are a nation at war, and that was while the October 7th attack was taking place.
Yep.
Right? But there's been no official declaration of war. But a lot of these things that are considered minor wars could be things like drug wars.
Yep. Okay. Because that's the other thing I wanted to bring up was the declaration. So obviously, like if somebody declares that they are at war with someone, obviously that is a war. But this is like a conflict. This is for analysis. This is for like that kind of stuff. Is just the way that you refer to conflicts and wars is very specific. It's got according to at least the index that we found, very specific numbers determining what it is.
I have the index right here.
Yeah, I think it was the Uppsala conflict index or something like that. It was something from Sweden. Was it Uppsala? It's written right here.
I have it right here.
Ottawa Treaty. No, that's Cambodia's
It's this.
Yes. Uppsala conflict data program. No, I was right. Okay,
I love that
perfect.
they break down the violence too.
And then on top of that, we also found out because Thailand was blaming Cambodia for laying new landmines, and John was very skeptical of this, so he looked it up. And it's not proof that Cambodia isn't doing this, but they are a signatory of the Ottawa Treaty, which is an anti-landmine treaty.
It would be like Japan using a nuclear device on something.
It just seems highly unlikely. Also considering that they are a part of the groups trying to rid the world of landmines, why would they be putting more down? It doesn't make any sense. We're going to need more proof than just Thailand stating that.
If Thailand is like, oh, we patrol this route every day, and there hasn't been mines.
That's
what? You muted somehow. In the middle of talking there.
I dropped out, and it muted itself. We're going to need more. Like that would be a different scenario, but we're going to need more than just Thailand saying that they've been doing that. It's not enough evidence. It's not enough proof to be like, yeah, okay, Thailand isn't lying here. Cambodia's been laying landmines. Like that's a pretty weighty accusation for a country that's been a part of the anti-landmine treaty for 25 years.
I think it's a weighty accusation specifically for Cambodia.
Yeah,
it's just so crazy to try and say that that's what's going on.
Yeah. And I think we should all employ a little bit of skepticism until further information comes out about specifically this landmine accusation. Because, as we said, weighty accusation. What's the saying? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're going to need a bit more proof from Thailand rather than just seeing a couple military people say this.
At least 16
Can you
people
check if your mic input switched to a different mic? It's kind of tinny when you dropped out since.
Yes, it did.
Still could hear you, but...
Yeah, it was just coming through my AirPods. That should... Because it defaults to the default, which is the AirPods.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad, though.
So far been killed. That includes 14 civilians and 1 member of the military on the Thai side and 1 civilian death in the border area on the Cambodian side. Notably, and it's worth starting out with this, I'm seeing a lot more information from the Thai side of this conflict than Cambodian. I don't know if that's a personal bias or just what's coming across in the English language, but it seems like a lot of the military reports are much better protected. Very little actually coming out on the Cambodian side at this point. It does look like, according to the Thai Health Ministry,
because they don't have phones.
130,000 Thai residents have so far been evacuated to temporary shelters. We've seen clashes expand from 6 locations to 12 along the border region, and Thailand has declared martial law in 8 different districts.
He said,
when we talk about the expansion of this conflict, that's largely what we're looking at.
Sorry, I'm trying to find different videos just to like corroborate what we were saying about the 100.
Go back and listen to what he just said.
Along the border region, 130,000 Thai residents have so far been evacuated to temporary shelters. We've seen clashes expand from 6 locations to 12 along the border region, and Thailand has declared...
Specifically using the term clashes, because these are not skirmishes now. They're officially clashes.
Yes. Yeah, even New York Times is using clash too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See, we're way ahead of this. If only we had writing. 53 rights, blah, 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 Cambodia fight on each other. Nothing in this article about the 100. 100 deaths, Cambodia soldiers.
There's definitely been more than 100 deaths. Some people are alleging 1,000, which is ridiculous, I think, at this point.
Death toll rises, 32 confirmed.
How old is that?
That is 13 hours old. 30 people killed, including civilians, in ongoing border clashes, which that also coincides with Preston's reporting here.
Yeah, I think it's easily 100 at this point.
Mm-hmm. Cambodia's defense ministry reported 13 killed, 8 civilians, 5 soldiers. 35,000 fled. This is BBC, by the way. Thailand Foreign Minister told Reuters no need for third-party mediation. Meanwhile, Cambodia has gone straight to the UN Security Council. And I believe they're over Hindu temples. Which is kind of strange.
There's no Hindus there, you silly goose.
That's what I mean. That's why it's fucking strange that it's about a Hindu temple.
It's not a Hindu temple.
It literally said it. It's a Khmer Hindu temple.
Well, Khmer are... I mean,
Cambodia.
I guess they were Hindu, but Khmer temples are... like, nobody goes in there to worship as a Hindu.
Of course.
They're like... It's like the Hagia Sophia, except fucking Erdogan, I think, didn't he turn it into an active mosque again? Because it was a museum?
Possibly.
Right? So, like, the Hagia Sophia should not be a fucking mosque for worship. It's a World Heritage site.
Yeah.
You know?
It says here 29 Thai soldiers, 30 civilians have been wounded. 13 civilians, 6 soldiers killed on Thailand's side. 50 Cambodian civilians, 20 soldiers injured. So yeah, that might be where the numbers are coming from, the 100?
It says estimate is 100 plus.
Okay, because I'm only seeing this one here.
This is just slop.
Yeah, so this is the only one that seems... Unless this is
this video's loud as fuck, so I can't hear you over it.
Yeah, unless this is like super fresh news, but this is 13 hours ago. You would think that this
like
would
I said,
be more over the news.
In the last 24 hours, the death toll hasn't really risen. It's still in this estimated 100 plus zone.
Okay.
It's not estimated 150 plus or 125 plus, right? It's estimated 100 plus, which could mean 99 or 103. You know, also, how severely injured are these people? Are they mortally wounded? Are they going to bleed out? These types of things, you know. There's enough violence going on that it can be generally upgraded to clash.
Yeah, a lot of outlets seem to be taking a very conservative stance on the numbers here.
Yeah. Well, and then also like this India-Pakistan border, like that didn't get anywhere near 100 people killed, right?
No.
That was only a few dozen, if you include the terrorist attack as well. Did he comment? Whoa, does that depress Ginger? Oh, it's just uploads. It's not our comments.
No.
I thought we saw him commenting back to us.
For you.
Why do they sound like that?
This was literally recommended in the
I know, it's already on the list too.
Hilarious. Thank you, YouTube.
Dumb monkey.
That's crazy.
Man. Oh, this video. This video is so funny.
Bro is shirtless, shorts,
this is like
rocking machine gun.
Bro, it's so funny because he's like next to like some canned food, so he's probably like basically laying down, eating some lunch, chilling out. And then he's like, people are just making all these uncle jokes about this. This video is so good. Wow. Better training, I think. Needs to be happening.
Cluster bombs.
Accused Thailand of ban cluster. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna write that one down. Potential Thai cluster bomb use. Cambodian accusation. Look into further.
Oh no, my daughter!
The fact it's mobile artillery is pretty cool.
Easily, like, this has got to be, I don't think this is going to be topped, but this is going to be the dumbest conflict of the year. I don't see it being topped. Especially all the memes about the post-Cambodian dictator.
Yes.
Right? So, like, I sent you the image where it shows him literally doing ops security failure, showing his attack maps and shit.
Yep.
Right? So, like, this guy only recently retired from politics, and it's so funny that, like, just, like, it's literally just him being like, fuck it, I'm trolling. Like, the India-Pakistan shit at least was over a terrorist attack, you know?
All units, attack.
Some kind of justification there.
Let them get a taste of the Requiem Cannon! If they break through, the city will go down in flames. We will not let that happen. We must hold the
city will go down in flames.
Yeah, come farm crates once you get situated.
Video.
Declared martial law in 8
once you
different
get
districts.
situated.
When we talk about the expansion of this conflict,
Because
that's
I have
largely
other
what
stuff
we're
too.
looking at. We are
with
seeing the
Thailand
fighting continue in the areas where it was raging yesterday. It's expanded to 6 more locations on top of the 6 yesterday, and we're seeing an increased use in larger munitions. So
I don't think
more
so.
rockets, more aircraft. We actually yesterday, for the first
I'm
time,
not sure, though.
saw drones being utilized, quadcopters dropping
It would make
grenades.
sense to be.
There was some fake footage out of or not fake, but footage out of Myanmar being shared as though it was from this conflict.
Yep,
so we haven't seen any
well, it's a
FPV-style
fucking
drone
PlayStation
strikes yet, but
dominated
quadcopters
license.
dropping munitions. I believe they're Thai
Like, it's not on
quadcopters dropping
Xbox, so-
munitions on Cambodian targets. We should expect to see more
I-
in the
on the
drone,
Xbox slice?
in the drone realm here before too long.
It doesn't make sense why
Now,
they
as
would only
expected,
stay on the
Thailand
Xbox.
has accused
Yeah,
Cambodia
so
of
like the
deliberately
third one
targeting
was a
civilians.
big game on the 360. It was like, I remember seeing it all the time in like GameStop and stuff, you know?
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you want your games on every single fucking console.
Yeah,
it makes no
I think
sense
it's
as
more
a
of a
capitalist country,
Sony thing,
or a capitalist company that you wouldn't want them on everything. Like, just give PlayStation more features. If you want people to play it on the PlayStation.
Yeah.
That's what they did with Destiny.
Turn the tide once the railguns arrive. Hold on.
While Cambodia has accused Thailand of using widely prohibited cluster munitions on civilian areas. When I say as expected, talking about this yesterday, we did kind of view that the next stage in this conflict would be determined by how the two sides present the fighting. We already know, and we'll get into the background here in a moment, that both sides are claiming they are the victim and just acting purely in self-defense after they were attacked by the other. But we are starting to see both point to all of the impact points and say, hey, these are civilian targets across the board. They're not going after military, and they're using prohibited munitions in civilian areas. That type of rhetoric does risk this spiraling into something larger. In fact, that's what a former Cambodian ambassador to Japan mentioned, Po Soth-Irak, apologies for the pronunciation there. He said, quote, "The two sides are now at the point of almost no return. They've locked into this, we're the victim and you're the aggressor narrative." And interestingly, when we look at some official statements here in a moment, they're kind of taking the different stance, saying it's nowhere near that. We still have a lot of room to walk this back. In fact, according to the Bangkok Post, the acting Thai Prime Minister said the current incidents had not reached a level that warranted concern over a wider conflict, saying, quote, "What we are seeing now are armed skirmishes, not war." So should be a little bit relieving there.
Well, that's
now,
good.
We have to recognize...
Using the term skirmish, not war.
Honestly, this is because the Preston video that we watched yesterday for this was kind of shitty. This is much better. He should have just waited. And this is the problem. This is the problem with the OSINT people, right? Is that and it's the problem with the YouTube, it's the YouTube problem in general, is like, they just need to get information out to be the one that gives the information to get people watching. It shouldn't matter. The information should be as accurate as humanly possible already. And the fact that he was, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong here because we did watch a few videos there, but the fact that he was calling it a war when it, like, there should be some kind of due diligence there, especially on that independent side of things. You should have a higher standard for yourself, right? You are not the corporate press. You are independent. You have no oversight. You should be the oversight. You should have a higher standard for yourself. You could have held off on the information, filmed what you needed to film, and then edited it in when you needed it to this video. Because this video is great. This is great. This is good information. This is fine. I would not recommend them watch the other.
Skirmishes can quickly turn into war. This is the type of thing that can spiral out of control, so we have to keep an eye on it. But backing up real quick as kind of an overview of how we got here, these are long-standing border disputes between Thailand and Cambodia. Back in May, a Cambodian soldier was shot and killed. That heightened tensions to a pretty significant degree. Then 2 days ago, Thai soldiers stepped on a landmine in the border area. They accused Cambodia of setting that landmine. Cambodia said no, that's been there for a while. And that's unresolved from my understanding. And then yesterday morning, there were some small arms fire skirmishes along the border. And both sides have put forward claims saying that they were attacked and they had to act in self-defense. From everything I've seen, we've got official Cambodian media saying they are the victims, and we've got official Thai media saying they are the victims. I genuinely, for the life of me, don't know which of those two narratives is 100% accurate. But it does kind of set the stage for all of this, where both...
Yes, that's perfect. So you report both sides, and you say both sides are claiming it. That's exactly how you report this.
They're kind of saying the same thing. They're both just acting in self-defense. Now, Thailand has since said that they are open to talks. The country's foreign ministry signaled this, saying, quote, "We are ready if Cambodia would like to settle this matter via diplomatic channels." And that's the Thai foreign ministry spokesperson, who we actually have a video from here that I'll play in a moment. Then turning to Cambodia, their prime minister has called for a meeting of the United Nations Security Council to address the crisis, describing Thai forces' actions as unprovoked, premeditated, and deliberate attacks. He characterized the Cambodian response as self-defense in order to safeguard Cambodia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, going directly to the source here, we do have a video provided by Reuters of the Thai Foreign Ministry spokesperson talking about where things sit right now and what is needed to move the ball forward. One that really stood out to me in this clip that we'll play is him saying, "We don't need third parties to intervene quite yet. We got this." But let's give it a listen. It's in English for what it's worth.
It's premature for me to say how long the conflict would end. Thailand wants the conflict to end as soon as possible. Well, we stand by our position that bilateral mechanism is the best way out. This is a confrontation between the two countries.
I literally didn't think it was possible. I thought the AI would always win on that mission, no matter what.
The Cambodian side must stop.
But I guess if we're not getting enough kills, it matters.
Countries like the United States, China has called us and to verify the facts and showed concern.
Hell yeah!
And they did ask, they did offer that if needed, they are ready to help facilitate dialogues. In our position on this is that we don't think we need any mediation from a third country yet. If anything, we're ready to use the ASEAN mechanism at this point. I have faith in peaceful resolution. I have faith in Thailand's commitment. As for Cambodia, I call on them to match our
Stop
faith.
being dicks.
All right, so a couple things kind of stand out to me there.
Cambodia,
First
can you
off,
not be cunts?
The harping
Don't
on
be
bilateral
dickhead.
is best, saying we've got these other countries around the world, and there's been a handful at this point. We've got some direct statements from Malaysia here.
Jelly
in a
Bingus
moment,
has entered the
offering to
room.
intervene and say, hey, we'll play the
Greetings.
intermediary. It's
Hi, Jelly
interesting
Bingus.
in any situation like this. I mean, how many times do we see this around the world, right? There's intermediaries trying to negotiate it into the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So it's not unique. So to see one of the two sides say, actually, we don't need that, we got this, it makes me a little nervous. But nonetheless, something else worth noting here is, look, any death is bad. Any violence is bad, no doubt. And there's a lot of people displaced at this point, north of 100,000 from what we understand. But after 2 days of attacks, we're talking about 16 people killed and like 30 to 40 so far injured. And I don't want to downplay any one of those, not by a long shot. To the families, those are, of course, irreplaceable losses. That is not on the verge of a major conflict. There is. I
love
still
that
some room
now
to go
he's the
before we
guy
get there,
downplaying shit.
Fortunately, and I think anytime there's kind of an uptick in violence, there's the risk of folks kind of politicizing it to a degree, saying, "Oh my God, here we go! This next major war is about to begin, and hundreds or thousands are going to die." Maybe, and hopefully we don't get to that point. But I do want to stress this is still very early. Fortunately, the casualties for 2 days of fighting, 16 killed, means that those strikes have not been very effective. Or there's numbers being hidden. I guess you have to keep that in mind. But it's still well early enough for this to be entirely resolved at the negotiating table. Now, quick shout out to War Noir over on X.
Hey!
A lot of videos you're seeing in today's clip are from his channel. He does an incredible job
He sure
sourcing
does.
combat footage, war footage from around the world. Anytime something pops up, he's on it. It's incredible. So I'll put his account in the description below. Be sure to give him a follow. Now, turning to some of these third parties that are stepping in, trying to intervene and bring about peace. The first major one is Malaysia. Their prime minister intervened in the tensions, calling for an immediate ceasefire and offering Malaysia's assistance in facilitating dialogue between the two neighbors, saying, quote, "I appealed to both leaders to immediately implement ceasefire to avoid worsening conflicts and to open up space for peaceful dialogue and diplomatic solutions." The Thai Foreign Ministry responded to this, and again, what we've seen right now is Cambodia appears to be looking for an internationally assisted resolution, going to the UN Security Council. whereas Thailand appears to be wanting to handle this themselves, one-on-one or in a bilateral manner between Thailand and Cambodia. But there are some conditions. Namely, they say Cambodia needs to stop firing into Thailand before those talks can take place. So the Thai response to the Malaysian Prime Minister here, they said, quote, "The royal Thai government wishes to thank the Prime Minister of Malaysia for the offer of a ceasefire, which Thailand fully agrees with in principle and will consider. However, it must be stated that throughout the day, Cambodian forces have continued their indiscriminate attacks on Thai territory.
Jelly bingus!
Any ceasefire must be based on appropriate on-the-ground conditions. Thailand places utmost priority on the safety and security of civilians, and at this moment, Cambodia's actions demonstrate a lack of good faith and continue to place civilians in danger. The royal Thai government has the obligation to protect its sovereignty and its people to the fullest extent." Now, this is generally where we see a ceasefire agreement put in place, a temporary ceasefire, as negotiations are ongoing. So if we're talking about steps in a positive direction, I'd be on the lookout for that in the next couple days, because Thailand is saying, we cannot negotiate anything while you are continuing to fire rockets and mortars into our territory. The simple solution there is a ceasefire. Have an internationally brokered, maybe, ceasefire in place so the talks can happen and you can move the ball forward. That's on the positive side, if things were to move in that direction in the coming days. The negative direction, something we need to be on the lookout for, is the continued expansion of the areas under attack. Again, last night we went from 6 to 12. We're seeing larger and longer range munitions utilized. An increase in the use of the Thai Air Force should also be a trigger if they start to strike more targets deeper inside of Cambodia. At this point, there's no indication of any international presence being involved or directly backing either of the two sides. When we really step back, big picture, Thailand is a much closer U.S. ally, whereas Cambodia is more closely aligned with China. But again, we are quite a ways away from either of those two parties being directly involved. In fact, the U.S. Embassy put out a statement yesterday, as kind of expected, nothing all that shocking here. They said the United States is gravely concerned by reports of the escalating fighting along the Thailand-Cambodia border. We are particularly alarmed by reports of harm to innocent civilians. We express our deepest condolences on the loss of life. We strongly urge the immediate cessation of attacks, protection of civilians, and peaceful settlement of disputes. So it really does seem at this point that a lot of external actors are trying to find a negotiated settlement, find a way for this to end in peace. I would say my gut says that is the most likely scenario. However, we have to be aware that this could spiral into a broader conflict if the pace continues that we've seen over the last 24 hours. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Good work. Give that fucking War Noir. Great sauce, Preston. Yeah, you gotta tell them when they use good sources, you know?
Mm-hmm. Cambodian border. After weeks of escalating...
I think even you posted the other day, hey, if you want information on these conflicts and shit, only go to War Noir.
I posted specifically about Syria.
Oh, was
because,
it? Okay.
Yeah, because certain things in Syria can be really factional. And
yes,
like there's so much political interpretation depending on if it's like within Israel's interest, Turkey's interest, the US's interest, the Kurdish interest, the Syrian interest. Like people were posting in the Damascus network. People were posting fucking AI fucking videos and shit, passing those off as and fucking people who are good sources for specific things on Syria were reposting that shit because when it comes to other narratives, they're fucking awful.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I always call out people with the whole like anti-American thing being so susceptible to anti-American propaganda from alt-imperialist states, like alt-major states. Like it's the same thing. It's just a blindness that they haven't realized exists and haven't been able to account for it yet. But also, when you point out that they're blind to this, they get defensive and arc up, so they'll never learn. It's an interesting cycle.
The Grim Reapers? Are they really coming?
The Grim Reapers?
The name says it all. In the last battle, they destroyed 3 powered exoskeletons with the infantry only.
What did they mean by that?
Tensions between the two Southeast
Who's powered
Asian nations.
exoskeletons?
The renewal of the long-running border dispute has already triggered significant political turmoil in Thailand, has fueled nationalist fervour on both sides, and taken Thailand-Cambodia relations to their lowest point in decades. So in this video, we're going to explain the Thai-Cambodian border dispute, the fresh fighting between the two countries, and what might happen next. Don't feel overwhelmed by endless news stories. Find out what you need to know every day with TLDR's Daily Briefing.
No.
Disputes have been a long-running source of tension. The dispute has largely centred on the ancient Hindu temple of Priya Vihir, which sits on a cliff top jutting out of the
really don't
mountain
like
range, along which the border...
It's really dumb to call it a fucking Hindu temple over a Khmer temple.
It was hyphenated. I was just reading the fucking page.
No, he just did it as well.
Oh, did he?
Like, you either need to say Hindu and Khmer Templar, or just say Khmer, because it makes this sound like it's a religious conflict on the surface.
True. There's a fair point.
broadly runs. In 1904, the Kingdom of Siam, modern-day Thailand, signed a border treaty with French authorities that said the border between Siam and Cambodia, part of French Indochina, would run along the watershed line of the Dang Rek Mountains, which in theory would place Priya Vihir in Siam. But the exact border was to be drawn up by the French on behalf of a joint border commission. This happened in 1907, but the French map placed the temple in Cambodian territory. In 1954, after Cambodian independence, Thailand occupied the temple and surrounding area, seeking to enforce its claim. In 1959, Cambodia went to the International Court of Justice, making the case that the temple and its vicinity was Cambodian, and in 1962 the ICJ awarded the temple to Cambodia in a 9-3 vote, but did not clearly rule on ownership of the wider vicinity. Thailand reluctantly withdrew from the temple in 1963, but the dispute was not settled for good. The area was basically off limits for many years due to the Cambodian Civil War, but as this came to an end in the late 1990s and the site began to become accessible again, the dispute resurfaced, particularly when Cambodia sought to register Priya Vihir as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2008. Thailand objected to this, saying that Cambodia's application included the land surrounding the temple that belonged to Thailand. The renewed tensions escalated into military clashes along the border, which continued for the next 3 years, killing at least dozens of people and peaking with a week-long exchange of artillery in 2011. Cambodia went back to the ICJ that year, and in 2013 it ruled unanimously that the 1962 ruling had,
they do be making glip-glop
awarded
noises.
the temple's wider vicinity, i.e. the whole hilltop, to Cambodia. However, the court did not address other disputed patches of land, including another nearby hilltop. Fast forward to 2025, and things have once again escalated. On May the 28th, a brief skirmish between Thai and Cambodian troops along a disputed border area left one Cambodian soldier dead, with both sides
I love how
blaming the
now
other
everyone's
as the
using
aggressor.
skirmish and clash.
This sparked rising nationalism on both sides of the border, and tit-for-tat actions, including border, trade and communication restrictions. It's also sparked major
really
political
jumped the gun on
turmoil
that
in
war
Thailand,
call, huh?
which we've made a few videos about, as a phone call between now suspended Thai Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra and de facto Cambodian leader Hun Sen was leaked, in which Paetongtarn appeared overly deferential to Hun and even disparaged a Thai army commander. It sparked outrage in Thailand, as critics accused Paetongtarn of being weak and undermining national security. Interestingly, it was Hun Sen himself who leaked the phone call, and he's since been on a bit of a warpath, effectively calling for Pitongtan's government to be ousted. People have speculated a number of reasons why Hun has done this. Could it be that he's trying to bolster his and his son, the Prime Minister's position, and distract from domestic problems? Could he feel threatened by the Thai government's plans to legalise casino gambling, which could damage the Cambodian industry?
True.
Whatever the case, it has contributed to a major deterioration in bilateral relations alongside the border conflict. During this, Cambodia also announced it would go back to the ICJ to seek a ruling on the unresolved border areas, though Thailand rejects this, saying it doesn't recognise the court's jurisdiction and that it should be resolved bilaterally. But things escalated further this week as fighting resumed on Wednesday, when Thailand blamed Cambodia for laying landmines that exploded in disputed border areas and injured 5 Thai soldiers, leading the Thai government to expel Cambodia's envoy and recall its own ambassador. For their part, Cambodia claimed the landmines were leftover unexploded mines from its previous civil conflict, and recalled its embassy staff from Bangkok. This triggered a wave of fighting, with exchanges of fire along the border, each side blaming the other for starting it, before things escalated on Thursday morning, when, according to Thailand's foreign ministry, Cambodia launched at least 2 missiles into civilian areas, resulting in, quote, civilian casualties and fatalities. In response, Thailand released a statement calling on Cambodia to stop all actions that violate Thailand's sovereignty, and deployed F-16 fighter jets to bomb military targets in Cambodia, with the Thai army claiming later on Thursday morning that its mission had been successful and no F-16s had been hit. There was then more exchanges of fire in disputed areas, and as of 3 PM Thai time, the Thai army is claiming that at least 9 civilians have been killed and a further...
I did see that they may have launched the Grippins too, but I'm not confirming that on
my pussy be gripping.
So they may have launched Grippins too, but not confirmed, not sure. Just something I might have seen or heard.
My pussy gripping.
14 injured. So, what happens next? Well, we still think the most likely outcome is that things calm down, though things could get worse before they get better. There have been numerous skirmishes along the border over the years, and both sides usually find a way to de-escalate. It's also worth noting that a full-on war wouldn't go well for Cambodia. Thailand's population is about 5 times larger than that of Cambodia. Its defence budget is about 7 times larger, and its GDP is more than 10 times larger.
We're gonna
However, there are at least
fucking
2
kill
things
you.
that make this most recent round of fighting more susceptible to escalation than previous skirmishes. First, this conflict has already incurred a remarkable number of casualties. At least 9 people have already been killed, and this will probably end up being the most deadly skirmish between the two countries in at least a decade. Second, the political situation in Thailand means the Thai government doesn't really have the political space to negotiate a de-escalation. After that leaked phone call, the government will want to dispel the idea that it's in any way soft on Cambodia, creating an extra incentive to fight back and escalate.
One of the hot politicians.
This will make negotiating a peace deal or ceasefire more difficult, because opponents may point to any concessions made as further proof that the government is dangerously soft on Cambodia. Ultimately, the risk here is that this escalates into a repeat of what happened in early 2011, when persistent tensions escalated into essentially a full-on war, which killed at least 20 people, injured hundreds more, and displaced tens of thousands of civilians. This risk is further heightened as the collapse in the close personal ties between the two countries' powerful political dynasties, the Huns in Cambodia and Shinawats in Thailand, has closed off one of the avenues that could have helped diffuse the situation. As you may know already, here at TLDR we're committed to learning about the world around us, and helping you do the exact same. Luckily for all of us, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, helps with just that. Brilliant helps you become a better thinker and problem solver, with thousands of visual, interactive lessons in maths, science, programming, data analysis, and AI. Not only does Brilliant offer a perfect...
Thailand and Cambodia has entered day 3 as Thai units just seized military positions along the border, while their Navy and Marines entered the fight, taking on Cambodian forces
I was
along the
laughing
western
because
coast. So
you
today we're going to
clearly
be taking a look
readied
at Thai,
up so the
Cambodian
mission would start by the time you got back, but because somebody joined and the players joined.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the second mission too. I didn't even set the right mission.
Stand your ground. The more time we can buy, the more of our allies survive. You've done enough. Tanks, pull back. We can't. The enemies are right in front of us.
I'm fine, because the heavy tanks kept me safe. I'm just glad you're safe. The heavy tanks are still on the battlefield. They'll be taken out if we don't act. Please, go and save them. It won't do any good. They're prepared for their fate. They knew this would happen when they stayed behind. Ball sacks!
Ball sacks?
Heavy tanks or not, you're at your limit. We're heading into
Balzac.
We'll die if we go. Yes, I know. Fight them. Let's go. Infantry approaching. What are you doing? You won't last for long.
Get wrecked, stupid fucking squid.
You can't keep fighting. Go back. You've got more than enough time. We'll cover you. Hurry. There are battles where we need heavy tanks. Go. You want to act as a shield for heavy tanks? Ridiculous. Get yourselves killed. Staying behind instead of running away. That's awfully brave. Run. We'll cover for you. This is where I die. Don't get in my way. The battle isn't over yet. Die at the next battlefield, not this one. You've still got more work for me? Fine then. But you'd better not die either. We'll provide cover. Pull back. Don't tell me. You've come to rescue some heavy tanks. Looks like we're in agreement. We need our heavy tanks in the battles to come. We can't afford to lose them. Monster approaching! The operation is over. Pull back. Understood. You want to hurry up and run too. Is surface.
All bombers, commence attack. Drop the bombs.
It's funny watching the aliens try and block the glip glop.
And because they be making glip glop noises while they try to block it.
That too. But also it opens them up for me to be able to kill them. And that's very funny.
Almost ready to attack again.
Ow.
Move over the marker. My armor's at its limit. I'm pulling back.
Arnie! What's happening? You were my hero.
Block that, bitch.
Monsters are coming out of the base! Drones! They're coming from the base! Hey! What do you think you're doing? Our weapons won't be able to destroy the mobile base. Don't be reckless. We got him. We've dealt damage to the mobile base! As threatening as the base's mobility is, I guess that's also its weakness. There are sections of the bottom that aren't armored. From below, sneaking down below. There's a hatch at the bottom. Wait for it to open, then attack. Cannons! Their base's cannons are moving! It's got cannons.
I'm gonna try and make sure we don't leave any crates behind.
fighting to let everyone get away? I don't know if you're brave or if you're stupid.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Spriggans.
Hey.
The main unit of the enemy's forces is approaching. Pull back at once. The base didn't run away. It just pulled back because the main unit has arrived. Hurry! We're retreating. There really is bad news this time. The battle lines are starting to crumble. They're going to rush in and attack. Run! You need to survive.
Go over there.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy. Fish. Pony.
Is EDF 5 on the PlayStation Game Pass?
The one that you pay extra for.
Okay.
Because that's how we played it. Because I said that it's not worth buying, and that pass was cheaper than the game itself.
Yes. Hello, dog. Barges his way in here.
One of the reasons I said it wasn't worth buying as well is because I knew the 6th one was already out in Japan when we played it for the first time.
Okay. Spark whip. Spark whip. Spark whip.
And international sources to get an idea of how things look right now and what to expect going forward. Now, to start out, I want to lower the temperature a little bit. This conflict isn't good, and we hope it doesn't spiral into something larger, but it's tempting in the modern media landscape to hype everything up as a major issue that could lead to a catastrophic regional type war. And I want to say there is still a lot of room for the tensions to dial down here. Bradley Merg, a senior research fellow at the Cambodian Institute for Cooperation and Peace, told DW yesterday, quote, "The armed conflict could be resolved very quickly. War is not remotely inevitable."
Arthur's sister?
Did you see Homeland Security post Manifest Destiny?
Yeah.
Good lord. Wow. They're just straight up admitting it.
Well, they're Nazis, so.
Fucking crazy.
Infantry units without shields, stay behind the Titans.
Good play on the video.
However, the underlying tensions and resolution of the border issue will be deeply protracted. So there is the possibility for peace in the near future. However, in the course of the last couple days, we have seen an uptick in the fighting. Now, not to insult anyone's intelligence here, but I thought it was worth doing a quick map overview to give folks an idea of where exactly we're talking about. Of course, Southeast Asia here. Fancy old Google Maps, right? Nothing wrong with that. So as we zoom in here to the Thai-Cambodian area of operations that this conflict is happening, we've got Thailand here to the northwest, Laos to the northeast, Vietnam to the east, Cambodia to the south. Now, we're not really going to be getting into detailed operations over the course of the past couple days because it's pretty sporadic still, but a couple key areas to keep an eye on. And this is, so you see the border here between the two countries. The majority of the fighting is taking place in two key areas. The first is here around Samarang, right along the border area there. And then a little further east, near Surem. My apologies for these pronunciations here. But these two pockets are where a lot of the fighting is taking place. They have spread from 6 to 12 locations in the last 48 hours. And then notably overnight, we actually saw some marine and naval activity down here near Trot. So the Thai Navy took part in some operations. They say Cambodian forces tried to cross the border into this area. They were repelled by the Thai Navy and Marines. That's a topic we're going to get into here a little bit further in a moment. Now, starting out with some reporting from the Thai side, the Bangkok Post said the death toll at this point is at 19 on their side. That includes 6 soldiers since the fighting erupted on Thursday, with more than 60 people injured. The spokesperson for the Ministry of National Defense in Cambodia said 5 soldiers were killed and 21 others wounded. In addition, they say 8 civilians were killed, with 50 civilians wounded, adding that more than 35,000 civilians had so far been evacuated to safer locations. That's on top of what I believe is north of 100,000 Thai civilians that have also been evacuated from the border region. So that's a big aspect here that's probably going to be underreported, is the mass evacuation of civilians from the battlefield, which hopefully at this point is leading to lower civilian casualties than we may have otherwise seen. Now, in looking at some of the footage here, again, I got to shout out Warnor over on X, doing a great job compiling a lot of this, and you'll see his watermark in a lot of the footage here. A lot of the footage, you're going to notice a pretty stark difference, where the Thai military looks relatively professional or more Western in a lot of ways, and the Cambodian forces look much more like an insurgent, informal type military. That's not too far off. Cambodia does have plenty of conventional military capabilities, but the technological and the troop number advantage is heavily skewed in Thailand's direction. According to some recent reporting from CNN, they say Thailand's military dwarfs that of neighboring Cambodia, both in personnel and weaponry. They say Thailand's total of 361,000 active duty personnel spread across all branches of the kingdom's military is 3 times Cambodia's, and those troops have at their disposal weaponry their Cambodian counterparts could only dream of. The International Institute for Strategic Studies said, quote, Thailand has a large, well-funded military, and its air force is one of the best equipped and trained in Southeast Asia.
Yep.
And we've seen that put to use in recent days. Fast boats and naval craft used by the Thai Navy overnight. There are additional and ongoing reports that Thailand is using their U.S.-provided F-16 fighters, as well as their Gripen fighters, to carry out attacks inside Cambodia. From the Cambodian side, we are seeing plenty of mortar attacks, kind of light to medium range, short to medium range weapons, and then a lot of longer range rocket systems that have been utilized, but those are traditionally unguided. So something we'll get into more here in a moment is a lot of the fighting right now favors Thailand, especially when you look at the precision nature of some of the munitions they're going to be able to employ. Now, Nathan Rooser, an analyst over at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, has been doing some great roll-ups and threads on X that I highly recommend following. He talked about this most recent incursion of Thai forces to take some Cambodian troop positions overnight. He said the Thai armed forces have confirmed that they captured the Phu Makua hilltop in the second day of clashes with Cambodian forces. In November 2022, Cambodian troops built a road along this ridgeline and strengthened their positions at the top.
Blew myself up.
Their positions on the ridge meant that this was one of the few sections of the border where Cambodian troops were actually positioned above Thai soldiers. Fighting over the positions was apparently intense, with the Thai advance supported by artillery fire and airstrikes.
Where'd your hands go?
And when we look, this looks like an awful terrain fight, to be blunt. Just jungle, mountainous. It looks war. You can imagine fighting through that and the challenges of trying to resolve the position. So should this escalate and the fighting continue and ramp up,
I'm going to be overrun and won't be able to call for a vehicle.
See a pretty heavy volume of casualties, as attacking up these hills to relatively fortified positions is going to prove rather costly. Now, I mentioned that we had a naval attack carried out by Thailand overnight. This was one of reported a lot of places. This one specifically in Bloomberg, where they said Thailand said its navy joined the army in repelling Cambodian attacks along the border. The naval operation early on Saturday followed the incursion of Cambodian troops at 3 different points in Trat province in Thailand's east. The Thai Defense Ministry said in a statement, the Marine Forces counter-operation was able to push back Cambodian soldiers encroaching on the Thai territory. That would be Thailand's west. There is not, unless that's Thailand's west, the Trat territory that they're talking about along the Gulf of Thailand there. So we'll slip up with DW with Bloomberg, but no harm, doing good work getting this information out there. Now, I want to look at some sources specifically from Thailand and Cambodia, and thank you to the handful of folks that reached out in DMs or emails offering up some suggestions on where to find this information. I still holds true that a lot of the English language information is coming directly from Thailand. A lot of it directly translated Thai sources, not nearly as many from the Cambodian side, so it has been helpful for me in the last day or so, and hopefully for you all, that I've been able to get into some more Cambodian sources and provide some of their perspective of how this is playing out. But continuing here with the Thai side, the Bangkok Post said, according to Cambodia's defense ministry, Thailand launched a deliberate, unprovoked, and unlawful military attack on Thursday and was now mobilizing troops and military equipment on the border. They say, quote, these deliberate military preparations reveal Thailand's intent to expand its aggression and further violate Cambodia's sovereignty. Cambodia called for the international community to, quote, condemn Thailand's continued aggression in the strongest terms and to prevent an expansion of Thailand's military activities. And going back a couple days to where this all began, we saw both sides say that they were the victim and simply acting in self-defense. Both are still claiming that rationale. We are seeing more from the Cambodian side of them pushing for international involvement to plead their case and say, hey, this is Thailand taking aggressive action. They don't need to be doing this. Whereas Thailand's stance continues to be, yes, they're acting in self-defense, but they do not want or need a third party intervening at this point. Some Cambodian sources here, the Phnom Penh Post says, quote, this is not a tale of mutual misunderstanding, but a rather calculated strategy to assert dominance. Cambodia's vulnerabilities are exploited, while the intentions are disguised as claims of self-defense. As of 2:26 p.m. on Saturday, July 26th, Thailand's actions, rooted in a pattern of diplomatic intimidation, military mobilization, and outright warfare, reveal a chilling intent to push Cambodia to the brink. Thailand's provocations are not random, but a deliberate march to war,
I don't understand why it does this.
Designed to weaken
like,
Cambodia.
I don't
still
click
very
to call
much
in the strike.
Two different narratives
okay.
being told by the two sides here. So one thing that...
So it's the Spritefall laser, right? Like, I don't understand why it does it, but also I 100% understand why I've killed myself twice. You have to hold down the Spritefall laser, and then when it's empty, it switches to your next gun. It's already held down, and the Phobos Plan 1 literally will get called down on top of you because it's a really long strike plan. Because I was fine until I put this plan in.
Yeah. Wait, he's all the way over to you? What the fuck? I shot the arm off one of the squid aliens. Its gun fell on me, and my Stardust cannon killed me.
Yeah.
Come on, son. Yes, what a king.
Railguns are about to arrive.
Mission's about to end.
You say that all the time.
Yeah, it's when the railguns arrive.
Propelled railguns have reached the target point. Now move quick. Head for the front and fire. Roger. Moving up. Forward!
Oh my god, there's like 6 weapon crates right here. It was 4. But
we'll be able to destroy that mobile base. Let's do this.
These landing pods have so many crates in them.
I know, right?
Railguns, stand by. Fire! No. We're going to be wiped out at this rate.
I love crates.
It seems that a
I love
railgun
box.
can't pierce the armor of a mobile base. Retreat is recommended.
Commencing retreat. Infantry, move back.
Heavy tanks, move in front of that mobile fortress to create a wall and block off the enemy. Rear guard, let's go!
Rear.
This is what a Titan exists to do. Time to act as a wall until our comrades get away.
No!
Yes, sir!
Wow. Just as I got to the last one, I shoot it down, it drops them, I miss them. Fuck. Heaven's Gate, motherfucker. Okay.
The mission's literally called Rear Guard.
Do crate mission again.
I know, that's what I do. I love crate. Press play.
That could be helpful is a third party being involved diplomatically, of course, not militarily. And it does look like just yesterday, on Friday, the United Nations Security Council held an emergency private meeting with representatives of both Cambodia and Thailand. Some statements coming out of that. The Cambodian UN ambassador said, quote, "We asked for an immediate ceasefire, unconditionally, and we also called for a peaceful resolution to the dispute." They added that the United Nations called for both parties to show maximum restraint and resort to diplomacy. The Thai delegation there said that they call upon the international community to urge the immediate cessation of hostilities and the resumption of dialogue in good faith, engage through established bilateral mechanisms to resolve any outstanding differences. So on the bright side, both sides are talking. Both sides are saying, we want a ceasefire. We would like to see an end to hostilities. It's at the point in the conflict where it's hard to tell who's being genuine, if I'm being honest. When everybody is kind of saying the same thing and accusing the other sides of the same type of attacks, we are still seeing Thailand and Cambodia accuse the others of reckless provocation, accuse the others of targeting civilian infrastructure, and planning to continue the fighting. Now, in terms of what to look for going forward, of course, we're going to keep an eye on the diplomatic front. Hopefully, it's a continuation of negotiations at the United Nations. We've seen Malaysia try to intervene and say they are willing to help negotiate some sort of ceasefire. The United States and China, kind of big partners in this conflict, in the sense that Thailand has a much closer relationship with the United States, whereas Cambodia has a much closer relationship with China. Both of those sides have been pretty standoffish at this point and essentially have just said, we'd like to see a stop to the fighting, and haven't pushed, from anything I've seen. From the United States, no push on Thailand for them to come to the table more than they are, and from China, no push towards Cambodia to try to pressure them to come to the table any more than they are. But there's an interesting assessment here that I wanted to cite from Zachary Abuza, a professor at the National War College in Washington, talking about how
also,
a prolonged military
did you
conflict
say
is not
I can't relate to
said
killing
another way,
myself in that last mission and then kill yourself with your Stardust cannon?
Yeah, but that wasn't my fault. Technically, it was the squid that killed me.
Titans are mobile fortresses that can defend us from the strongest enemies.
Wow, he fucked my day up. Now he's teabagging me. What an asshole.
Did I get him?
No, he's still alive. I can't. Oh, I can ping that guy. Kill him. Kill that guy.
Working on it. They really don't like you, so I'm taking the opportunity to just hammer them while they're looking the other way.
It's a good idea. Alright, they're all dead. Well done. I just got blown closer to you too. Nice.
Yeah, the guy's already on his way to you.
Surely make it through with this. Good luck. Mobile base is picking up speed. It looks like they're coming this way.
Their movements seem to show they're expecting a railgun. This is bad.
This is Phobos, ready to attack again.
Even if we have a railgun, who knows if we can pierce the armor of a mobile base. What an awful enemy to be up against. This is specially made. It will surely be handy. Bomber hit. Monsters approaching. Prepare to engage. Cruels! Cruels are coming!
Flip floppies. Play the video.
Prolonged military conflict does favor Thailand. This is not to say that Thailand wants war, but if this conflict were to continue escalating and grow into something larger, that would likely, as the chips sit today, likely favor Thailand. He says the terrain in the Emerald Triangle region favors Thailand and the Thai military is a better equipped force. A clear example of this came on Thursday morning when Cambodia launched indiscriminate rocket and artillery strikes that seemingly only hit civilian targets. In comparison, Thailand has launched far more surgical strikes. He added that Thailand also has the upper hand because it has more ways to economically hurt Cambodia. Thailand has more ways to punish Cambodia. Cambodia is more dependent on exports to Thailand than the other way around. While Thailand needs Cambodian workers, Cambodia needs remittances more, and there are plenty of workers from Burma and Laos. So again, the overall conflict, if it were to continue, likely favors Thailand at this point, which does kind of give some credence to why Cambodia right now is reaching towards the international community saying, guys, come on, somebody step in here and help us bring this thing to a resolution. But as of now, the fighting is continuing. As I'm recording this, we're getting additional reports of gunfire and advances along some areas of the border, so there's no real indication that it's going to stop in the short term. Hopefully it does. We'll keep an eye on it. That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Oh my god, my jetpack. Jetpack, please!
What the heck is going on between Cambodia and Thailand? Well, as you can see, I'm down here in Virginia Beach. Man, every time I leave the house, something happens. All I want to do is get on my paddleboard, right? But I'm sure all people want to do in Thailand and Cambodia is live, right? Now, this is the very basics of the story.
Just know I'm killing myself to save you right now. I just dropped everything on our position because they were already on top of us.
And Thailand has been fighting over their border. Neither side actually wants war, but they can't.
Oh, I've been there.
Fighting. Funny thing is that is the exact plot.
I was dying by the time I was picking you up.
Which is an alternate history.
But if you pick me up, I'll drop immediate bombing plans on us again.
Of Deseret instead of the territory of Utah, and how 170 years later,
actually, wait for my jetpack. Give me a second.
Well, I'm in the air now.
You know, in a lot of ways, this current conflict between Cambodia and Thailand goes all the way back to the French, who didn't exactly draw lines correctly when kind of mapping out Cambodia. And both sides are very interested in these temples that are in a mountain range on the border between Cambodia and Thailand. And, you know, what's kind of interesting is that there's been violence on the border and over these temples for, wow, almost over a decade. And I think there was even one conflict in 2009 to 2011. And currently both leadership on Cambodia,
the only reason I'm on the ground
Thailand
is because
side,
I had to
like
save
Game
you.
of Thrones, because you're dealing with some dynastic politics here with both the Cambodian People's Party and the current government, the coalition government that's running Thailand. And while it seems like this conflict might be over,
I'm going to die right away again.
There's a lot more to it than just the temple. Okay, in a nutshell, there are quite a few temples on the Thailand-Cambodia border, but this one in particular, Prasat Tommy and Tom, is of particular concern.
Hey, 13 health left.
It lies on a section of the border that's contested, although Wikipedia says this particular temple is in Cambodia. So what's going on? Each side has a story here. Thailand says that Cambodia deployed drones to conduct surveillance of Thai troops near the border, and then Cambodia fired rockets and artillery into Thailand, killing some civilians. Cambodia claims that Thai soldiers placed barbed wire around the temple, deployed a drone, and then they started firing shots. Maybe in the air, maybe at Cambodian troops. Then afterwards, F-16s from Thailand bombed targets in Cambodia. Now, here's what's kind of interesting. Neither of these countries, Thailand or Cambodia, is a particularly authoritarian state.
There,
Thailand
finally back to
has a
picking up crates.
monarchy with ongoing political instability and a coalition government. The military remains a pretty darn powerful actor behind the scenes. Cambodia is also a constitutional monarchy with an elected parliamentary government, but in practice it functions as like a one-party state. Cambodia is the big party or CPC. So why is this important? Well, in countries with relatively democratic governments, people are far more susceptible to misinformation than they are with strictly authoritarian regimes that tightly control the media and internet.
He's right.
You have this weird
freedom of speech has
situation
consequences.
Quasi or semi-democratic governments with people who can access the internet and find out their own information or be influenced by outside or even internal actors. So I can tell you this, if I was part of a political party in Thailand and I wanted to embarrass the current ruling party, I might convince people that yes, we should go to war, that way the current party fails and you can rise to power in the next election. Misinformation is a weapons platform. Now, I don't actually think anybody is in particular pulling the strings. I think this is one of these situations where you have two countries and both of these countries don't really want to fight, but they can't stop fighting. Now, the U.S. is allied with Thailand. We do this exercise.
The smoothbore APC ain't bad at hitting the drones.
If you're a Marine, you probably drank the snake blood.
When you're going at full speed.
That's like a big thing, doing the jungle training with Royal Thai Marines.
Still pretty good.
Some really tough hombres. China is allied with Cambodia, and China has called their relations ironclad. They regularly
China says that shit about everything.
Together. Golden Dragon comes to mind. Peace Angel, which is sort of like a humanitarian mission, comes to mind as well. Cambodia and China both participated in those two exercises. One thing to note, Thailand's military is about 3 times the size of Cambodia. They have about 300,000 troops. They have modern fighter jets. They have a modern Navy, complete with an aircraft carrier, although it has no operational aircraft. It's not very big. Cambodia's military has maybe 125,000 troops. They have no real frontline aircraft that's similar to the F-16. They have no real Navy, and kind of more importantly, no real money. Right? No real source of funding to suddenly build up their military if they had to. Now, the question that a number of people sent me, which these were people from both Cambodia and Thailand, who were like, Ryan, what is going on? I can tell you the main question I got was, will there be an all-out war? And I don't think so. It's a tough one because neither side can really invade or sustain. I've often said that there's only 4.5 expeditionary armies in the world. Right? The United States, Great Britain, France, Russia, and actually Russia is less of an expeditionary nation than it was when I started saying there were 5 expeditionary armies in the world. To a lesser extent, China. China's actually going to eclipse Russia fairly soon. But by expeditionary, I mean that those 5 countries have the ability to travel somewhere by themselves and sustain themselves logistically.
Come on.
At scale. They can move troops.
Yes, I got the final crate right at the last second. I could have gotten 2, but I only got one of them.
Neither Cambodia nor Thailand
I just
really
got
has any kind of expeditionary
a
capability.
fucking new weapon drop there.
Move across their borders
for my
and
air raider.
sustain
That's
at
crazy
scale,
that it hasn't had something that's new drop.
long-term confrontation or in any kind of expeditionary operations that actually move soldiers very far away from their borders. Cambodia has a struggling economy. It really can't afford a war, and it has no real expeditionary capability or logistics capability to supply troops behind enemy lines. Thailand has some expeditionary capability. I mean, they do have a fairly modern navy, but they also have this shaky coalition government, which might not actually survive a war. I mean, are these guys really going to drive 200 miles and capture Phnom Penh in Cambodia? Like, what does that give you? What would be the objective of a total war?
I got the anti-fucking kaiju missile.
Take a look at Thailand invading, the scenario of Thailand invading Cambodia. What are you going to do? There's 2 roads, 2 highways that lead to Phnom Penh in Cambodia. And both those highways are covered by or across from farmland. I saw this movie when Russia invaded Ukraine. Didn't work out too well for the Russians. So if Thailand were to enter Cambodia to perform some kind of objective, such as regime change in Cambodia, I mean, I could see Cambodian soldiers using drones and tactics from Ukraine to slow down these Thai soldiers until essentially the Thailand government collapses. So this is really one of those no-win situations, and the odds are that these 2 nations are just going to sit on the border and trade tit for tat, throw drones, throw artillery, engage in small-scale gun battles, because nobody really has the political will to end the conflict, and nobody has the military capability to actually prosecute the conflict to a conclusion. So I think that's kind of what's going on.
I'll do it.
And as time goes on, I'll take a look at footage coming out of Cambodia and Thailand. But I think what we're going to see a lot of is we're going to see a lot of drone warfare, mainly because it's cheap. So we're going to start seeing drone drop munitions on both sides. Hey, you want to support the channel? No. Last Republic, Amazon, Audible. It's a good...
Folks, it's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another Short War video.
Bro.
And today we have very big news.
Canadian.
Look at this. All these nicks I have that are perfect.
All these what?
Vigaltas.
Nice.
Almost all of them.
Sweet. That's handy.
My ambulance that's perfect dropped the other day.
Oh, ambulance. Wham ambulance. Archie, you a silly boy. Booped him. Oh my god. Hurry up.
Whoa. They actually have the asset for that?
That's where it landed. Look! A ball of fire! Is that an enemy war machine?
Red balls of fire.
Are these? Oh,
Hey,
it's these guys.
Destroy the enemy weapon.
Better not be shooting at me. Oh, these are the ones with the drones as the heads.
It's not just here. The same activity's been detected in 3 places, and there's likely more to come.
Big boom. Big boomba. Big boomba. Nice.
Damn it! I hit a fucking
Ow.
light pole.
So you gotta hit their fucking leg, don't you?
End of attack. It's walking on top of the buildings. That's pretty amazing.
Got him.
Enemy weaponry dropping in. War incoming.
We can't handle this many.
KG-6 is headed your way. Wait it out.
Air raiders will always stay above you. This is DE-202. We're flying to cover the ground units again.
Everyone stay alert.
DE-202. Target confirmed. 150mm cannon, fire. 150mm cannon, fire.
Now attack the legs. What if I could? Just a tiny mistake, you die. Sir, yes, sir.
DE-202 to air raiders. I'll wait for instruction up here. DE-202 in the air. Please designate targets. Air raiders, I've got the sight. 105mm cannon, fire.
Robot destroyed.
Nice.
Unidentified objects incoming.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize this is what we were going to be fighting, but I did bring a fucking autocannon build, which is really good at these people.
Yeah,
or an AC-130 gunship
My
build.
stuff is perfectly fine as well.
Arriving at point 18 and joining the battle. The
What a
team just
cheap
arrived.
move.
Join forces. So this is the enemy war machine.
Cannon, fire. 150mm cannon, fire.
I am dead.
Alright, I'll come for you.
They're trying to stomp me.
It's okay. I have a plan.
Ready for attack. This is Fighter, ready for attack.
That's a good plan.
105mm cannon, fire. This is DE-202. Shooting ended. Best luck to the ground forces. DE-202.
Oh my god, I was stuck on a wall. Just outside your healing thing. I'm literally, like, behind you.
KG-6 Kelper here. Confirming target. Commencing combat.
Machine guns can take the enemy down. All vehicles, fire away.
Let's reduce those robots to rubble.
I'm right behind you.
I know, I'm trying to get you. It's very difficult to see. There's, you see, like the whole
Yeah,
screen
I
is
was
white
watching.
out.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, you really gotta, like, pick better times to die. Like right when my Vigalta was ready, worst possible time. I was running away to position my Vigalta, and I have to turn around and save you. Like, just die in better places, okay? Also, play the video.
Yes. I always forget.
Big news coming out of Ukraine, Thailand, the Middle East, and
I've been
Taiwan.
spoiling
And
you.
starting off with Thailand, we have seen more major deployments of military to the border regions with Cambodia, and also heard that a Cambodian general has been eliminated in the fighting as Thailand has officially deployed all branches of their military this morning. Meanwhile, the United States has intervened and is actively communicating with Thailand and Cambodia to negotiate a ceasefire between the two countries. And then inside of the Middle East, we have seen an internal uprising in Iran as an armed group has attacked IRGC forces in southern Iran. And then inside of Ukraine, we have seen footage of new potent drone strikes on Russian military facilities and an airfield that was struck, causing destruction to a Russian fighter jet. And finally, we have news that a large number of Chinese fighter jets have been spotted over the Taiwan Strait as well. So we have a lot of news from a lot of different regions, and let's jump into our very first article, which goes to Phytux Network. And of course, today we're seeing a continuation of the Thailand and Cambodia conflict, and right now we're getting word from the Thai Inquirer that all branches of the Thai military, land, air, and maritime are actively engaged in operations amid the ongoing conflict with Cambodia. So basically, to sum up the entire situation, it is still escalating dramatically today, and it looks like Thailand is deploying even more forces to go to the border and get ready to fight Cambodia, as Cambodia is also ramping up fighting on their end as well. So no signs of it really stopping at the moment, but we do have some news later on about a potential ceasefire that could be negotiated by the United States, but right now that is very uncertain, and right now it appears the fighting is going to ramp up before it actually de-escalates. So that is what we're seeing right now from the Thai side. But moving on to our next post here, this one goes to Phytux Network yet again, and we've also heard a bombshell report here that a Cambodian general was killed by artillery fire during early morning clashes with Thai forces.
Missile?
Sure. Did you notice he said killed when it was a general, but civilians are eliminated?
Yeah, this guy's weird as fuck.
Phu Mukai, according to one of their regional news outlets. So we got some more information about this individual. Apparently, this is the Cambodian 7th Division commander.
Okay. Enough for you.
समझ नहीं आ रहा अपने salary increment का क्या करूँ?
Top up. What the fuck is this?
Is on, such as our part.
Documents carefully.
There's not that much happens usually. Prime Minister, however, has been in London. He signed the India-UK Free Trade Agreement. We are not talking about that, however. You are watching a lot of it already on your screens, and we have a lot of coverage also, of which I will share many links with you, with our description. So watch that, watch it there closely. That's
Why are you being racist?
Turning point. We on the.
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Mr. Gupta.
I know, I'm just fucking around.
I was hoping that you were going to do that. Because it did sound supremely racist.
And we are going as far as Thailand and Cambodia, because a very interesting little skirmish, I won't say war, but a very interesting an important, significant skirmish, or maybe a series of skirmishes, has broken out there.
He
now,
wants the
this
crew.
might be the first time, in fact, that at least I might have seen in the modern era, two countries nearly going to war over heritage or over, say, heritage property. So this is a part of their border which has clumps of temples about 200 kilometers apart. And both sides claim the right over those temples. That is where this fighting is.
Nuke's coming.
These temples are of Hindu
It's not a nuke,
origin.
though. It's just a big
These
missile.
are not living temples right now. They are not functional temples right now.
Let me know when you see it.
But these are
Look up in
originally
the sky
dedicated
for
to
it.
Hindu gods.
Which one are you shooting?
Not very different from Angkor Wat. In fact, if you see these pictures, these temples would look very much like they've come out of the same school, the same school of architecture.
What an
Angkor
asshole.
Wat, however, is more than
killed Bro
200
with it.
kilometers away from
No,
this
he was already
area.
dead.
Now, this area, This area is along a border. It's mountainous border. It is marked by a mountain range called Dangrek. And as I told you, these two sets of temples where these skirmishes have broken out are about 200 kilometers apart from each other along the same border, or
I'm so
maybe
mad.
along the same ridge, if you want to put it like
How
that.
anticlimactic was that?
Is not that high. Mountains are
just
not very
restart,
high
'cause I
in
brought
those
the wrong
areas.
gun.
Say where the main temple, Priya Vihar, which was a temple built probably, most likely in 9th century, so more than 1100 years old. That is situated.
That
on
actually
a spur
took points to
on this
request
ridge,
as well.
which
It's
is
not
about 1800
timer.
feet. And that's how this mountain range goes. However, there is a problem there. The problem
And
is
if I'm doing
that
Vagaltas,
these are
I
also
prefer not to
colonial
have
borders.
timers.
Wherever you have colonial borders,
Or
you
I
have
prefer to
problems.
have
India and
timers.
Pakistan, India and China, Pakistan and Afghanistan,
have the
and
perfect
similarly
gun for
in the Middle East, because big powers who colonized various countries, they drew borders arbitrarily and
I
they
have
left a
machine
lot
gun
of things
bomber.
vague. Why? Not deliberately to leave trouble behind, but because they did not have a stake, and
Hey,
they
that
thought,
actually helps
if I
the
am
capture
leaving,
more.
what stake
I'll
do I
leave
have?
the hood on and then it captures me
Similarly,
better.
the Cambodian border with Thailand
Kind of.
was marked by the French. Cambodia
Fuck the
was
French.
a French colony. It was a French colony. There is a complex history in which we will not go. We will only
Good
tell
idea,
you
Mr.
what happened,
Gupta.
say, 1960s, 70s onwards. That's when the Americans were fighting in Vietnam. They were fighting in Vietnam, and as they were carrying out carpet bombings, when they got really desperate in the last phases, later phases of the war in Vietnam, when they thought
I
the
saw a
Vietnamese
loading
were not
screen
giving in, they launched
about
these
their
massive
submarine
carpet
carriers.
bombing operations.
And I
using
don't think
B-52.
they had
You've
an
seen those
asset for
pictures
them
of those.
in the last game, which leads me to
Yeah.
believe we might actually see them.
True. I saw
Because
that one as well. And I
you saw that loading screen?
Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? It just looks like a submarine.
Yeah, they were only on the radio in the last game.
Very interesting. Yeah, too far away.
Huh? It's not just here. The same activity's been detected in 3 places, and there's likely more to come.
No way! We'll lose the city at this rate. Enemy weaponry dropping in! Or incoming!
We can't handle this many.
KG-6 is headed your way. Wait it out.
Gotta play the video.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Those
trying to
streams
not
of
die.
bombs falling down. Some of the regions they targeted, in
It
fact,
happens.
sizable regions that they targeted were in Cambodia, in eastern Cambodia. So that caused a lot of destruction in Cambodia. It was in that period that the Americans were not very happy that Cambodia was ruled by a monarch, Prince Norodom Sihanouk. In India, you would say Narottam Sihanouk. In fact, All India Radio, Akashvani used to pronounce his name as Narottam Sihanouk. He was deposed by Lon Nol. If you are of my vintage, you will remember commentary from that period, also headlines from that period. Lon Nol, backed by America,
Bro just called himself
deposing
vintage.
Prince Norodom
Yeah.
Sihanouk, who then
That's great.
went into refuge.
Why not?
He did not take refuge in Paris or London, where usually dictators, say from the Middle East, have gone. He went to Beijing and Pyongyang, that is to China and China's ally,
Fucker.
North Korea. As he left, Lon Nol
Two
himself
of them
came under
snuck up on
pressure
me and I
because
got
Lon Nol was an American stooge. So the communist forces, which were very strong on the ground, and then inspired and aided by the Chinese and the Vietnamese, they raised a force of their own, a political force called Khmer Rouge. Khmer is the name of the race that lives in Cambodia. It's a Khmer republic, almost 99%. One ethnicity, Khmer, of which about 97% are Buddhists. In fact, they follow Theravada Buddhism as much as people of Thailand. About 95% follow Theravada Buddhism. So there is no religious dispute between the two. However, Khmer Rouge took over. They would.
There we go. That's what you were saying, right? It makes it sound religious. Like, this is a great video.
The most extreme kind of communists, so extreme that they abolished currency, they abolished urban living, they said everybody must produce and
Hey,
eat.
whoa, don't make them sound
They
base.
abolished education, right? And if you were not useful to them, they routinely went out, arbitrarily killed people. Now, you've seen those pictures, those movies about the killings of Pol Pot. Pol Pot was the leader. He also renamed the country Cambodia. About 2 million people were killed. A population so small, even today, the population of Cambodia is about 17 million. So you can imagine what it was like in the mid-70s when Pol Pot ruled between 1974 and 1979, and nearly 2 million people were killed. This was an enormous massacre. And then finally a UN-mandated peace came in, a UN-mandated election took place, after which Prince Narodam Sihanouk returned as a kind of titular ruler to head a constitutional monarchy. Elections were held, and then another strongman rose. This is an elected strongman.
Amazing. My audio is Japanese now.
Hun Sen, who's today the president, apparently, or at least on paper, the power should be with the prime minister, and president should be part titular. In this case, it's a very convenient arrangement because the prime minister is Hun Manet. Who's Hun Manet? That is Hun Sen's son. So father is president, son is prime minister. Who has the power? How does it matter? It's a little bit like Medvedev was actually Vladimir Putin's son, right? So one becomes prime minister, one becomes president. How does it matter? So that is the situation right now in Cambodia. Since the restoration of democracy in Cambodia, or since the arrival of democracy in Cambodia, it has become an elected dictatorship. And of these years, 17 years, Hun Sen has been in power directly as the chief executive, and now for the past 2.5 years, he's become constitutional president, leaving prime ministership to his son. In fact, if you see these pictures, and this is Australian strategic analyst Nathan Ruser, we have to thank him for it, and you will see his tweet on your screens. Hun Sen, in the middle of this fighting, posted pictures of himself and his aides looking at the plans of fighting in this border region, and he posted it on Facebook. In fact, there is a certain innocence or simplicity to the two sides fighting these skirmishes, because both seem to be putting out stuff on Facebook. In fact, the Thais also posted on Facebook today that in the morning they used F-16s. Thai Air Force is very strong. They have F-16s. They have Gripen. They have some F-5s also. They have about 100 aircraft. Cambodia, on the other hand, has no Air Force. It has no Air Force worth the name. It has some tanks, some old tanks. Its armies, armed forces are about 1/3 the size of Thailand. However, in the mountains, these things work very differently. Now, what did the Cambodians do? So first of all, now both sides will fight over who started it. So I'm not giving you any judgment on who started, who fired the first shot. I'm stringing together things that happened over a couple of hours this morning, also yesterday. So the Cambodians today fired BM-21. These are Grad rockets. I think Indian Army also has a lot of them. These are multi-barrel Russian origin or Soviet origin rocket launchers, and they can fire in salvos. So Cambodians fired BM-21 rockets, which led to the killing of 12 people on the Thai side, all civilians.
Finally.
So say the Thais. In fact, see this other tweet
What,
from
finally?
Nathan
You
Tusa,
want the Thai
who
people to
says that
die?
this morning, Cambodians carefully selected 12 targets and fired rockets at these targets, and he thinks these were carefully selected and this can lead to real escalation. However, since then, looks like the two sides have calmed things down. Now,
Motherfucker.
Hun Sen, as we know,
I
posted
don't
his
think I can
pictures
get
of
to this
supervising
Bagalta.
fighting on Facebook. Similarly, the Thailand Second Army region also posted a statement on Facebook saying that they had used their F-16s to strike a brigade headquarters in Cambodia, and they had caused destruction, and F-16s had come back.
I dropped a
Cambodia
Bagalta
also
on this
posted
little
something on
bridge
Facebook
above
saying
me.
that F-16s had hit nothing, bombs had dropped on a highway. That is how this has gone on, and some kind of an uneasy truce
I'm in danger.
now prevails. Now, there is a history to this and there is a geography to this. And I told you earlier that the problem arose because the French left this region with uncertain borders. Because you just draw a border with a thick nib pen. We know what's happened around India. What's drawn in a thick pen, as in high resolution, as technologies improve, as access improves, the thickness of the pen can be 10 kilometers this side or 20 kilometers that side, and so on and so forth. Something like that was done by the French in Cambodia in
I'm literally stuck in a sewer. I can't help you.
In that division, a very important
The Vagalta
temple.
was my way out of the
That's the most
sewer.
important temple
Wait, you
in this
can't get
area.
out?
In fact, I would say it's
Nope.
the most important temple in Cambodia after Angkor Wat. A very important temple
has
called
to be a way to
Priya Vihar Temple.
Maybe up here.
I know in India we'll tend to pronounce it as Vihar, but it's spelled Vihar. Let's go with the local pronunciation. So Priya, P-R-E-A-H, Vihar, V-I-H-E-A-R temple. Now, this is a temple that the Thais call Khao Phra Vihan. Thais also have a name for it. It was a temple dedicated to Lord Shiva in the Dangrek Mountains, which I told you forms the border between the two countries. Now, the French map of 1907 gave the temple to Cambodia, but left the general area a little bit vague. This led to a dispute
from
with
Mortal
Thais also
Kombat.
claiming this temple. Both sides had much tension. Finally, the International Court of Justice ruled in
that's the extreme
1962
cultural
and gave this
insensitivity.
temple to Cambodia. However, problem remained for an enclave of land between the temple and between the Thai territory. Now,
Yeah.
this.
Where can you get culturally
Bro,
insensitive jokes?
No, seriously. I just don't understand how you can have a mobility character and die to things that you can kill at range.
I don't
Like,
use
what are
range
you doing?
guns.
Get your shit together.
I don't use range guns. They're boring.
Bro, you have a big cannon.
And? They're
Fucking
hard to
bring
hit.
a Monster Zero and a big
Have you-
cannon.
I don't have a fucking Monster Zero.
You don't have any monster?
No. Wait, what? No, fuck the lasers. The lasers suck.
Monster Zero is insane.
Fine.
I got
The
it.
last time you told me to bring a gun,
I'm bringing it. I'm bringing the monster gun. Okay?
Fine.
Princess?
I'll bring...
Hello, princess.
Princess. It's princess.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I like the short-range weapons. That's my problem.
You use a plasma cannon.
Yeah.
That's literally a ranged
It's
weapon.
slow as fuck, and these things are fucking quick, and small targets.
Oh, just bring a plasma cannon that has projectile speed. Shot speed.
I know.
The
See,
burst
but now
cannons. The big cannon's still pretty quick.
Yeah, the big cannon's fine. It's the heavy cannon that has the slow shot speed. Like it's literally 300
that's
meters
garbage.
per second slower.
But this,
no, the heavy
use a
cannon's
burst
great.
cannon on him.
No, they suck.
You know?
They're so inaccurate.
Yeah, but you're attacking the area.
I could Stardust cannon. That could work. Yeah, let's do that one. Yeah, that one. And then also, rather than the spear, I'll bring the flip flop.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take over the videos because you're hopeless.
Yeah, so
This area, if you
Just wait
see,
for-
you will see
wait
it
for
on
this
your
one to be
screens
done.
also. This looks like a lot of area, but it's not. It's only 4.6 square kilometers. It isn't that much area, but this is around the temple, so this is very important area.
There's
This
a lot
is
of
the
context.
area
That's
which
good.
both sides
That's the
claim,
only
and
reason
that
I'm
is the
saying keep this
disputed
one up.
area in this place. The
Okay.
ICJ gave the temple to Cambodia, but left this area, the ownership of this area, indeterminate. So nobody knows who it belongs to. You know, in strategic studies, in strategic analysis, there is a concept, and that concept
didn't
is
we-
good fences.
Wasn't there a video before that literally went over the UN
Hit ready.
rulings? Asian rulings and shit like that?
James Kurlinzi or something.
Yeah, because like it's all well and good to say that it's unclaimed, but like the rulings have said, and realistically, if anything, should we not, like, as a general rule, while trying to change things while working
Hit
in
ready
the
so I
framework,
can show you how to use the Monster Zero.
Yes. Okay.
Make good neighbors. So if two
Just hit
neighbors
ready, it
have
doesn't
good
matter.
fences
Yes, I will.
between them, both of them will be comforted that the other guy will behave. I have a strong fence. Similarly, clean borders make for good neighbors. It's when you have not clean borders, cluttered borders, that problems arise. That's why it's such a blessing that India and Bangladesh have both settled their borders fully. Land borders, enclaves, also maritime borders. That's a big blessing for both India and Bangladesh in our very cluttered region by way of the delineation of our borders. Thailand and Cambodia have inherited this problem. Now, this problem is left to disputes every now and then. In recent times or in the modern era, in fact, the Thai-Cambodian wars, if you really go back in history, then this is like a conflict between two empires based on two distinct races. The Cambodian empire based on the Khmer race and the Thai empire based on the Siamese race. Both had their kings and rulers. All of them over the centuries had names that were very Hindu sounding. So you know who had the greatest cultural influence there. It was the Hindu influence, which in the course of time became Buddhist influence. That's the reason you see these temples also with both. These temples bring in the elements of both Hinduism and also Buddhism. Now in 1993, while the two countries contested ownership over these temples, because it's not just these temples. In fact, if you go 200 kilometers away from Priya Vihar temple, while Priya Vihar has been resolved because ICJ had given it to Cambodia, and this territory 4.6 kilometers in front of it from Cambodian side is disputed, the ownership of which is not clear between the two. There are also another 4 temples. There is a string of 4 temples where again there is a dispute between Thailand and Cambodia has asked ICJ to settle that question also. The fighting this week has been around one of those temples, and that temple is
Building lips, bro.
Mueang Thom. That is
The
the Thai
tiniest
name.
lip.
That is also
It was
11th or
fucking me up
12th
there.
century temple. Translated literally, and I don't know exactly how does it work. Translated literally from Google, it is Great Temple of Grandfather Chicken. It was also a Shiva temple. Cambodia says it falls in their order Mien Chi province, and Thailand says it is in their Surin province. Then the second temple there is Prasad Ta Mueang Tok, also in the same complex, claimed by both sides. Fighting, however, has been over the first one, Prasad Ta Mueang Thom. Now, I did not say lightly that this must be the first time we have seen two sovereign countries fighting over heritage. Now, once again, try and understand how heritage and nationalism are connected, how deeply heritage sits in nationalism. This nationalism, this competitive nationalism became even stronger after Angkor Wat got the UNESCO World Heritage Site status in 1992. And since then, temples that looked a little bit like that on the border of the two countries, they became contentious. The ownership of those temples became contentious. So much so that in mid-July this year, Cambodia accused Thailand of trying to build a modern replica of Angkor Wat. So Cambodian Minister of Culture and Fine Arts, Phoyung Sakona, he said that the Thais should not have started building this temple without consultation with the Cambodians. The Thai side, of course, said that heritage property doesn't mean there's copyright on heritage property. They didn't quite say that you can build a replica, where is the problem, but they said we are not building a replica. What we are building, and this is a temple called Sihar Nakhon, which literally is translated as Lion City. Remember Angkor Wat? At the entrance of Angkor Wat, you see lions guarding it, right? So this is also called Sihar Nakhon. Sinha obviously for lion. So Lion City. The head of the Thai cultural delegation at these talks, Sihasak Phongkethiu, he said that, look, there was no question of stealing any design or making a replica. This is based on the larger basic Buddhist architecture style, and this has drawn inspiration from many Buddhist designs. There is also a story in Thailand that this is based on a Thai monk's dream, etc., etc. However, this tension continues. Now, what's happened here? I told you this whole business of
Monster Zero isn't as good against him as I thought, and it's specifically because they kind of seem to take the most damage on top.
Ah, interesting.
Right?
So maybe flying above and geisting them would be the ticket.
Well, the Ghost Chaser was really good. Do you have that?
Maybe?
So the Ghost Chaser is really good at taking out their legs.
Okay. Well, what if you were to take that and I focus on the heads with the big guns? Would that work?
Well, I'm just testing out a different thing real quick, and we're gonna see how it works.
Because the Stardust Cannon was okay, but not fantastic.
I'll test another.
I do have the Ghost Chaser.
Yeah, that's... So, I think... Test out a few different things. The Ghost Chaser drains your pack, though.
I know.
And most of it hits the ground, so you kind of have to position yourself where you're on a building looking kind of up with it to maximize its effect. So it's not a, oh shit, I'm in trouble weapon. It's like a superiority, I have my shit set up weapon. Because it can really fuck you because it drains you so quick.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to see...
sets of people. Now I told you these rival forces putting their stuff on Facebook, including pictures. Those pictures, in fact, after Hun Sen posted on Facebook, he deleted that post within a couple of minutes. But the rest of the world that was watching this situation, they had taken screenshots. So these pictures are available with everybody. In fact, this mess had got complicated on June 23. There was a time when tension was going up, and some Thai soldiers had got wounded in some mine blasts in the same border area. Now, Thailand accused Cambodia of deliberately planting these mines. Now, Cambodia said these were old mines and Thai soldiers had stepped on them. Those things happen. People still step on Second World War mines. Now, Thai army was very angry over this, and they were threatening to take action on the Cambodians. It is at that point that 38-year-old Petongtarn Shinawatra, who's the daughter of Thaksin Shinawatra, the former elected prime minister, but strongman, populist strongman of Thailand, who had been turfed out by the army and who's currently under trial for a uniquely Thai crime called lese majesty, which means insulting or speaking disparagingly or disrespecting the monarchy of the king. In Thailand, the king has divine status, almost divine status. And there is a very tough law on saying anything critical of the king. So the father is under trial for that. His sister, meanwhile, became prime minister. She was also thrown out by the army. May 28, another set of skirmishes took place where one Cambodian soldier died and tensions went up. So June 15, Shinawatra decided to call Hun Sen. The Shinawatras and Hun Sen have had an old relationship, a friendly old relationship. So she
Ghost
called
Chaser
him.
at the
In
end.
the call, she referred to him as uncle. She also said, she also referred to her army as the other side. And she basically said, calm down, everybody calm down. There'll be no problem. She wanted peace. Now, what did Hun Sen do? He's such a smart guy, and for a moment when I saw this, I thought maybe he's very old now, but he's not. He's only 72.
I see what you mean.
He recorded that phone call and released that phone call on his Facebook page. So the whole world heard that phone call. When that happened, that lit a fire in Bangkok. That how can you disparage the army? Now I will tell you in 1 minute as we go ahead about the peculiar Thai political system. But this lit a fire in Thailand, so much so that the army got furious that she had spoken disparagingly about her own army, while at the same time her own father is under trial for speaking disparagingly or for disparaging the monarch, the king. So in this case, the judiciary got into the act and Thai constitutional court suspended. It placed the elected prime minister under suspension for not following the ethics necessary for that job. This is how much commotion this, what looks like this little border problem has caused in that region. That a strong country like Thailand, which has per capita income GDP about 3 times, in fact almost exactly 3 times of Cambodia, population about 4 times, more than 4 times that of Cambodia, that has lost its prime minister, and that is rooted in the peculiar politics of Thailand. In fact, after the last coup in Thailand, we had done a full episode of Karta Klatta, of which I'll share a link with you. That explains Thai politics in somewhat more detail for you. But basically what happens in Thailand is that in some ways it's like Pakistan. It's like Pakistan in the sense that that the army has powers that transcend all elected leaders. That the prime ministers can come and go. In this case,
okay, close laser also
army,
sucks against them.
also at the mercy of the judiciary and the mercy of the king.
Good.
So while in Pakistan, it's the
I was
army
using that.
and
I
also
didn't
the
really
courts who
notice
only
much
do what
with
the
it.
army tells him to do ultimately.
Yeah,
Thailand
it's
is
just
more
a little bit of
complicated. It has
extra damage.
multiple
It's not
centers
too much,
of
but
power
it
where
locks
two
on
things
from
don't
so
change.
far
One,
away.
nobody challenges the army. Every coup that takes place in Pakistan goes through just like that. It's like a picnic, and then they restore democracy. Some election takes place, a government comes into power, and the monarch, his powers or at least his stature or his status never goes away. So if you make a comparison between Pakistan and Thailand, there are many similarities. There are also many differences. Thai people, for example, invested in their people, in their social indicators a long time back. So they have excellent social indicators, fantastic human development indices, health, literacy, etc., etc. And that's how they are able to absorb this political instability. Also in this mix, one thing that
Do you have the Heaven's
Pakistanis
Gate?
have,
Do you know what
but
that
that
is?
the Thais don't have, is
What is
religion.
it?
Because Thai politics
It's,
is not driven by religion. Everybody follows.
It's like the glip glop, but you throw it out, and instead of shooting shit up, it just shoots lasers down. So for the caves, it's really fucking good, because it can basically block off a cave entrance, and anything that comes through gets vaporized.
If I put a Heaven's Gate on one of these guys' heads, in theory, it should hurt them a lot.
Theoretically, but it's whether you, one, can, two...
Okay, well, we'll find out real quick.
Yeah, like even...
Then
which laser
after
did you
this,
say?
Huh?
Which laser did you say?
I said the ghost. Oh, I was testing the... I'm on the 3rd sniper now. I'm testing all the snipers on him.
Yeah, which one?
All of them, except for... we'll see if this one.
What was the last one you used?
Closed.
Okay. Test out the bolt shooter.
That's what I have. The Ghost Chaser's definitely good against their legs.
Yeah.
I think also they have a little core on their backside where you hit them with the... So if we can flank them, that might be an effective thing too.
Estimated location is Sector 1-8. That's the spot. That's where it landed.
A ball of fire! Is that an enemy war machine?
I mean, these guys have snipers.
Did that thing just stand up?
We need to take it out. Let's do this.
See? It even locked in from here. Fucking look at the distance on this cunt.
Huh? It's not just here. The same activity's been detected in 3 places, and there's likely more to come.
No way! We'll lose the city at this rate. It's walking on top of the buildings! That's pretty amazing!
The bolt shooter's okay on it. It's
No
not
way that missed.
extremely long range. Also, it takes a lot of core to recharge it.
Yeah, okay.
But like, it's like a thunder crossbow that you can get a little more distance out of, and it's a little more powerful.
Yeah, I think the guided grenade is just like a DPS weapon. It's just like a extra little bit of damage. Mostly I need something to just get rid of those guns on its legs.
Yeah, the
little cannons.
The Ghost Chaser, definitely the best thing I've found.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, now I'm going to try and Heaven's Gate their head. Hey, that actually worked really well.
Oh, interesting how it's spread out. Ready to go? No way! He stood up! What a fucking cunt. Oh, you are dead.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm trying. I have a loading core. It's not exactly good for flight. But
No,
it's good
not.
to test weapons with. That's the thing. When you take out their legs, they get extra pokey.
Yeah.
And they're like really accurate with the pokes.
Yeah, that's why I go backwards. I outrun.
Okay, anyway. The heads are not the problem for the air raider. It's the legs. So if you're on legs and I'm on heads, Ghost Chaser's definitely the best weapon I've found for legs.
Yeah.
So the Heaven's Gate also wasn't terrible. As long as you can get it placed correctly.
Yeah.
Where the beams are, where it's going to stagger itself around in the beams.
Yes.
Like a dummy.
Would you describe this game as an arcade shooter?
Yeah. Like, I think it's closer to, like, the Halo Fireteam game than Halo. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Halo Combat Evolved. It's more like the Halo Spartan Ops game. But it's also nothing like that.
We got a fencer.
Follows the same religion. And finally, unlike Pakistan, Thai nationalism is not defined by hostility to another neighboring sovereign nation. That's a problem with Pakistan because Pakistan's ideology, national ideology, is defined in terms of hostility, permanent hostility to India. That's the reason this dust-up is a new kind of challenge for Thailand, although there was a series of clashes in 2011, so when about 15 people, civilians and soldiers had died, but that had passed. Globally, however, you can see that this is the time when nationalism is rising. And that's why even these skirmishes play straight into the new nationalist urges.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. That was very good. Some kind of expert, I guess. But he's not white. What? Oh my god. Is this guy the Indian James Kerr Lindsay? Possibly. Honestly, might subscribe to this channel because that was honestly pretty good. And Indian sources are very hit and miss. So we'll see. But he seems to do these like podcasty long form talk things. It's almost like he's a better news Borat.
Oh,
like he's a news Borat that actually knows what he's talking about. So yeah, I guess an Indian James Kerr Lindsay.
Nations. Or, if they're viewers of the channel, the fact that it once had a really cool elephant on its flag. But many people don't know that Thailand has a very long and tricky history with its military, who directly ruled the country for several decades, as well as now, quote-unquote, guiding the democracy in Thailand. More recently, Thailand has been embroiled in a border conflict with the neighboring nation of Cambodia, with whom it shares a large border in the
south.
Managed
democracy?
This ostensibly goes
run
back
by
to
a military?
1907, when parts of what was then the Kingdom of Siam were ceded to the French following the expansion of French power in what was then known as French Indochina, today comprising the countries of Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. The country of Siam, the predecessor of modern Thailand, is famous as being one of the only countries in the world that was never colonized. However, it did see its fortunes decline as a result of the powerful French power to its border, as well as the British on the other side. And it's this move from 1907 which annexed large parts of the kingdom that can still be felt reverberating to this day. In particular, the 1907 treaty handed over a very old and beautiful temple, Preah Vihear, which then became French territory in 1907. Now, during the Second World War, as I explored in my video about Thailand's role, Thailand became allied with the Japanese, and in fact fought a brief war in 1940 with French Indochina, after which they also assisted the Japanese in taking over large parts of that country and indeed Asia at large. As part of this deal with the Japanese promised to help them get back Preah Vihear, which they did in 1941, annexing it back into Thai territory. However, when the war turned against the Japanese in the Pacific, the Thais also stood to lose, and when the end of the war came about, part of the negotiations involved handing the temple back to French Indochina. In 1954, following the end of the French presence in Indochina, Cambodia became an independent nation, and the temple became property of the independent nation of Cambodia. Now, let's play a little game about what Thailand did next, called What Happens Next? Did they let Cambodia have the temple?
Taiwanese China people would be
saying
Cambodia is Indochina.
Did they take it
that's those kind of people.
That's right, it's B.
Can you
bring
the plasma cannon that has fast projectiles?
They did. However, Cambodia, with quite a weak military, instead
the big cannon is the one
to the ICJ. And the ICJ in 1962
What's the one with the slow?
ruled in favor of Cambodia,
Heavy
saying that this was an illegal
okay.
annexation by Thailand, and the Thais promptly
Big just-
complied and handed it back to Cambodia.
Big
and this
is,
is the situation
Big
as it stood
Boom, but
until around 2008.
other one is massive.
And the hope was now that many decades after the end of the conflicts in Vietnam and Cambodia,
So it's more
having had its
explosive
own
force than a
horrific
regular
history of
plasma
repression
cannon?
In the meantime, that things
Is
wouldn't
it? But
go
it's
as
is
they
the
had
regular
done in
plasma
the
cannon
20th
faster?
century, or indeed in the early 19th.
It does like 60 damage.
However, 2008 marked a turning
Oh
point.
yeah.
Cambodia
It-
wanted
there's.
to have
I'm
the
talking about
temple
like whatever the
recognized by UNESCO
upgraded
as a
version of the
World
regular one is.
Heritage
Sure,
Site.
probably.
Now, initially, the Cambodian bid was accepted by the Thai government, who supported it. However,
Yeah, I
Thailand
was just
going
curious.
through its own period
What
of
would the
internal
perks be
strife
of the
at
regular
time,
one?
and nationalism
Maybe it
was
uses
on the
less core.
rise, which brought back some of the old grievances about the former borders of the Kingdom of Siam. And soon both sides of the divide in Thailand who were vying for power realized that they could use the issue of the temple and of the border treaty at large in order to curry favor with voters. And they turned against Cambodia's bid.
What the hell's going on here? This is the laboratoire, not a UNESCO conference.
This was then followed by the placement of Thai troops on the border, which
That
was
was so satisfying.
reciprocated by Cambodia, who feared another incursion. Violence wouldn't come until 2011, however, when there were brief border skirmishes
that was quick.
between both sides, resulting in over 24 dead. This was followed by a ceasefire, which had held until this year, 2025, when in May a Cambodian soldier was killed in a border skirmish. This may have been the end of the matter, but in order to try and let this be water under the bridge, the Thai Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra ended up calling a senior Cambodian official, a family friend of many decades, in order to try and smooth things
Yeah,
over.
I can shoot
However,
back,
the
bitch.
Cambodian official in question then leaked the phone call, which involved the Thai Prime Minister
Fuck
using
your
the,
legs.
very respectful term uncle.
See, if I get
to
the
this
autocannon
Cambodian
on 'em, they're
official,
like a
which was
turtle
seen as
retracting
her
into
being
their shell.
deferential
Yeah, I was
to
saying
this
that.
Cambodian figure, which didn't sit well with Thai hardliners. Even worse, though, for the Thai Prime Minister was that during this leaked phone call, she also insulted a member of the Thai military, which, as mentioned at the start of this video, is a big no-no in Thailand given the very powerful position of the military. It's not entirely clear why the Cambodian official decided to leak this phone call, as this almost certainly is a large factor in
He's
why the hostilities between
trolling.
the two countries have been allowed to increase. And one
Hey.
might even suggest that warmongering may have been one of the
Fuck
reasons.
you.
War certainly seems to be on the horizon, as in July of 2025, a Thai soldier had his leg blown off by a landmine, involving several others that were injured too. Thailand claims that these landmines had recently been laid along the border with Cambodia and that these were of a modern Russian make. Whereas the Cambodians claim that this area has always had lots of landmines because of previous conflicts between the two nations and indeed in the
Eat
Vietnam
shit.
War at large, and so that this was an old landmine. However, it's difficult to know which side to believe in these claims. Whatever the true origin, this was soon followed by drone attacks from both sides, with both sides claiming that the other first started the fighting and then sent in troops to attack
He
several
started it.
border
No, he
positions
started
which
it.
were already militarily occupied along the Thai-Cambodian border. This was followed by the introduction of artillery and shelling, after which several civilians on both sides have been killed, and there have been allegations of war crimes with the targeting of schools and hospitals by both sides. The Thais are known also to have employed their air force, including bombing runs by F-16s on various Cambodian
I'm in the sewer
positions,
again.
including near to the temple at the heart
That's
of
not
this
good.
conflict, which, as well as in 11 other locations. The Thais have claimed to knock out 2 Cambodian tanks which were involved in the assault, and this increasingly heavy weaponry and vehicles being used is certainly a cause for concern, given that this has now moved well past some small-scale border skirmishes with small arms only. The question is how this will go further, and whether they will be able to reach an agreement before this escalates into a
Then you
full-scale
get
war.
stabbed, you fucking
The United
little cunt.
States may have a role in the
Get your little shitty
conflict
hand
that
away
is
from
playing
me.
out here, given that in August, both Cambodia and
Well, you
Thailand
missed
are
me.
about to be
Fuck you.
slapped with a 37% tariff, which will significantly weaken both of their economies and their exports. One possible hope for mediation between them is the Association
Just
of
die
Southeast
already.
Asian Nations.
We're
Leader of
back
which
here,
at the
so make
moment
sure
is
you
a
don't stray
Malaysian
too
Prime
far.
Minister who has already been phoning with both sides, and it seemed that a ceasefire was close, but was then rescinded by Thai authorities. Japan has also condemned both countries for keeping up the violence and urged them both to find a peaceful solution. Really, the only powerful nation in the region that could offer a broker a ceasefire between the two would be China. China is certainly understood to have a closer relationship with Cambodia than with Thailand, certainly in terms
There's
of
another
peace
one
and
gone.
trade. And it seems unlikely that Thailand would be very willing to sit around the table with China when the two have had
That's
disputes
good.
in the past.
That's
Thailand, in the
good.
meantime, has said that it will not be engaging with either American, Chinese, or the
Lots of boxes
aforementioned
to pick up.
Malaysian
Lots of
ceasefire
fucking
attempts,
buildings to
and
navigate.
instead that it wants to pursue bilateral negotiations, so involving just Thai and Cambodian officials. But as it stands on the 25th of July, it seems that fighting will continue and seems to be spreading to different areas with no sign of an end in sight. So let me know in the comments below, do you think that they will find a peaceful solution around the corner, or could this escalate
Can't jab
into
me with a
another
broken
deadly
hand,
border
bitch.
conflict? It is interesting to see how areas of the global economy seems to be playing into it, and whether the tariffs on the horizon may have played a part in why violence escalated just now. Interesting as well, the phone call between Cambodia.
Oh, you just wait till I turn around,
between
motherfucker.
allegedly trusted family friends that was then leaked, and certainly seems to have played a role in the fact that hostilities could have been put to bed much earlier, and now we're seeing armed conflict between the two nations. In any case, we will certainly hope for peace around the corner, and that the two sides can find common accord. Perhaps even
nailed
shared
that fucking
ownership
artillery
of
round.
the temple at the heart of it all might be a good model for peace talks moving forward, but how that manifests, of course, is very difficult to say. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. In the meantime, I was Hilbert, I am Hilbert, and this was the very recent history. See you. When most people think about Thailand, they probably think of a luxurious holiday destination, or perhaps one of the world's
Luxurious.
foremost Buddhist nations. Or, if they're viewers of the channel, the fact that it once had a really cool elephant on its flag. But many
Watched
people
it
don't
already.
know that Thailand has a very long and tricky...
If this place was destroyed, the situation would have been hopeless.
Thailand and Cambodia are trading blows as a war is quietly unfolding in Southeast Asia. Both are exchanging heavy artillery fire along a long-standing disputed border. Fighter jets now in the sky, civilians already dying, tens of thousands more fleeing.
Mirage
Leaders
Rumble.
on both sides, though, are
fuck
warning
is that?
that this could simply be the beginning of much worse to come. So how did two ASEAN neighbours, long considered pillars of regional stability despite their respective histories, end up on the brink
Shitposting.
of all-out war? In this video, I want to explain what is actually going on, why it matters, and what could happen next in an area which often isn't really looked at much
Okay.
in geopolitics. but
It
could well
says
be
the cruel force is far bigger than we were told. That means these are the squid people for sure that we're going to be fighting. Those glippity gloppers.
yet another reflection of how the global order and times are changing.
This is the Global Gambit.
How's it going? Welcome
Calm
to the
down.
channel, where on the Global Gambit we try to touch upon geopolitical and
Don't
macroeconomic
touch me.
natures in their entirety. We do focus predominantly on, say, Europe, Ukraine, Russia. We do cover as
Shut
well
up.
the Middle East and moments of tension. Of course, say, for example, the Chinese theatre over Taiwan. But in this case, in Southeast Asia, it's slightly different. Because on July 24th, Thailand and Cambodia entered open conflict over a long-running border dispute, exchanging gunfire and airstrikes in the deadliest clash between these two in more than a decade, specifically since
Could have reshot that.
These developments follow months of
Ah,
similar
fuck it. Who
intentions
cares?
and do mirror those crises at what's known as the Priya Vihar Temple. But this time, the stakes may
It's not
be
that big of
even
a deal.
higher, not just for the two
Get it
countries
done.
involved, but for the broader regional bloc known as ASEAN as a whole. And given the state of overall hostilities and tensions worldwide, cast your minds back to May between Pakistan and India, for example, it's difficult to tell just how far this could go. At the time of recording, at least 16 people are dead, and over 150,000
Yeah, you
have
see
been
he had like
displaced.
perfect gear too.
What started as a mere border skirmish has now spiraled into dangerous military confrontation and a critical test of this ASEAN unity. Acting Thai Prime Minister Phumtham Wachayachai has already said,
Oh, it's the
fair,
stealth mission.
that this conflict could escalate into full-scale war, and that's without even getting into the
I
domestic
can't see.
concerns
There's
within Thailand
fucking rubble in
itself.
front of us.
So what has happened, and where, and why? Though
Damn,
the latest
this
outbreak
Mirage
of
rumble
fighting
gun is
began
fucking
in July
epic.
of 2025, the history of Thai and Cambodian tensions, of course, runs much deeper. The two countries have long had, say, a prickly relationship, shaped by colonial area demarcation lines, historical
Wrecked, bitch.
mistrust, and shifting great power alignments. For example, during the Cold War, Thailand backed US-aligned anti-communist forces, while Cambodia experienced regime change, civil war, and Vietnamese occupation in light of Pol Pot's atrocities. These dynamics fueled deep suspicion and militarized borders.
Hey, don't forget the
rising
Chinese funding of that
What?
atrocities. Don't forget the Chinese
Inflicting
funding
terror.
of those atrocities.
You can't stay sane when you see one of those on the battlefield.
What were they talking about?
In the game?
Yes.
I don't give a shit. I'm listening to the video.
They were talking about terror and how people are losing the will to fight.
Oh, it's the big scary squid people.
That scatters bombs. Please be careful of them on the ground.
But in the post-Cold War era, the relations did improve, bolstered by this regionalism of the bloc of ASEAN, integration and mutual economic growth. But the border has always remained very tense and a somewhat of a political
They do be
conflict.
making glip-glop
Cambodia's
noises.
efforts to internationalize ownership of these ancient temples, particularly Priya Vihar and Tamon Thom, reignited nationalist sentiment
This thing
in both
fucks their
countries.
day out.
Thailand has viewed such moves as strategic overreach, while Cambodia framed them as exercises in sovereignty. Geopolitically speaking, both countries have also been pulled in different directions. Cambodia has drawn closer to China economically, diplomatically, and militarily, while Thailand, a little bit more nuanced, though sometimes ambivalent, has largely in the eyes of most analysts remained within the United States' strategic orbit. And of course, as China, or perhaps India by a broader extent, have grown in their regional and global aspirations, this has put
No more
pressure
shields for you,
on the
bitch.
region where, well, the United States has been turning its back or had its attention divided in
I
recent
can't go
years,
that way
or
because it's a
particularly
war.
in the past 2-3 years because of Ukraine, Middle East, and such. Now, these alignments have, of course, heightened any sense of competition and suspicion. The result, meaning a long smouldering dispute that regional diplomacy has never fully extinguished and most have always felt has never gone far enough. Indeed, ASEAN, as someone who follows regional blocs, is rather a feckless organisation, having done very much, well, nothing towards resolving the Myanmar civil war, which I have worked on extensively in my time in the UN. The most recent clash between Thailand and Cambodia, though, has exchanged near around the Prasat Tamon Thom Temple in Surin province. According to Thai military officials, Cambodian troops have deployed drones and BM rockets near Thai military outposts. Therefore, in response this week, Thailand launched airstrikes using
de-limbed
F-16
that
fighter
guy.
jets to hit military targets across Cambodia. Meanwhile, Cambodia has accused Thailand of initiating this attack and targeting both military and civilian infrastructure. A case of my word against yours. The escalation came just a day
I was
after
testing
Thailand
that
called
melt
its
cannon
ambassador
on them.
and vowed to expel
It is not as
Cambodia's
good as
envoy
it was
Bangkok, following a
on an
landmine
easier
blast
difficulty
that
because of their
injured 5
shield.
Thai soldiers. So the diplomatic collapse has since been total and rapid.
arms for you,
All land
bitch.
crossings have been shut, embassies are being emptied, and both governments are trading threats to the press. Now, to understand the timeline of this escalation, let's break it down very simply, because things have happened in quite a rapid time. From February, Cambodian tourists sang national anthems at the disputed temple. Thai troops intervened after this was seen as provocation. In May of 2025, a Cambodian soldier was killed in a skirmish in what's known as the Emerald Triangle. Last month, Cambodia blocked Thai imports and banned Thai cultural content. Thai PM Patrongta Shinawatra
Thai gay,
held a call
ban
with
Thai.
Hun Sen, linked audio revealing criticism of Thai military actions, leading to the respective one's suspension. Then, as of July, from 16th to 23rd of this month, 2 landmine blasts
There he is.
maimed Thailand soldiers. Thailand expelled Cambodia's ambassador in response. And then, just this week, all-out shelling and airstrikes suddenly erupted, though it's not entirely clear who ignited this latest level of escalation. And it's not merely a terror dispute
it was
anymore.
the
It's convergence
mines of Cambodia,
these various
obviously.
historical grievances, political instabilities, and nationalist fervour, which is really developing within both countries. So why does this matter? Well, as I've outlined, the roots of this conflict stretch back over a century. Thailand and Cambodia have a rocky relationship shaped by colonial-era borders, particularly related to the French. Cold War interference and proxy struggles throughout, say, the 1980s onwards. Tensions have re-erupted in, say, 2008, for example, over Cambodia's bid to list the Preah Vihear Temple as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, triggering military build-ups that culminated in military clashes in 2011. The ICJ ruled in 2013 the lands around the temple were, well, resident to Cambodia, but left surrounding areas unresolved, including Tamon Thong. The timing is also telling. In Thailand, the crisis has exposed deep political divisions. The Pattongtarn Shinawtra's suspension, for example, has left a fragile coalition government under acting PM Hun Tham. The Thai military may use this instability
Squid
to push
pussies.
for greater power, as we've seen occur in Myanmar, for example. Conversely, Prime Minister Han Manet, son of Hun Sen, is using the conflict to rally this national support as the economy really stumbles.
Literally got nothing.
To sort of distract from alien economic pressures by flaming nationalist sentiment. But inflaming those tensions to consolidate power also carries risk. Once unleashed, war has a way of...
Drew might be going to jail for protesting.
So far, though, 15 Thais, mostly civilians, and 1 Cambodian have lost their lives.
Giant monsters. Okay,
Cambodian
so
rocket hit a gas station,
this is
killing 6.
high force.
Hospitals have evacuated
High
patients, schools are now
damage.
closed. The entire towns near the border are being emptied.
Big Boomba.
That's over 138,000 Thais and 20,000 Cambodians displaced already. The UN agencies working in the area warn of growing humanitarian needs if the conflict continues. Then we have to consider, of course, the military balance between these two powers. It's no contest. Thailand's military vastly outguns Cambodia's, boasting 360,000 troops and $5.7 billion of defense budget. Cambodia, in contrast, has fewer than 130 personnel, 130,000 personnel, and far less air power.
Big Boomba.
But that imbalance may not prevent prolonged hostilities. Cambodia's terrain may be more appealing or suitable for any land-round operations, though it's unlikely to see full-scale conflict of that level, at least at the moment.
I mean,
Especially
Drew is
as
a
well if
drama
fighting
queen. Of
remains
course he was
confined to
exaggerating.
that contested jungle terrain. What's interesting is Cambodia is reportedly modernizing its arsenal with Chinese-made KS-1C air
This
defense,
tank,
and its pivot to the
the
Chinese military supplies
ammo
has drawn
on it is
scrutiny
shaped
from Thai
charges.
and ASEAN analysts, but also a potential another test of Chinese hardware.
So I assume that
versus
means
Western,
they're really
as we saw
good
in the case
when it comes
of
to
Pakistan
anti-armor.
and
Well,
India.
I've got a video
of that
for when
you
this
can
one's
find on
over.
screen. Neither side, though,
Uh-oh,
wants to
it's
appear
air.
lead, and neither
Speaking
side
of arms
appears
sales.
ready
Oh,
to
that's not good.
negotiate. at least at the time of recording. The war itself has now sent economic shockwaves across Southeast Asia. All 7 Thailand-Cambodia boardings are closed, which has altered about 1.5 billion in cross-border trade.
Oh no,
Thai logistic firms face cost spikes of up to 30% as supply chains have to reroute. And the Thai baht has dropped about 0.5% since the conflict began. Conversely, Cambodia's stock market has been hit even harder, down 12% in only July. And fuel shortages, panic selling, and a 70% collapse in tourism have battered the country's economic confidence, despite tourism efforts to reassure.
Just trying to get in range first so we could do major DPS on them.
Not every sector is suffering. Defense stocks have and continue to surge. Thai aerospace industries and Siam defense systems, for example, have outperformed the index by 15% since May, and advanced armament companies are scaling up production. Meanwhile, Cambodia's pivot to China has also boosted defense contractors not only within their own country, but broader across into Beijing. So, aside from the economic fallout and the regional clashes themselves, ASEAN's credibility is on the line. Malaysia's PM Anwar Ibrahim has called for peace talks, and Singapore, Vietnam, and the Philippines have all issued calls for restraint. But Indonesia, ASEAN's traditional power broker, is somewhat missing. President Prabowo has remained rather silent, even though Indonesia led de-escalation during the 2011 crisis, for example.
Yeah.
And with ASEAN's multilateral mechanisms seemingly faltering,
I just told you it's going to be big boss enemies.
The region does look increasingly fragmented. This is very much another litmus test for ASEAN. If it can't mediate this dispute, which is far easier seemingly to deal with than Myanmar, which has essentially been seen as a failed state for much of its 21st century existence, then does it have any relevance at all? And of course, then, well, China. Indeed, in all
well, I wish you had just waited 2 seconds for my long-range howitzer to drop.
Somebody fucking pinged him. I just shot where the ping was. Don't blame me.
Sides on this, as they seem to be rather
Don't move
the
to the left,
any international incident at the moment, taking a while to exactly outline where they sit. And given that this is directly in their, shall we say, sphere of influence or near abroad, it's the worst thing that China could run at the moment.
Big bug.
Cambodia has requested the UN involvement,
get hit, bitch.
ASEAN mediation, but Thailand has rejected any
that big bug is getting
party
fucked
facilitation for now. Both believe that bilateral negotiations have
big
yet
bug.
to be exhausted,
Big bug,
and the best way forward is direct diplomacy between
Bangkok
and beyond. That being said, while initial reports of an initial agreement for a tentative ceasefire were established, they were then rejected and reversed. So shows you how quickly news can come out, and by this time this recording goes live, it may already be out of date. Again, the joys of trying to run a geopolitical channel. Still, Thailand maintains that Cambodia must first halt its provocations and cease the border violence. And in the meantime, border clashes continue, and, well, no side is going to step down for fear of looking weak. China says, of the things that it has said so far, it's deeply concerned, and has offered to mediate. Japan and the EU, for what it's worth, have called for restraint. And then comes the United States, which has offered very little beyond
more, kill more.
To largely just avoid the
We're bloodthirsty.
Marco Rubio has yet to issue any formal policy
Regime
speech. The State Department has been hollowed out by internal reorganization, undermining any capacity for them to really, well, coordinate what could or should be done in this instance. It's being watched closely, but if Washington fails to respond credibly itself, then regional elites may well interpret it as confirmation that the US is retrenched from Southeast Asia completely, which, well, will only favour the Chinese and severely weaken any trust and confidence left in America.
Frog just tried to
Japanese,
eat me.
the Philippines, the Koreans, and such. The conflict is more than a border flare-up at this point, in my opinion, though. It's exposing the fragility of ASEAN, limits of the United States diplomacy, and the long tail of colonial grievances. Markets are jittery at a time when they weren't exactly great in Southeast Asia, and civilians are now yet again caught in the crossfire. And I think overall demonstrates that 2025, even more than 24, 23, is a year of continual perpetual instability, a perma-crisis, and what I'm now just coining, well, the new international disorder. If you agree with that, then do let me know in the comments, and if you don't agree with that, do let me know in the comments. If you're new here, my name is Piotr Kurzin. I'm a half Russian, half Brit, raised in the West but shaped strongly by Slavic influences that I feel give me a unique lens on global affairs, be them outside of Eurasia and into, well, in this case, Southeast Asia. I have a background in strategic studies and economic statecraft from Johns Hopkins SAIS and professional experience in the UN, World Bank, and in the field of Africa and parts of the world.
All right, we get it.
On this channel, I try to bring you deeper context and sharper insights into the world's geopolitical
I prefer that he
flashpoints,
gives his credentials
often with
at
the
the
help
end.
of diplomats, analysts,
No, that's
insiders, and journalists to make sense of everything, and whether or not the developments in Southeast Asia are simply another flashpoint or a longer-standing illustration of the times that we now live in. And why not check out this latest video on screen now about, well, the Global South, but in the context of the BRICS, and how it's actually Putin's biggest problem.
Big
Take care.
spoon. Big spoon. Big spoon. I'm under him. Big spoon. Hey, big spoon, come here. Suck laser. Yeah, suck laser, big spoon.
President Trump is in Scotland today as he celebrates the opening of his new golf course. He is also expected to meet with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on
isn't
this
the
trip
president
to
supposed
talk
to have
trade
no
and
economic
possibly
ties to
weigh
a
in
business?
further on the war in Gaza after
Or
telling
does that
Israel
just not matter
yesterday to,
anymore?
quote, finish the job.
Unitary
Former
executive
US Ambassador
theory,
to
buddy.
NATO, Kurt Volker is here to discuss, but first, we go to Lucas Tomlinson at the White House with the latest. Lucas.
I love how
Good afternoon,
Trump
John.
is
President
profiting
Trump
off the
enjoying some
presidency. That's
links
really
golf at
fucking
his
cool.
club in Turnberry. Trump Turnberry in Scotland.
When the president does it,
ahead
that
of his
means
meeting
it's
with
not
British Prime
illegal.
Minister Keir Starmer, where no doubt trade will be on the agenda, although, of course, that was one of the president's most successful trade deals to date, that 10% tariff on the United Kingdom. The president also be discussing the war in Gaza after the prime minister had some words. Here was President Trump before leaving the White House for Scotland.
It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die. And very bad. It got to be to a point where you're going to have to finish the job.
And then
Finish the
earlier
job,
today,
huh?
Britain's prime
Damn.
minister saying on X, quote, Israel must allow
That sounds
aid
pretty
in overland to
pro-genocide,
end the
Trump.
starvation unfolding in Gaza. The situation is desperate. We are working with Jordan to get aid into Gaza. We are urgently accelerating efforts to evacuate children who need critical medical assistance to the UK for treatment. I am determined to find a pathway to peace. Now, former Trump Secretary of State and CIA Director
just
Mike
walked past a
Pompeo
crate.
had a
What an
different
idiot.
take. Here's his response to the Britain's prime minister.
Prime Minister Starmer's statement is just fundamentally fraudulent. The Israelis, who are fighting an enemy that's trying to kill them, is providing food to the Gazan people in wartime. As a matter of historical fact, right, to feed your adversary.
Got him with an
and their
autocannon.
civilians while you're still at war with them, that's really quite something.
Feed your
He lived.
adversaries.
Earlier
You
today,
mean the
lived.
civilian
President Trump's
population, you
Deputy
fucking
FBI Director
psycho?
Dan Bongino posted something
What a
cryptic on X
fuckwit.
saying, I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned. We are going to conduct these righteous and proper investigations by the book and in accordance with the law. We are going to get the answers we all deserve with any investigation. I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth, not my truth or your truth, but the truth. Perhaps he's talking about some investigations there into the Epstein case or perhaps Tulsi Gabbard's investigation, John. And also, this comes ahead of President Trump's meeting with the EU president tomorrow. No doubt trade
Multiple
all the
anchors are
discussions
dropped
ahead
in
of
the
that
city.
August 1 deadline. The 27
Pause video,
nation
my turn. Talking about arms dealers.
Weapons. Every country needs them, but not many can make them. Weapons
Let's see how this
contracts
is.
have always been a major tool in geopolitics. Whole alliances can be constructed around them. Every country has at least some security concerns, but very few have the industrial base or technical knowledge to design and make their own. So if you're a country that doesn't have those things, you need to buy your weapons from one of the major international suppliers. But who you pick can have major ramifications, intersecting economies, ideology, and geography. Of your buffet of options, who are your choices? The United States is by far the largest arms exporter in the world, almost more than the rest of the world combined. The United States is often the first pick for many countries' weapons deals, since America has by far the most developed defense industry and is decades ahead of most of its rivals. America historically has been very willing to sell arms to almost anyone, barring a country directly challenging US interests, and even then there were some exceptions. Many countries use buying American weapons as a way to buy their way into a relationship with the US and NATO, but this is increasingly difficult as time goes on. You can't pick and choose which American weapons you would like these days. When you buy American, at least the high-end stuff, you're buying an entire supply chain. You can't simply buy an F-35, you need to buy spare parts, modernized airfield facilities, and fly all your pilots out to America for training since the simulators aren't allowed to be exported. And while you're at it, may as well make the most of your purchase and get some tanker and cargo planes too, right? And at that point, it's just easier and cheaper to standardize your whole army around US and NATO standards, locking you into one supplier. And it's not like this stuff is cheap. Most arms deals with the US start in the triple-digit millions. The only small deals the US makes anymore are resupplying and upgrading old systems. Buying American is a huge investment for any country, and often leads to a long-term dependence on American suppliers. Depending on the country, this is either a great path forward or a deal with the devil. The US, a little counterintuitively, is one of the less concerned countries about things like ideology or other alignments when selling weapons. The US, for all of its bluster about freedom and democracy,
I love that
is more
China
than happy
advertises
to prop up
that
incredibly
that's what they
oppressive
are.
regimes such as Saudi Arabia or Egypt for its own benefit. The weapons industry in America is huge and will leverage its lobbying power for something that would be good for business. This creates a divide in American weapons sales policy that scares some countries away. On one hand, you have the defense industry that's more than willing to sell the weapons as long as it's profitable for them, and the US government that wants to attach a bunch of strings to the deal. And that isn't even taking into account the major shift in US policy that usually happens every 4 to 8 years or so. American policy in the last 20 years or so has ranged from laser focusing on anything a country in the market for weapons might be up to not talking to you at all, thinking tweeting something makes it policy, and being gridlocked and nothing ever happens. So America, the best of the best, unbelievably expensive, sometimes unreliable, but still one of the best friends you can have in this era.
I don't know about that these days.
Behind the US, Russia is the next biggest arms exporter.
Brother
Most military
Spider-Man.
equipment around the world is either American or Russian/Soviet
calm
derived,
down.
and it's
Okay,
for a
he's
good
dead.
reason. Russia invests huge amounts of human capital in its arms industry, and is able to get the most bang for the buck because of it. Russian weapons might not be the most cutting edge, but they are durable, versatile, and extremely cost-effective. Russia produces a small amount of types that are able to fill many roles, further stretching what a buyer can get out of them. But that small number of types does limit customers. If you want to buy Russian, you have to accept all the flaws that their currently produced models have, and Russia doesn't have an alternative to sell you. Russia is one of the most eager countries to make weapons deals, since the country tends to have unreliable sources of foreign currency compared to other weapons exporters. Russia is also sometimes willing to make non-cash deals, making them more appealing to poorer countries. Russia is extremely reluctant to sell the good stuff. They instead mostly export what are pejoratively called monkey models. These are models that have downgrades compared to what the Russian army makes for itself. Things like variants with poor night vision systems,
I wonder
weak
why they're
ammunition,
called that.
bad avionics, and outdated computers. Probably the most famous monkey model was the MiG-23E variant, sold to Soviet allies in the Middle East. Only one country really successfully negotiated a purchase of the real stuff, and that took some tenacious negotiating. If you're a prospective buyer, it's difficult to trust Russia with that sort of history, but they still have customers because of the flexibility of their contracts. Russia will sell in any amount you want, from the smallest Peruvian truck order to the biggest Indian submarine contract. Of course, there are also geopolitical implications of buying Russian stuff. The Russian sphere of influence is very vague, and the constituent countries often have completely misaligned goals and ideologies. Western sellers are very reluctant to sell to any country in that sphere, however. A recent example is Turkey being kicked out of the F-35 program for buying the S-400 air defense system from Russia. Since the war in the Ukraine started, Russia has become a weapons importer rather than exporter. Russian arms exports dropped by 70% after the war started.
Lol.
Russia's foreign imported munitions aren't things like advanced systems or planes, but rather things like artillery shells, which are somewhat time-consuming and expensive to produce in large amounts. So, Russia. Flexible, cheap, but not the best around.
So far, this is not a bad video.
China is a fairly new player in the arms trade. For about 80 years, China's defense industry consisted of buying foreign-made weapons. Until an extensive modernization program in the 80s, Chinese military doctrine focused nearly completely on infantry, and little funding went towards other programs. During the Cold War, Chinese arms exports consisted of domestically made copies of Soviet equipment, sold mostly to African countries, and the occasional sale to a friend in Asia. China carved a decent niche for itself as a reliable partner willing to cut a deal, with a knack for dodging, or usually simply ignoring, sanctions. China has historically been able to do large amounts of research, but due to logistical issues with raw materials, and internal political disagreements, couldn't turn these into anything practical. China has still had some recent difficulties bringing the latest technologies from the lab to the factory floor. For their J-20 stealth fighter, they're still needing to import engines from Russia, and this engine has been around for over 15 years now.
Fucking nerds.
China used to be very aggressive in marketing its weapons abroad, mostly to help fund research and development domestically. Chinese weapons are very unique, as China has drawn technology from many countries around the world to make its own versions at home. China even produces weapons that are up to NATO standards, specifically for export. The syncretic mix of East and West makes China uniquely versatile in the arms industry, incorporating the best of both worlds. The durability and cheapness of the East, with the advanced technologies of the West, allow for China to cater to very specific tastes. With China's economic boom in the late 80s to late 2010s, China's weapons exports have become less of an economic matter as much as a strategic one. China has become more picky about who it does business with, and very much wants an ongoing relationship beyond a one-off weapons deal. A good example is the recent partnership with Pakistan. Pakistan is in a fantastic position to challenge one of China's chief regional rivals, India. China could have simply sold some low-tech basic weapons to Pakistan, which would have probably made their way into the hands of anti-India insurgents in fairly short order, but China is thinking longer term than that. China worked with Pakistan to develop a modern plane tailored to Pakistan's particular needs, aka just good enough to shoot down Indian MiGs. China also helped open the deep water port at Gwadar, located in a very strategic point near India and the Strait of Hormuz. This project has been attacked by local Balochi insurgents, who coincidentally also happen to like causing trouble in Iran, too. I wonder who could be behind all of that. A pretty major downside of Chinese weapons is that China, like Russia, also won't export weapons made for its own military. China also hasn't fought a serious war since the 50s,
what you did?
so there's basically zero data about how effective China's
Yeah, that's what I'm
arms are.
laughing at.
China is exceptionally concerned about ideology compared to Russia and the United States. That ideology isn't communism or whatever you could call China today, but a strange sort of third-way, almost neo-non-aligned movement characterized by anti-Americanism. It's not so much as wanting countries to align with them, as it is discouraging them to align with the West. So, China, simultaneously low-tech and advanced, predictable, and often with ulterior motives.
That's literally impossible. Like, suck the propaganda.
I'm lumping
more,
a bunch of
Jesus
countries
Christ.
together here, but European defense policy has been largely uniform since World War II. European governments are loath to spend any of their national budgets on defense, and this is reflected in the state of their arms industries.
I love that he removed
European
the agency
weapons
from
can
the
be
Baloch
characterized
groups.
as technologically advanced, but expensive to both buy and
Blame
maintain,
the
and
high
often with very
incompetence
specialized
of the
features.
CIA for
European countries can
Like, you
often
think the
barely afford to
CIA
buy
can
their own equipment when development is done. Despite
whole
this,
fucking
the European
insurgency
Union
across
altogether
two-
is second
like,
in global
two
arms
regions?
exports.
Yeah.
France
Fucking
alone
dumb.
exports as much as Russia. This is really more because of the dedicated effort from
And
European
actually,
companies such as
they
Airbus,
are
Saab,
backed way harder by
Thales,
Al-Qaeda.
Group, BAE, and many more, rather than
It's like-
national
Pause,
policies
pause.
in European countries.
You
Pause the
literally
video.
Europe
cannot pay people to die. Like, it's such an insane proposition that you can be like, you can pay
Interesting.
people to die. Like, you can back movements, but it doesn't mean shit. And even if they did get CIA backing, it doesn't mean anything.
The
Also,
guy
why
who's
would the CIA back them? They
the
already
guy who's
classified
like
them
in the
as
time
terrorists,
loop
I'm pretty sure.
is saying like no matter how many times I go back, it's not improving. I just want to save my family.
It's heavy.
I just got the underground limpet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the one that's like a firework. Alien infantry attacking the city. Move in with power. Exoskeleton team.
Okay.
Sounds easy. Alien Knights. It's probably going to be big boys. The big alien boys.
Mm-hmm. Spark whip. Actually, I'm going to bring the thunder crossbow. A bit more range on it, a bit more accuracy. What a numbskull. What a numpty.
European products are superbly cutting edge on a global scale, and for certain niches are the best or sometimes only.
Did you know that the IRA was actually a Libyan what are they called? I fucked up my joke. What are they called? Proxy group. The IRA was a Libyan proxy group. Why? Because he sent them explosives. That's your logic. That's literally the logic. Like, America, all of the fucking countries do this. Like, it's not unique to the CIA. Why are we giving such credence to these incompetent fuckwits? I don't understand. Like, stop believing... Like, people say that I'm influenced by, like, CIA propaganda in Hollywood. No, cunt, you are. You think that they are literally what they say they are in the movies. You fucking idiots. You literally think that everything is the CIA, down to literally every
If it's not that, it's Mossad.
Yeah, like, what the fuck is happening? Like, can we please drop this bullshit? Stop giving the CIA the credibility that they so fucking wish they had. They are just another state-backed terrorist group. Just like the IRGC, just like Mossad, just like the GRU or whatever the fucking Russian one is, the SB... What are they called? What's the Russian one?
SBU?
SBU? The Ukrainian one is the GRU, right?
No, SBU is also Russian, I think. It's Special Police.
Okay, I mean the Russian one, the external one, whatever the KGB was, right? Those groups, all of these fucking groups, MI6, MI5, whatever the fucking British one is called, ASIO, they're all terrorist groups. They're all state-backed terror groups, and we need to stop giving them this fucking mythical credibility that they wish that they fucking had, and that's what their propaganda wants you to think. And you giving them this credence that, like, oh, every single anti-communist movement across the world is a CIA plot? Are you fucking dumb?
Well, like I've said it before so many times, like, it benefits America and it benefits the dictators to push the CIA crazy bad narrative.
Yes. And it's like, we need to get past this. And this is why... And this is probably a better way to phrase it, instead of, like, saying that you're so anti-American you're susceptible to other state propaganda. And, like, that's a pretty good description of what it is, but it needs something punchier. I need a punchier term for it, like our romantic nationalism term. I just need something punchier, something a bit more attractive. They look so funny. What happened, bro? Where'd your life go? Do you want to go back to your ship? It's just ridiculous. Like, it's just absurd. And it also leads to this, like, romanticization and apologia for regimes of the past.
Oh my god, this Vagalta fucked me up. Because he wouldn't get out of the way of my fucking laser.
Here's a tall fucking building. You won't see me coming from up here, bitch. Oh, look at him still thinking he's got a gun. One thing I wish they had in this game was a distance ranger.
They do, kind of. It depends on the gun you have. But for the air raider, that's a big part of him.
Yeah.
You can use the laser sight to confirm the distance.
Damn, that did no damage to him because it only hit his armor. Oh, it took his legs off. Never mind. Alright, he's really dead now. Frogmen. No, yeah, frogmen. Frogmen?
No, these are the
not
artillery
frogmen.
guys. It's the special forces.
Yeah. Well, I've charging up, so let's see how this goes. And I missed. Their weapons look sharp.
Are these alien heavy infantry?
To take his legs out?
Days ago, the same enemies landed in North America. Our men were completely annihilated, and they took control of many of our strongholds.
The enemy's armor is far too thick! Their armor is too thick. Our attacks are ineffective. Don't they have weak points?
Yeah, the weak point is my plasma heavy cannon.
They are the natural enemies of ground units.
Damn it! Watch out for that super huge gun! Someone took out an oversized weapon! The enemy is carrying some large weapon! Those are rocket launchers! Aliens have rocket launchers! Enemies are holding the launchers! Watch out! They're too strong! These bastards are crazy.
My laser don't give a fuck.
You gotta play the videos, bro. You can't say my turn and then sit there with no video.
But this advancement
Look, I was
requires
getting really
substantial
into the
research and
fucking
upfront
mission.
cost,
It's fun.
which is reflected in the price tag. It's no coincidence
also
that
have
the
my
only
plasma heavy
buyers
cannon
outside
and
of
I'm
Europe
actually able
are
to use
places
it,
like
so-
rich Gulf states, countries that want to reverse engineer them, or countries with no other options. It doesn't help that European weapons are only getting more expensive since the bloc seems committed to shooting themselves in the foot by deindustrializing.
Lol.
But this doesn't even get into the political mess of European weapons. Many European defense companies have merged into these strange, semi-international mutant conglomerates, making export controls a mess. Europe generally isn't all that concerned about ideology, more so broader European goals like human rights or economic development. Human rights, sure. European weapons are often thrown in as freebies and economic deals, leading to their proliferation around the world, particularly during the Cold War. Again, this all varies a lot by which European country you want to talk about, but these are the broad strokes. So, Europe. Advanced, very expensive, and with a Kafkaesque bureaucracy attached. There's a lot more countries that export arms, of course, but those are the big guys. India, Israel, both Koreas, Turkey, Japan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and even Australia and New Zealand all deserve a mention. The international market is a fascinating place, even more so when you focus in on the things designed to kill people. Whichever supplier or country chooses, you can bet they'll get something that spits a lot of lead and makes their enemies a whole lot deader.
Got him.
You have reached the 651 area code test number in St. Paul, Minnesota for the Minneapolis LATA 628.
Okay, we're gonna attempt to get in this helicopter. Let's go.
Good luck with that. Let's do this one.
I'm here in Stanton, Virginia, a lovely little city in the Shenandoah Valley. But like most American towns, no matter where you go, you see churches like this one everywhere. And this one, and this one, or this one. You get the idea. There are approximately 370,000 churches in the United States, and of these, around 332,000 are Christian churches. Oh, you want a percentage? 90% of American religious buildings are Christian, which is no surprise because, yeah, the biggest religion in the United States is Christianity, the religion based on the teachings of Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a church now, probably. It is. Thank you for doing that. Perfect timing. You don't have to keep going. It's also the biggest religion in the world, but focus here, brother. In this video, we're talking about the United States. What about this thing called Christian nationalism?
Boo.
What about it?
I would say this. I know this can be offensive to some people. I believe our nation was founded upon Christian principles and founded upon the Word. I mean, you can look at the Bible and you can find, okay, it was primarily our founding fathers were believers in the Lord Jesus Christ.
You can transform the culture and change its direction just as much as Hollywood has already changed the direction of our Christian nation.
This is a nation that was founded on Judeo-Christian ethics. Above my courtroom it read, "In God we trust."
Oh, because we also love Israel.
Christian roots, and we go back
but
to
not
where we once
Muslim.
were. It's America's best hope for revival.
So while the media is going to lie about you and label Christian nationalism,
a lot of crates over
they're
here,
probably going to call it domestic terrorism.
Well, yeah, that's been brought up a lot lately. So I guess I ought to explain it since I like to explain stuff so gosh darn much.
My name is David
peppering
Congdon.
them up all
I'm an
nice
editor
for
at the
you.
University Press of Kansas, but I'm also a theologian and scholar of religion and politics.
Oh yeah, David's gonna help me explain it too. We'll explain what it is, where it came from, and why so many gosh darn people keep talking about it lately. Did you know that your personal data is sold online by data brokers?
Yeah, by the tea
Anyone
company.
Can buy your do the internet. Personal points. That's
Okay, this looks like frogs and squids.
Christian national.
Frogs and squids? Okay. I wonder.
Nationalism is the belief that the American nation is defined by Christianity. But I'll let David break it down even more. Go ahead, David. David.
I would define Christian nationalism as an ideology that fuses American political identity with Christian identity. There are two major versions of Christian nationalism. One group says that America was originally a Christian nation and it needs to be recovered. That identity as a Christian nation has to be restored. The other one says that America was never a Christian nation, and so it has to be reconstituted today to fulfill its true identity as a Christian nation.
Basically, some Christian nationalists believe the United States was founded as a Christian nation.
Folks, we were founded as a Christian nation. Right. You can't erase that from our history. People try, but they can't do it. Right.
Or that it should have a Christian form of government.
America should be a Christian nation.
And not just any form of Christianity. Usually a very specific kind of fundamental.
I just want to hear what the mission is.
We will form an impenetrable wall and stop these aliens. Aliens incoming! Over here, too! Fire! Alien captured!
I'm gonna test something. You ready?
All units stand your ground. Don't give them an inch. Alien incoming! In the center of the area!
It seems rather effective.
The enemy's on the left side of the area.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Come here, frogmen. Die, silly frogs. Oh, my jetpack. No, my jetpack. No. No.
You can play the video whenever you're recovered.
Dead. Wing divers. Come here, wing divers. Hell yeah. All right, I'm insane.
Fundamentalist Protestantism. Christian nationalism says American laws, institutions, and even identity should reflect Christian beliefs, often through government action.
Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters says schools need to go further. He has ordered all schools to incorporate the Bible and 10 Commandments into curriculum for grades 5 through 12. And now he says he's purchased 500 Bibles. The elected Republican's ultimate goal? Put one in every Oklahoma classroom.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I don't know how far back we want to go. Maybe we want to go all the way back. But the historical roots of Christian nationalism.
I would go pretty far back. I go back at least to the Reformation. So the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century, early 16th century, I think really set the path to Christian nationalism. Effectively what that did was it created a conflict between Catholics, Lutherans, and the Calvinists.
I want to be very clear. We basically just said, where did Christian nationalism start? And he said, when the Protestants came.
I mean, that's what we always say. Well, you always making the argument.
And they all began to fight with each other to see who was going to control the territory of the Holy Roman Empire. The principle was established later that century that whoever ruled a particular region, they got to pick the religion of that region. And we see effectively the origins of the nation state in that division of the empire up into these different units that are defined by a religious identity. And that's effectively where we see Christian nationalism in action. And a lot of today's Christian nationalists long for those days where you had a ruler who could say, we're a Christian nation, you all are going to be Christian because I'm Christian. That sort of homogeneity of the country, of the nation.
It's not too far-fetched because you look at the Islamic world, there's plenty of theocracies.
Absolutely, and that's precisely what they would want on the Christian side in many ways.
The idea that the United States has a special relationship with Christianity goes way back. In fact, many of the early colonists came to North America to set up their own Christian society based on their own interpretation of the Bible, the holy book of Christianity.
The Puritan colonizers established theocracies. Those early colonies were theocracies in their view. Rhode Island is really unique in being one that was open to any religious belief. It was truly secular in that sense. But otherwise, there was a strong theocratic idea among those early colonies.
In colonial America, religion and government were like peanut butter and jelly. If jelly could, you know, throw you in prison for not going to church. Most of the 13 American colonies had official Protestant Christian churches. In most of them, you had to pass a religious test and declare a religious faith, usually Protestant Christianity, of course, in order to hold public office or even vote. Here in Virginia, the Church of England was the established church. Even members of other Protestant denominations, like Baptists and Presbyterians, faced discrimination and persecution. But not everyone here in Virginia liked the idea of government and religion mixing. Famously, future Declaration of Independence writer and President Thomas Jefferson called for the separation of church and state and the establishment of...
Oh, they're getting reinforcements?
It's a dropship. Aliens are pouring out of the dropship. A whole army of them. Cruels. They brought cruels.
The Japanese is way better.
Oh, yeah.
The aliens have artillery.
Damn.
I can switch it to Japanese. It's just hard to like even read when too much of shit is going on.
This vehicle's in great condition. You should have no problems using it.
I'm just doing a box run, so protect me.
I would if I could step up on this ledge in my Vigalta. But apparently that's too tall of an order.
I guess so.
Almost there. Religious freedom for all citizens. He'd create a bill, which eventually James Madison helped get passed in 1786, that did just that. It made the Church of England no longer the established church in Virginia and guaranteed religious freedom to all Virginians, even non-Christians like Muslims, Jews, and Hindus.
Not the
that
Jews.
bill, called the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, was big time influential on the First Amendment. Flash forward to 1787. You remember 1787, don't you? Wait, you don't? You don't? That's when the Founding Father dudes got together to create a new Constitution. In fact, the Constitution that so many Americans love and cherish today. Most of those men were, in fact, Christians. Some of those men were devout Christians who often quoted the Bible, but the most influential men there had absolutely no interest in making the United States a theocracy, or a type of government in which religious leaders rule based on their religious beliefs and values. Benjamin Franklin strongly opposed using the government to prop up religion, as did George Washington, who once said, quote, "Every man ought to be protected in worshiping the deity according to the dictates of his own conscience." Heck, even James Madison, the freaking father of the Constitution, talked trash about the government favoring or establishing a single religion. Quote, "Who does not see that the same authority which can establish Christianity in exclusion of all other religions may establish with the same ease any particular sect of Christians in exclusion of all other sects?" And I couldn't find any evidence that any of the other Founding Father dudes tried to change their minds. Everyone at the Constitutional Convention was pretty much on the same page regarding mixing Christianity with the government. None of them tried to establish the United States as an explicitly Christian nation, bro. Like, not even a little bit.
No
And
way.
if you look at the
Romantic
Constitution,
nationalism.
it's an entirely secular document. Oh, secular just means not religious. Not once does it mention God, Jesus, or Christianity. And when it does bring up religion, it's like, bruh, leave religion out of this. Article 6, Clause 3 of the Constitution says, quote, "No religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States." And then later, for good measure, the Founding Father dudes added the beloved First Amendment, which says, quote, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof." So basically, the Constitution says that the federal government can't create a national religion or interfere with religious practice. It's not actually in the Constitution explicitly that there's this wall of separation of church and state.
The wall of separation is an idea that, especially from Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson, who was a strong proponent of separating church and state.
And actually, I think he literally said that line too, right?
Yes, he did. Yes. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, they were very strong proponents of a society that was not based on any religious affiliation or identity, because they were all very concerned about the way Europe had created tests for blasphemy and heresy. For them, the wars of religion that I was talking about regarding in the Reformation era with Catholics and Lutherans and Calvinists all fighting with each other, they thought that was the problem. Their vision of America was a society that didn't have those religious divisions and religious violence.
By the way, I was right. Jefferson did coin the phrase wall of separation between church and state with his letter to the Danbury Baptist Association. Okay, so the Constitution was a secular document, but that didn't mean the United States wasn't dominated by Christianity culturally. So, Christian nationalism again, on the other side, in the early years of the country, where are we seeing that?
We're seeing that happen especially in the South, in particular, views there about Anglican and other Christian identities there connected to their Southern identity. Southern Presbyterians and others are very strongly Christian nationalists in a way that's more prominent than in the North, which leads into the Civil War divisions there.
Fall back.
The term Christian nationalism has
No,
been around
no,
for about 20
don't.
years.
When I
But
say
that
come
didn't
get the
mean it
crates,
didn't
come get the
exist
crates.
in the
Yeah.
1800s.
Don't you understand when I say I don't have my jetpack? I can't do it.
Why are you over there? I can't help you. I literally cannot come for you.
At different points.
I
It's
was
anachronistic.
getting crates.
Obviously, none of them called
The
themselves
crates
Christian
are all
nationalists.
back here.
Yeah, because I fucking collected them all. Think I'm just flying around for fun? Maybe ask why I'm over there.
I don't need to ask why you're
But
next to
in
two
retrospect, you might see that
Cyclopses.
there's a version of Christian nationalism there. There was a big move for about 100 years to create a Christian amendment to the Constitution. This lasted from the mid-19th century to the
I only
mid-20th
saw
century,
one.
and there was a campaign
And I was already
to
on my way
add
back.
an amendment to the Constitution certifying that the United States is a Christian nation. And it failed, and it fizzled out by the time that Eisenhower became president. But that was a big movement for a long time.
You said it fizzled out when Eisenhower became president.
One of the first things Eisenhower does when he becomes president is get baptized. He's the first president to ever be baptized
while
president. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's a big show of Christianity, of Christian nationalism, you might say now. But then that's what we see in God We Trust, the Pledge of Allegiance. We see the National Prayer Breakfast get started then as well. So a lot of these public displays of Christianity become prominent with the Eisenhower presidency. And at that point, there's a shift. It used to be that it was common knowledge that the Constitution was a godless secular document. At that point, the idea that the Constitution is actually a divinely ordained, truly Christian document becomes more widespread.
Yep. During the Second Red Scare, a period of hysteria and paranoia over the perceived threat of the Soviet Union and communism in general, the federal government began to more openly embrace Christian symbols as a way to counter the Soviet Union's attack on not just Christianity, but religion in general. In 1954, Congress added "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance. In 1956, it made "In God We Trust" the official national motto. It was basically just an easy way to contrast with the godless communists in the Soviet Union. Jump ahead to the 1970s, and a new movement began that mixed Christianity and politics, the moral majority. Led by folks like the influential Baptist minister Jerry Falwell, it played a pretty important role in mobilizing conservative Christians as a political force. This is when you got a big push to get Christian prayer back in public schools, for example. By the way, the Supreme Court had already ruled that prayer in public schools was already unconstitutional in the case Engel v. Vitale, which I made a video about. I think. That was a long time ago. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh yeah, there it is. Hi. Cases like Abington School District v. Shemp and Lemon v. Kurtzman also further built up separation of church and state, and the moral majority was at least partially a reaction to those decisions. Your top 3 most influential Christian nationalists in American history.
This is tough, but my top 3, I think, in terms of influence, I'm going to go by influence more than by public knowledge. First one would be John Winthrop. So he's the person who preaches the City on a Hill sermon. He wasn't influential in his time, but he became influential in the 19th century when the City on a Hill sermon became circulated more widely as part of this campaign to spread this idea about America. It doesn't really happen until the 20th century, effectively. My second person may be unknown to a lot of people, but I think is maybe the most important. That is Robert Louis Dabney. Dabney was a Southern theologian and professor. He was a Confederate chaplain. He wrote many of the core ideas that became prominent later on with religious right. For instance, he had a piece against secular public education and in favor of homeschooling.
Oh my God.
Throughout his writings, he has this idea, this line, this is almost verbatim, but when something is non-Christian, it's actually anti-Christian. So Dabney's important. And the third person I'm going to pick, there's a lot of more recent figures. You can talk about Falwell or Rushdoony or others. I'm going to talk about C. Peter Wagner. Peter Wagner is not a household name, but what he did was he brought together the charismatic Pentecostal side of Christianity to be a force for Christian nationalism. His ideas and his teachings and his network eventually produced what we now call the New Apostolic Reformation. And that is a global network of millions and millions of people. It's maybe the largest faction of Christianity today, growing in size. And that's where we get a lot of these charismatic Pentecostal prosperity preachers and teachers, especially on YouTube and other influencers.
So today, what do Christian nationalists typically believe? If you already know the answer to this question, you should still watch anyway and see if I agree with you. Because you could be wrong. I could be wrong too. Sources, as always, in the description. Right. They believe the United States is or ought to be a Christian nation. They do not like the separation of church and state. They believe the Bible should inform American laws and public policy. They want prayer, the Ten Commandments, and heck, even crosses in public schools. And some even want Christianity declared as the official religion of the country. Most also are against pluralism, or the idea that people of different religious beliefs and social groups can live in the same society.
We can't defeat Christian nationalism, and we can't oppose Christian nationalism by trying to emphasize the First Amendment. The most important way to address Christian nationalism is to reaffirm and find new ways to support democratic ideals and a pluralistic vision of society. Pluralism is really the enemy of Christian nationalism, not church and state separation.
I'm hoping by this point in the video you understand why Christian nationalism scares a lot of Americans. Most Americans don't want a theocracy. Most Americans love pluralism. Christian nationalism goes against the Constitution, which is an explicitly secular document. And by linking Americanness to just one religion, it marginalizes all other people who are not Christian. Remember how at the beginning of the video I said that Christianity was the biggest religion in the United States? Please tell me you remember that. Well, 4 out of 10 Americans are not Christian. More and more churches like these have been losing membership. This likely explains why Christian nationalists have been pretty loud lately. Simply put, they are afraid of losing their influence.
Good. I can't fucking wait for a world without Christian influence.
But what do you think? Did I miss anything about Christian nationalism? I'm sure I did. Let me know, you know. For show, let's go. Thanks to David for letting me interview him.
Isn't it fucking crazy that since the Dark Ages we've been letting religion fuck everyone over? And still to this day there are people who are trying to use religion to fuck everyone over. Isn't that crazy? You would think that we would learn something, huh? Really makes you think.
Recall elections for 24 of its 113 MPs, with a further 7 due in late August. These recall elections have been organised by civil society groups against the KMT, who are accused of selling Taiwan out to mainland China and using their 52-seat plurality in the Taiwanese legislature to obstruct the agenda of Democratic Progressive Party President Lai Ching-te. So in this video, we're going to take a look at what's happening in Taiwan and why today could be a real turning point.
Democratic purge?
Dive deeper into politics with our magazine Too Long. Yep, we make a real physical magazine. In the latest issue, we discuss how El Salvador and Kosovo became 21st century penal colonies. We ask 6 experts what drives anti-establishment sentiment around the world, and ask if we're intermittently in a state of civil war. Fought between the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, and the Kuomintang government, or KMT. For most of this time, Taiwan was actually a Japanese territory, but it was returned to China in 1945.
I need a history lesson.
In 1949, the CCP defeated the KMT in mainland China and established the People's Republic of China on the mainland.
All you need to tell me
the KMT
is
then
that
fled
China
to Taiwan,
the
where they
PRC has
continued
never
the
controlled
Republic of
Taiwan.
China.
That's it.
Both the CCP...
Okay. I'm taking that off because I'm putting my thing on again so I don't constantly have to wait for you to hit play.
Lucas Tomlinson. Well, right, thanks.
For the past 2 decades or so, Iran has had a sort of political stranglehold on Iraq, where militias loyal to Tehran have played a key role in Iran's proxy network. However, in recent months, Iraq's government, previously seen as one of Iran's few remaining allies, has taken pains to distance itself from Tehran. So, in this video, we're going to explain why Iraq is ditching Iran, and why Iran might be less fussed about it than you'd expect.
Are you back over here?
Yeah.
Never miss a major news story by listening to the Daily Briefing, TLDR's daily rundown of everything you need to know. Listen along in your favourite podcast app or by clicking the link in the description. So, to understand how and why Iran first gained influence in Iraq, we need to go back to 1980 and the Iraq-Iran War. Iraq and Iran had a series of long-running border disputes, including over the Shatt al-Arab, a waterway on the southern end of the border that Iraq had ceded to Iran in 1975 as part of the Algiers
You get all the
Agreement.
crates, you think?
After the 1979 Iranian Revolution, Saddam Hussein, the Sunni Muslim leader of Iraq, got
There's
worried that the new
few weapon
Iranian
crates by
regime
me.
might try to expand into Iraq and reassert
can't really
control
pick them up.
over
I'm
the
keeping
Shatt
the ants
al-Arab.
under control.
So in 1980, while Iran was preoccupied with
I
the
turned away
aftermath
for a
of the
second, and
revolution,
now look, there's
Iraq
ants all
invaded
over.
Iran. Originally, Iraq made significant territorial gains, and the campaign looked to have been a success.
I want to keep them.
However,
in
once the
one
Iranian
spot.
regime found its feet, the tide turned. Over the next few years, Iran began to push back, and by 1982, Iran had regained all of its lost territory, essentially leaving both sides back where they started. There was then a brief attempt at peace negotiations, and the UN Security Council passed Resolution 514 calling for a ceasefire between the two sides. But Iran ultimately ignored the resolutions and launched a retaliatory invasion. When it started to look like Iran might actually defeat Iraq, Arab and Western countries stepped up support to Saddam, because they didn't want the Ayatollahs controlling both Iran and Iraq. The war quickly settled into a stalemate, and in 1988, the two sides finally agreed to a UN-brokered ceasefire, with diplomatic relations restored.
All personnel, full retreat. Hurry up, retreat.
Give me my crate. You got him.
Restored in 1990. Things remained relatively stable until the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. The Iraqi government collapsed,
Ooh, America.
and Saddam himself was captured in
Stinky
2004,
America.
then executed in 2007.
Hey.
At the time,
Minigun.
America thought they'd be able to turn Iraq into a flourishing democracy, and hopefully the Iraqis would then elect a pro-American government in Baghdad. Unfortunately for Washington, that's not how things turned out. Iraq collapsed into sectarian infighting between Shia and Sunni Muslims. Its politics entered a state of permanent dysfunction, and the US withdrew from Iraq less than a decade later. This created a power vacuum, which was promptly filled by Iran. Iran has infiltrated most of Iraq's political
Walking
class,
Fortress.
and more than a dozen political parties and a number of paramilitary groups in Iraq have ties to Iran. Even the US reluctantly recognises this fact. A report published by the US Army in 2018 admitted that an emboldened and expansionist Iran appears to be the only victor of the Iraq War. There were essentially three reasons that Iran wanted influence in Iraq. First, and most importantly, Iran wanted to avoid a repeat of the Iran-Iraq War by guaranteeing that any future Iraqi government would be friendly to Tehran. Second, Iran wanted to fold Iraq into its proxy network, which had developed throughout the 80s and 90s and could be used to harass or intimidate Iran's enemies. Iranian-backed militias in Iraq regularly attacked US troops in the region, and control over Iraq created a land corridor connecting Iran to Bashar.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think the regular plasma cannons might be either less core or faster.
Well, it costs 30. The big cannon.
The minigun's beacon range is 150. That's dog shit.
Okay, it does cost less. This is the C one though.
Like, why would you give me a zoom times 4 when the beacon range is 150?
I don't know.
Like, the autocannon.
1500 meter range.
500 meter range.
Accurate. 22 energy cost. The big cannon is 30. It's a little bit faster, more range, triple the damage. No, 25% more damage. So it might be worth using the C one for now. But yeah, I am going to go.
Okay, you can just end it.
You're not going to keep going?
I have to edit shit.
Fair enough.
Like.
Okay.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
We are Dunsky. Do you want to finish this video at least?
Bashar al-Assad's Syria, Iran's main regional ally, and then onto Hezbollah in Lebanon. Third, Iran was able to use Iraq to evade sanctions, both via using Iraq as a middleman for exports and via influence over Iraq's banking system, which helped Iran get its hands on foreign currency. However, over the past couple of years, Iran's influence in Iraq has been waning. This trend began in the late 2010s, when young Iraqis began protesting Iran's apparent overbearing influence in the country, but it's accelerated in recent months. This became overwhelmingly apparent during Iran's brief war between Israel and America last month, when the Iraqi government, which is led by Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani and his coordination framework, a coalition that used to be closely aligned with Iran, offered little more than muted rhetorical support, and Iran-backed militias refrained from carrying out substantial attacks on US troops stationed in Iraq. Pro-Iran parties are also expected to do poorly in Iraq's next parliamentary election, which is due for November. One of the biggest parties within the ruling coalition already said they won't participate, presumably in anticipation of a bad result, while the electoral success of anti-Hezbollah candidates at Lebanon's elections earlier this year suggests widespread public antipathy towards Iran across the region. So, why is this? Well, Iraq is distancing itself from Iran for at least two reasons. First, it's in part a response to popular pressure. Most Iraqis think Iran has too much influence in the country and are worried about being dragged into a confrontation with Israel or the US. With elections fast approaching, even traditionally pro-Iran groups will want to avoid looking like Tehran's lapdogs. But second, the past year or so has demonstrated that Iran is not as powerful or reliable a patron as was once supposed. The fact that Iran wasn't able to stop Israel from degrading Hezbollah and Hamas will have made pro-Iranian groups in Iraq nervous, given they essentially rely on Iran to protect them in the event of direct confrontation with Israel or the US. This would explain why Iraq didn't really do much to help Iran during last month's war, and also why the Iraqi government has made a number of quiet concessions to the US recently. In January, Iraq withdrew an arrest warrant for Donald Trump issued during his first term, agreed to release Princeton researcher Elizabeth Surkov, who's been held hostage by Hezbollah, and passed a vital budget amendment that has long been sought by Iraq's Kurds, the segment of Iraqi society that has the closest ties to the US. But it's also worth mentioning that this drifting apart isn't being resisted as strongly by Iran as you might expect. This is in part because Iran's proxy network was previously organised by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which has been thrown into disarray by Israel's assassinations of their senior leadership. But it's also because the Ayatollahs have realised that its proxy network has become a political risk domestically. Many Iranians resent the fact that Tehran has spent billions maintaining an apparent impotent proxy network, while ordinary Iranians slip into poverty, and don't buy into the Ayatollah's rhetoric about some transnational Islamic revolution. This became apparent in late 2023, when hundreds of Iranians chanted for the removal of Palestinian flags at a football game in Tehran. Anyway, the Ayatollahs have apparently recognised this, which is why they've lent into Iranian nationalist themes recently. The Ayatollahs were previously wary of explicit displays of nationalism, both because they see themselves as the leaders of a transnational project intended to spread their version of Shiite Islam throughout the world, and because they worry that nationalist sentiment could be hijacked by opposition political groups. However, in the past month or so, the Ayatollahs have suddenly lent into nationalist themes. Murals of figures from Persian folklore have popped up around Tehran, and Ayatollah Ali Khamenei surprised almost everyone when, in his first public appearance after nearly a month in hiding, he requested a rendition of A Iran, a nationalist song that's become popular since the war. All in all, even if this nationalist pivot is just a desperate attempt to shore up support and overlook Iran's diplomatic isolation, if it eases the Iran-Iraq split, that's no bad thing. As you may know already, here at TLDR we're committed to learning about the world around us, and helping you do the exact same. Luckily for all of us, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, helps with just that.
Got him.
Brilliant helps you become a better thinker.
Alright.
Blammo!
If you want to finish that mission, you can do that, I guess.
It will begin soon.
I'm not sure if anybody's watching. Anyway,
Blammo!
might as well just end it. Alright. Goodbye. Yeah, end it?
Yeah.
Cool.